Section 21 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Griffin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton, Section 21, 302nd to 304th Night. When it was the 302nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abu al-Muzaffar declared, 'None loosed me by leave of Allah Almighty, save this monkey, and I buy my release of him at 1,000 dinars.' Whereupon the merchants rejoined, 'And we likewise, each and every, will pay him 1,000 dinars, if he release us.' With this the ape arose and went to them and loosed their bonds one by one, till he had freed them all, when they made for the vessel and boarding her found all safe and nothing missing from her. So they cast off and set sail, and presently Abu al-Muzaffar said to them, 'O merchants, fulfil your promise to the monkey.' 'We hear and we obey,' answered they, and each one paid him 1,000 dinars, whilst Abu al-Muzaffar brought out to him the like sum of his own monies, so that a great heap of coin was collected for the ape. Then they fared on till they reached Bassorah city, where their friends came out to meet them; and when they had landed, the Shaykh said, 'Where is Abu al-Mohammed Lazybones?' The news reached my mother, who came to me as I lay asleep, and said to me, 'O my son, verily the Shaykh Abu al-Muzaffar hath come back and is now in the city; so rise and go thou and salute him and enquire what he hath brought thee. It may be Allah Almighty have opened to thee the door of fortune with somewhat.' Quoth I, 'Lift me from the ground and prop me up, whilst I go forth and walk to the river bank.' After which I went out and walked on, stumbling over my skirts, till I met the Shaykh, who exclaimed at sight of me, 'Welcome to him whose money hath been the means of my release and that of these merchants, by the will of Almighty Allah!' Then he continued, 'Take this monkey I bought for thee and carry him home and wait till I come to thee.' So I took the ape and went off, saying in my mind, 'By Allah, this is naught but rare merchandise,' and led it home, where I said to my mother, 'Whenever I lie down to sleep, thou biddest me rise and trade. Now see this merchandise with thine own eyes.' Then I sat me down, and as I sat, up came the slaves of Abu al-Muzaffar and said to me, 'Art thou Abu Mohammed Lazybones?' 'Yes,' answered I, and behold, Abu al-Muzaffar appeared behind them. So I rose up to him and kissed his hands, and he said, 'Come with me to my home.' 'Hearkening and obedience,' answered I, and accompanied him to his house, where he bade his servants bring me what money the monkey had earned for me. So they brought it, and he said to me, 'O my son, Allah hath blessed thee with this wealth, by way of profit on thy 5 dirhams.' Then the slaves set down the treasure in chests, which they had carried on their heads, and Abu al-Muzaffar gave me the keys, saying, 'Go before the slaves to thy house, for in sooth all this wealth is thine.' So I returned to my mother, who rejoiced in this and said to me, 'O my son, Allah hath blessed thee with all these riches; so put off thy laziness and go down to the bazar and sell and buy.' At once I shook off my dull sloth and opened a shop in the bazar, where the ape used to sit on the same divan with me, eating with me when I ate and drinking when I drank. But every day he was absent from dawn till noon, when he came back bringing with him a purse of 1,000 dinars, which he laid by my side and sat down. And he ceased not so doing for a great while, till I amassed much wealth, wherewith, O Commander of the Faithful, I purchased houses and lands, and I planted gardens, and I bought me white slaves and negroes and concubines. Now it came to pass one day, as I sat in my shop, with the ape sitting at my side on the same carpet, behold, he began to turn right and left, and I said to myself, 'What aileth the beast?' Then Allah made the ape speak with a ready tongue, and he said to me, 'O Abu Mohammed!' Now when I heard him speak, I was sore afraid; but he said to me, 'Fear not, I will tell thee my case. I am a Marid of the Jinn and came to thee because of thy poor estate; but to day thou knowest not the amount of thy wealth, and now I have need of thee, and if thou do my will, it shall be well for thee.' I asked, 'What is it?' and he answered, 'I have a mind to marry thee to a girl like unto the full moon.' Quoth I, 'How so?' and quoth he, 'To morrow don thy richest dress and mount thy mule, with the saddle of gold, and ride to the Haymarket; there enquire for the shop of the Sharif and sit down beside him and say to him, 'I come to thee as a suitor craving thy daughter's hand.' If he say to thee, 'Thou hast neither cash nor rank nor family,' pull out 1,000 dinars and give them to him; and if he ask more, give him more and tempt him with the money.' Whereto I replied, 'To hear is to obey. I will do thy bidding, Inshallah!' So on the next morning I donned my richest clothes, mounted my she mule with trappings of gold and rode to the Haymarket, where I asked for the Sharif's shop, and finding him there seated, I alighted and saluted him and seated myself beside him.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 303rd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abu Mohammed Lazybones continued, So I alighted and, saluting him, seated myself beside him, and my Mamelukes and negro slaves stood before me. Said the Sharif, 'Haply thou hast some business with us which we may have the pleasure of transacting?' Replied I, 'Yes, I have business with thee.' Asked he, 'And what is it?' And I answered, 'I come to thee as a suitor for thy daughter's hand.' So he said, 'Thou hast neither cash nor rank nor family;' whereupon I pulled him out a purse of 1,000 dinars, red gold, and said to him, 'This is my rank and my family; and he (whom Allah bless and keep!) hath said, The best of ranks is wealth. And how well quoth the poet, Whoso 2 dithams hath, his lips have learnt speech of all kinds with eloquence bedight. Draw near his brethren and crave ear of him, and him thou seest haught in prideful height. Were it not for dirhams wherein glories he, hadst found him mid mankind in sorry plight. When Richard errs, in words they all reply, Sooth thou hast spoken and hast said aright. When Pauper speaketh truly, all reply, Thou liest, and they hold his sayings light. Verily, dirhams in earth's every stead clothe men with rank and make them fair to sight. Gold is the very tongue of eloquence, gold is the best of arms for men who'd fight. Now when the Sharif heard these my words and understood my verse, he bowed his head awhile groundwards; then, raising it, said, If it must be so, I will have of thee other 3,000 gold pieces. I hear and I obey, answered I, and sent one of my Mamelukes home for the money. As soon as he came back with it, I handed it to the Sharif, who, when he saw it in his hands, rose and bidding his servants shut his shop, invited his brother merchants of the bazar to the wedding, after which he carried me to his house and wrote out my contract of the marriage with his daughter, saying to me, After 10 days I will bring thee to pay her the first visit. So I went home rejoicing and, shutting myself up with the ape, told him what had passed, and he said, Thou hast done well. Now when the time appointed by the Sharif drew near, the ape said to me, There is a thing I would have thee do for me, and thou shalt have of me, when it is done, whatso thou wilt. I asked, What is that? And he answered, At the upper end of the chamber wherein thou shalt meet thy bride, the Sharif's daughter, stands a cabinet, on whose door is a ring padlock of copper and the keys under it. Take the keys and open the cabinet, in which thou shalt find a coffer of iron with 4 flags, which are talismans, at its corners, and in the midst stands a brazen basin full of money, wherein is tied a white cock with a cleft comb, while on one side of the coffer are 11 serpents, and on the other side a knife. Take the knife and slaughter the cock, cut away the flags and upset the chest, then go back to the bride and do away her maidenhead. This is what I have to ask of thee." "Hearkening and obedience," answered I, and betook myself to the house of the Sharif. So as soon as I entered the bride chamber, I looked for the cabinet and found it even as the ape had described it. Then I went in unto the bride and marvelled at her beauty and loveliness and stature and symmetrical grace, for indeed they were such as no tongue can set forth. I rejoiced in her with exceeding joy, and in the middle of the night, when my bride slept, I rose and taking the keys, opened the cabinet. Then I seized the knife and slew the cock and threw down the flags and upset the coffer, whereupon the girl awoke and seeing the closet open and the cock with cut throat, exclaimed, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great! The Marid hath got hold of me." Hardly had she made an end of speaking, when the Marid swooped down upon the house and, snatching up the bride, flew away with her; whereupon there rose a mighty clamour, and behold, in came the Sharif, buffeting his face and crying, "O Abu Mohammed, what is this deed thou hast done? Is it thus thou requitest us? I made this talisman in the cabinet, fearing for my daughter from this accursed one, who, for these 6 years, hath sought to steal away the girl, but could not. But now there is no more abiding for thee with us, so wend thy ways." Thereupon I went forth and returned to my own house, where I made search for the ape, but could not find him, nor any trace of him; whereby I knew that it was he who was the Marid, and that he had carried off my wife and had tricked me into destroying the talisman and the cock, the 2 things which hindered him from taking her, and I repented, rending my raiment and cuffing my face. And there was no land but was straitened upon me, so I made for the desert forthright and ceased not wandering on till night overtook me, for I knew not whither I was going. And whilst I was deep in sad thought, behold, I met 2 serpents, one tawny and the other white, and they were fighting to kill each other. So I took up a stone and with one cast slew the tawny serpent, which was the aggressor; whereupon the white serpent glided away and was absent for a while. But presently she returned accompanied by 10 other white serpents, which glided up to the dead serpent and tore her in pieces, so that only the head was left. Then they went their ways and I fell prostrate for weariness on the ground where I stood. But as I lay, pondering my case, lo! I heard a voice, though I saw no one, and the voice versified with these 2 couplets: "Let Fate with slackened bridle fare her pace, nor pass the night with mind which cares an ace. Between eye closing and its opening, Allah can foulest change to fairest case." Now when I heard this, O Commander of the Faithful, great concern got hold of me and I was beyond measure troubled, and behold, I heard a voice from behind me extemporize these couplets: "O Moslem, thou whose guide is Al-Koran, joy in what brought safe peace to thee, O man! Fear not what Satan haply whispered thee, and in us see a truth believing." Then said I conjure thee, by the truth of him thou worshippest, let me know who thou art. Thereupon the invisible speaker assumed the form of a man and said, "Fear not, for the report of thy good deed hath reached us, and we are a people of the true believing Jinn. So, if thou lack aught, let us know it, that we may have the pleasure of fulfilling thy want." Quoth I, "Indeed I am in sore need, for I am afflicted with a grievous affliction, and no one was ever afflicted as I am." Quoth he, "Perchance thou art Abu Mohammed Lazybones?" And I replied, "Yes." He rejoined, I, O Abu Mohammed, am the brother of the white serpent, whose foe thou slewest. We are four brothers by one father and mother, and we are all indebted to thee for thy kindness. And know thou that he who played this trick on thee in the likeness of an ape is a Marid of the Marids of the Jinn, and had he not used this artifice, he had never been able to get the girl, for he hath loved her and had a mind to take her this long while. But he was hindered of that talisman, and had it remained as it was, he could never have found access to her. However, fret not thyself for that. We will bring thee to her and kill the Marid, for thy kindness is not lost upon us." Then he cried out with a terrible outcry,—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 304th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Ifrit continued, "Verily thy kindness is not lost upon us." Then he cried out with a terrible cry in a horrible voice, and behold, there appeared a troop of the Jinn, of whom he inquired concerning the ape, and one of them said, "I know his abiding place," and the other asked, "Where abideth he?" Said the speaker, "He is in the city of brass, whereon the sun riseth not." Then said the first Jinni to me, "O Abu Mohammed, take one of these our slaves, and he will carry thee on his back and teach thee how thou shalt get back the girl. But know that this slave is a Marid of the Marids, and beware whilst he is carrying thee, lest thou utter the name of Allah, or he will flee from thee and thou wilt fall and be destroyed." "I hear and obey," answered I, and chose out one of the slaves, who bent down and said to me, "Mount." So I mounted on his back and he flew up with me into the firmament till I lost sight of the earth and saw the stars as they were the mountains of earth, fixed and firm, and heard the angels crying, "Praise be to Allah!" in heaven, while the Marid held me in converse, diverting me and hindering me from pronouncing the name of Almighty Allah. But as we flew, behold, one clad in green raiment, with streaming tresses and radiant face, holding in his hand a javelin whence flew sparks of fire, accosted me, saying, "O Abu Mohammed, say, 'There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is the Apostle of God,' or I will smite thee with this javelin." Now already I felt heart broken by my forced silence, as regards calling on the name of Allah; so I said, "There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is the Apostle of God." Whereupon the Shining One smote the Marid with his javelin, and he melted away and became ashes, whilst I was thrown from his back and fell headlong towards the earth, till I dropped in the midst of a dashing sea, swollen with clashing surge. And behold, I fell hard by a ship with 5 sailors therein, who seeing me, made for me and took me up into the vessel. And they began to speak to me in some speech I knew not, but I signed to them that I understood not their speech. So they fared on till the last of the day, when they cast out a net and caught a great fish, and they broiled it and gave me to eat; after which they ceased not sailing on till they reached their city and carried me to their King and set me in his presence. So I kissed ground before him, and he bestowed on me a dress of honour and said to me in Arabic, which he knew well, "I appoint thee one of my officers." Thereupon I asked him the name of the city, and he replied, "It is called Khanad and is in the land of China." Then he committed me to his Wazir, bidding him show me the city, which was formerly peopled by Infidels, till Almighty Allah turned them into stones; and there I abode a month's space, diverting myself with viewing the place, nor saw I ever greater plenty of trees and fruits than there. And when this time had passed, one day, as I sat on the bank of a river, behold, there accosted me a horseman, who said to me, "Art thou not Abu Mohammed Lazybones?" "Yes," answered I; whereupon he said, "Fear not, for the report of thy good deed hath reached me." Asked I, "Who art thou?" and he answered, I am a brother of the White Serpent, and thou art hard by the place where is the damsel whom thou seekest." So saying, he took off his clothes and clad me therein, saying, "Fear not, for the slave who perished under thee was one of our slaves." Then the horseman took me up before him and rode on with me to a desert place, when he said, "Dismount now and walk on between these two mountains, till thou seest the City of Brass; then halt afar off and enter it not, ere I return to thee and tell thee how thou shalt do." "To hear is to obey," replied I and, dismounting from behind him, walked on till I came to the city, the walls whereof I found of brass. Then I began to pace round about it, hoping to find a gate, but found none; and presently, as I persevered, behold, the serpent's brother rejoined me and gave me a charmed sword which should hinder any from seeing me, then went his way. Now he had been gone but a little while, when lo! I heard a noise of cries and found myself in the midst of a multitude of folk whose eyes were in their breasts; and seeing me, quoth they, 'Who art thou and what cast thee into this place?' So I told them my story, and they said, 'The girl thou seekest is in this city with the Marid, but we know not what he hath done with her. Now we are brethren of the White Serpent,' adding, 'Go thou to yonder spring and note where the water entereth and enter thou with it, for it will bring thee into the city.' I did as they bade me and followed the water course till it brought me to a Sardab, a vaulted room under the earth, from which I ascended and found myself in the midst of the city. Here I saw the damsel seated upon a throne of gold, under a canopy of brocade, girt round by a garden full of trees of gold, whose fruits were jewels of price, such as rubies and chrysolites, pearls and coral. And the moment she saw me, she knew me and accosted me with the Moslem salutation, saying, 'O my lord, who guided thee hither?' So I told her all that had passed, and she said, 'Know that the accursed Marid, of the greatness of his love for me, hath told me what bringeth him bane and what bringeth him gain, and that there is here a talisman, by means whereof he could, an he would, destroy the city and all that are therein; and whoso possesseth it, the Ifrits will do his commandment in everything. It standeth upon a pillar.' Whereat I asked her, 'And where is the pillar?' And she answered, 'It is in such a place.' 'And what manner of thing may the talisman be?' said I. Said she, 'It is in the semblance of a vulture, and upon it is a writing which I cannot read. So go thou thither and seize it and set it before thee and, taking a chafing dish, throw into it a little musk, whereupon there will arise a smoke which will draw the Ifrits to thee, and they will all present themselves before thee, nor shall one be absent. Also they shall be subject to thy word, and whatsoever thou biddest them, that will they do. Arise therefore and fall to this thing, with the blessing of Almighty Allah.' I answered, 'Hearkening and obedience,' and going to the column, did as she bade me, whereupon the Ifrits all presented themselves before me, saying, 'Here we are, O our lord! Whatsoever thou biddest us, that we will do.' Quoth I, 'Bind the Marid who brought the damsel hither from her home.' Quoth they, 'We hear and obey,' and off they flew and bound the Marid in straitest bonds and returned after a while, saying, 'We have done thy bidding.' Then I dismissed them and, repairing to my wife, told her what had happened and said to her, 'O my bride, wilt thou go with me?' 'Yes,' answered she. So I carried her forth of the vaulted chamber whereby I had entered the city, and we fared on, till we fell in with the folk who had shown me the way to find her."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Section 22. Of the Book of a Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Griffin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 22, 305th Night to 307th Night. When it was the 305th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that he continued on this wise. And we fared on till we fell in with the folk who had shown me the way to her. So I said to them, Point me out a path which shall lead me to my home. And they did accordingly, and brought us afoot to the sea shore, and set us aboard a vessel which sailed on before us with a fair wind till we reached Bassorah city. And when we entered the house of my father-in-law, and her people saw my wife, they rejoiced with exceeding joy. Then I fumigated the vulture with musk, and lo, the Ifrits flocked to me from all sides, saying, At thy service what wilt thou have us do? So I bade them transport all that was in the city of brass, of monies and noble metals and stones of price, to my house in Bassorah, which they did, and I then ordered them to bring me the ape. They brought him before me, abject and contemptible, and I said to him, O accursed, why hast thou dealt thus perfidiously with me? Then I commanded the Ifrits to shut him in a brazen vessel. So they put him in a brazen cucurbite and sealed it with lead. But I abode with my wife in joy and delight. And now, O Commander of the Faithful, I have under my hand precious things in such measure, and rare jewels and other treasure and monies on such wise as neither reckoning may express nor may limits comprise. And, if thou lust after wealth or aught else, I will command the Jinn at once to do thy desire. But all this is of the bounty of Almighty Allah. Thereupon the Commander of the Faithful wondered greatly and bestowed on him imperial gifts in exchange for his presents, and entreated him with the favor he deserved. And men also tell the tale of the generous dealing of Yahya bin Khalid the Barmicide with Mansur. It is told that Harun al-Rashid, in the days before he became jealous of the Barmicides, sent once for one of his guards, Salih by name, and said to him, O Salih, go to Mansur and say to him, Thou owest us 1,000 dirhams, and we require of thee immediate payment of this amount. And I command thee, O Salih, unless he pay it between this hour and sundown, sever his head from his body and bring it to me. To hear is to obey, answered Salih, and going to Mansur, acquainted him with what the Caliph had said, whereupon quoth he, I am a lost man by Allah, for all my estate and all my hand owneth, if sold for their utmost value, would not fetch a price of more than 100,000 dirhams. Whence then, O Salih, shall I get the other 900,000? Salih replied, Contrive how thou mayst speedily acquit thyself, else thou art a dead man, for I cannot grant thee an eye twinkling of delay after the time appointed me by the Caliph, nor can I fail of aught which the Prince of True Believers hath enjoined on me. Hasten, therefore, to devise some means of saving thyself ere the time expire. Quoth Mansur, O Salih, I beg thee of thy favor to bring me to my house, that I may take leave of my children and family, and give my kinsfolk my last injunctions. Now Salih relateth, So I went with him to his house, where he fell to bidding his family farewell, and the house was filled with a clamor of weeping and lamentations and calling for help on Almighty Allah. Thereupon I said to him, I have bethought me that Allah may haply vouchsafe thee relief at the hands of the Barmicides. Come, let us go to the house of Yahya bin Khalid. So we went to Yahya's house, and Mansur told him his case, whereat he was sore concerned and bowed him groundwards for a while. Then raising his head, he called his treasurer and said to him, How much have we in our treasury? A matter of 5,000 dirhams, answered the treasurer, and Yahya bade him bring them and sent a messenger to his son Al-Fazl, saying, I am offered for sale a splendid estate which may never be laid waste, so send me somewhat of money. Al-Fazl sent him 1,000 dirhams, and he despatched a messenger with a like message to his son Ja'afar, saying, "We have a matter of much moment and for it we want money." Whereupon Ja'afar at once sent him 1,000 dirhams, nor did Yahya leave sending to his kinsmen of the Barmicides, till he had collected from them a great sum of money for Mansur. But Salih and the debtor knew not of this, and Mansur said to Yahya, "O my lord, I have laid hold upon thy skirt, for I know not whither to look for the money but to thee, in accordance with thy wonted generosity. So discharge thou the rest of my debt for me and make me thy freed slave." Thereupon Yahya hung down his head and wept. Then he said to a page, "Hark ye, boy, the Commander of the Faithful gave our slave girl Dananir a jewel of great price. Go thou to her and bid her send it to us." The page went out and presently returned with the jewel, whereupon quoth Yahya, "O Mansur, I bought this jewel of the merchant for the Commander of the Faithful, at a price of 200,000 dinars, and he gave it to our slave girl Dananir, the lute player, and when he sees it with thee, he will know it and spare thy blood and do thee honour for our sake. And now, O Mansur, verily thy money is complete." Salih continued, "So I took the money and the jewel and carried them to Al Rashid together with Mansur; but on the way I heard him repeat this couplet, applying it to his own case: 'Twas not of love that fared my feet to them, 'twas that I feared me lest they shoot their shafts.' Now when I heard this, I marvelled at his evil nature and his depravity and mischief making and his ignoble birth and provenance; and, turning upon him, I said, 'There is none on the face of the earth better or more righteous than the Barmicides, nor any baser nor more wrongous than thou. For they bought thee off from death and delivered thee from destruction, giving thee what should save thee, yet thou thankest them not nor praisest them, neither requitest thee after the manner of the noble; nay, thou meetest their benevolence with this speech.' Then I went to Al Rashid and acquainted him with all that had passed."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 306th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Salih continued, So I acquainted the Commander of the Faithful with all that passed, and Al Rashid marvelled at the generosity and benevolence of Yahya and the vileness and ingratitude of Mansur, and bade restore the jewel to Yahya, saying, Whatso we have given, it befitteth us not to take again. After that Salih returned to Yahya and acquainted him with the tale of Mansur and his ill conduct; whereupon replied he, O Salih, when a man is in want, sick at heart and sad of thought, he is not to be blamed for aught that falleth from him, for it cometh not from the heart. And on this wise he took to seeking excuse for Mansur. But Salih wept and exclaimed, Never shall the revolving heavens bring forth into being the like of thee, O Yahya! Alas, and well away that one of such noble nature and generosity should be laid in the dust. And he repeated these two couplets, Haste to do kindness, thou cost intend, thou canst not always on boons expend. How many from bounty themselves withheld, till means of bounty had come to an end. And men tell another tale of the generous dealing of Yahya, son of Khalid, with a man who forged a letter in his name. There was between Yahya bin Khalid and Abdullah bin Malik al-Khuzai an enmity which they kept secret, the reason of the hatred being that Harun al-Rashid loved Abdullah with exceeding love, so that Yahya and his sons were wont to say that he had bewitched the Commander of the Faithful. And thus they abode a long while with rancour in their hearts, till it fell out that the Caliph invested Abdullah with the government of Armenia and despatched him thither. Now soon after he had settled himself in his seat of government, there came to him one of the people of Irak, a man of good breeding and excellent parts and abundant cleverness. But he had lost his money and wasted his wealth, and his estate was come to ill case. So he forged a letter to Abdullah bin Malik in the name of Yahya bin Khalid, and sent out therewith for Armenia. Now when he came to the governor's gate, he gave the letter to one of the chamberlains, who took it and carried it to his master. Abdullah opened it and read it, and, considering it attentively, knew it to be forged. So he sent for the man, who presented himself before him and called down blessings upon him and praised him and those of his court. Quoth Abdullah to him, "What moved thee to weary thyself on this wise and bring me a forged letter? But be of good heart, for we will not disappoint thy travail." Replied the other, "Allah prolong the life of our lord the Wazir! If my coming annoy thee, cast not about for a pretext to repel me, for Allah's earth is wide, and He who giveth daily bread still liveth. Indeed, the letter I bring thee from Yahya bin Khalid is true and no forgery." Quoth Abdullah, "I will write a letter to my agent at Baghdad and command him inquire concerning this same letter. If it be true as thou sayest, and genuine and not forged by thee, I will bestow on thee the emirship of one of my cities; or if thou prefer a present, I will give thee 200,000 dirhams, besides horses and camels of price and a robe of honor. But, if the letter prove a forgery, I will order thou be beaten with 200 blows of a stick, and thy beard be shaven." So Abdullah bade confine him in a chamber and furnish him therein with all he needed, till his case should be made manifest. Then he despatched a letter to his agent at Baghdad, to the following effect: "There is come to me a man with a letter purporting to be from Yahya bin Khalid. Now I have my suspicions of this letter, therefore delay thou not in the matter, but go thyself and look carefully into the case, and let me have an answer with all speed, in order that we may know what is true and what is untrue." When the letter reached Baghdad, the agent mounted at once,—and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 307th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the agent of Abdullah, son of Malik al-Khuzai, on receipt of the letter at Baghdad, mounted at once and repaired to the house of Yahya bin Khalid, whom he found sitting with his officers and boon companions. After the usual salute, he gave him the letter, and Yahya read it and said to the agent, "Come back to me to-morrow for my written answer." Now when the agent had gone away, Yahya turned to his companions and said, "What doth he deserve who forgeth a letter in my name and carrieth it to my foe?" They answered all and each, saying this and that, and every one proposing some kind of punishment. But Yahya said, "Ye err in that ye say, and this your counsel is of the baseness of your spirits and the meanness of your minds. Ye all know the close favour of Abdullah with the Caliph, and ye weet of what is between him and us of anger and enmity. And now Almighty Allah hath made this man the means of reconciliation between us, and hath fitted him for such purpose, and hath appointed him to quench the fire of ire in our hearts, which hath been growing these 20 years, and by his means our differences shall be adjusted. Wherefore it behoveth me to requite such man by verifying his assertion and amending his estate. So I will write him a letter to Abdullah son of Malik, praying that he may use him with increase of honour and continue to him his liberality." Now when his companions heard what he said, they called down blessings on him and marvelled at his generosity and the greatness of his magnanimity. Then he called for paper and ink and wrote Abdullah a letter in his own hand to the following effect: "In the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate. Of a truth thy letter hath reached me, Allah give thee long life, and I am glad to hear of thy safety and am pleased to be assured of thine immunity and prosperity. It was thy thought that a certain worthy man had forged a letter in my name, and that he was not the bearer of any message from the same. But the case is not so, for the letter I myself wrote, and it was no forgery. And I hope of thy courtesy and consideration and the nobility of thy nature that thou wilt gratify this generous and excellent man of his hope and wish, and honor him with the honor he deserveth, and bring him to his desire, and make him the special object of thy favor and munificence. Whatso thou dost with him, it is to me that thou dost the kindness, and I am thankful to thee accordingly." Then he superscribed the letter, and after sealing it, delivered it to the agent, who despatched it to Abdullah. Now when the governor read it, he was charmed with its contents, and sending for the man, said to him, "Whichever of the two promised boons is the more acceptable to thee, that will I give thee." The man replied, "The money gift were more acceptable to me than aught else." Whereupon Abdullah ordered him 200,000 dirhams, and 10 Arab horses, 5 with housings of silk, and other 5 with richly ornamented saddles, used in state processions, besides 20 chests of clothes, and 10 mounted white slaves, and a proportionate quantity of jewels of price. Moreover, he bestowed on him a dress of honor, and sent him to Baghdad in great splendor. So when he came thither, he repaired to the door of Yahya's house, before he went to his own folk, and craved permission to enter and have audience. The chamberlain went in to Yahya and said to him, "O my lord, there is one at the door who craveth speech of thee, and he is a man of apparent wealth, courteous in manner, comely of aspect, and attended by many servants." Then Yahya bade admit him, and when he entered and kissed the ground before him, Yahya asked him, "Who art thou?" He answered, "Hear me, O my lord. I am he who was done dead by the tyranny of fortune, but thou didst raise me to life again from the grave of calamities and exalt me to the paradise of my desires. I am the man who forged a letter in thy name and carried it to Abdullah bin Malik al-Khuzai." Yahya asked, "How hath he dealt with thee and what did he give thee?" And the man answered, "He hath given me, thanks to thy hand and thy great liberality and benevolence and to thy comprehensive kindness and lofty magnanimity and thine all embracing generosity, that which hath made me a wealthy man, and he hath distinguished me with his gifts and favors. And now I have brought all that he gave me, and here it is at thy door, for it is thine to decide, and the command is in thy hand." Rejoined Yahya, "Thou hast done me better service than I did thee, and I owe thee a heavy debt of gratitude and every gift the white hand can give, for that thou hast changed into love and amity the hate and enmity that were between me and a man whom I respect and esteem. Wherefore I will give thee the like of what Abdullah bin Malik gave thee." Then he ordered him money and horses and chests of apparel such as Abdullah had given him. And thus the man's fortune was restored to him by the munificence of these two generous ones. And folk also relate the tale of the Caliph Al-Ma'mun and the strange scholar. It is said of Al-Ma'mun that, among the Caliphs of the house of Abbas, there was none more accomplished in all branches of knowledge than he. Now on 2 days in each week he was wont to preside at conferences of the learned, when the lawyers and theologians disputed in his presence, each sitting in his several rank and room. One day, as he sat thus, there came into the assembly a stranger clad in ragged white clothes, who took seat in an obscure place behind the doctors of the law. Then the assembled began to speak and debate difficult questions, it being the custom that the various propositions should be submitted to each in turn, and that whoso bethought him of some subtle addition or rare conceit should make mention of it. So the question went round till it came to the strange man, who spake in his turn and made a goodlier answer than any of the doctor's replies. And the Caliph approved his speech. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 22. Recording by Griffin. Section 23 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Griffin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 23, 308th Night to 310th Night. When it was the 308th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph Al-Ma'amun approved his speech, and ordered him to come up from his low place to a high stead. Now when the second question came to him, he made a still more notable answer, and Al-Ma'amun ordered him to be preferred to a yet higher seat. And when the third question reached him, he made answer more justly and appropriately than on the two previous occasions, and Al-Ma'amun bade him come up and sit near himself. Presently the discussion ended, when water was brought, and they washed their hands, after which food was set on, and they ate, and the doctors arose and withdrew. But Al-Ma'amun forbade the stranger to depart with them, and, calling him to himself, treated him with especial favor, and promised him honor and profit. Thereupon they made ready the séance of wassail. The fair-faced cup-companions came, and the pure wine went round amongst them, till the cup came to the stranger, who rose to his feet and spake thus: "If the Commander of the Faithful permit me, I will say one word." Answered the Caliph, "Say what thou wilt." Quoth the man, "Verily, the Exalted Intelligence, whose eminence Allah increase, knoweth that his slave was this day, in the august assembly, one of the unknown folk and of the meanest of the company, and the Commander of the Faithful raised his rank and brought him near to himself, little as were the wit and wisdom he displayed, preferring him above the rest and advancing him to a station and a degree whereto his thought aspired not. But now he is minded to part him from that small portion of intellect which raised him high from his lowness and made him great after his littleness. Heaven forfend and forbid that the Commander of the Faithful should envy his slave what little he hath of understanding and worth and renown. Now, if his slave should drink wine, his reason would depart far from him, and ignorance draw near to him and steal away his good breeding. So would he revert to that low and contemptible degree whence he sprang, and become ridiculous and despicable in the eyes of the folk. I hope, therefore, that the august intelligence of his power and bounty and royal generosity and magnanimity will not despoil his slave of this jewel." When the Caliph Al-Ma'amun heard his speech, he praised him and thanked him, and making him sit down again in his place, showed him high honor and ordered him a present of 100,000 silver pieces. Moreover, he mounted him upon a horse and gave him rich apparel, and in every assembly he was wont to exalt him and show him favor over all the other doctors of law and religion, till he became the highest of them all in rank. And Allah is all-knowing. Men also tell a tale of Alishar and Zumurrud. There lived once in the days of yore and the good old times long gone before, in the land of Khorasan, a merchant called Majd al-Din, who had great wealth and many slaves and servants, white and black, young and old, but he had not been blessed with a child until he reached the age of 60, when Almighty Allah vouchsafed him a son, whom he named Alishar. The boy grew up like the moon on the night of fullness, and when he came to man's estate and was endowed with all kinds of perfections, his father fell sick of a death malady, and, calling his son to him, said, "O my son, the fated hour of my decease is at hand, and I desire to give thee my last injunctions." He said, "And what are they, O my father?" And he answered, "O my son, I charge thee, be not over familiar with any, and eschew what leadeth to evil and mischief. Beware lest thou sit in company with the wicked, for he is like the blacksmith. If his fire burn thee not, his smoke shall bother thee. And how excellent is the saying of the poet, In thy whole world there is not one whose friendship thou mayst count upon, nor plighted faith that will stand true when times go hard and hopes are few. Then live apart and dwell alone, nor make a prop of any one. I've given a gift in that I've said, will stand thy friend in every stead. And what another saith, men are a hidden malady, rely not on the sham in them, for perfidy and treachery thou'lt find if thou examine them. And yet a third saith, converse with men hath scanty weal, except to while away the time in chat and prate. Then shun their intimacy, save it be to win thee lore, or better thine estate. And a fourth saith, if a sharp-witted wight e'er tried mankind, I've eaten that which only tasted he. Their amity proved naught but wile and guile. Their faith I found was but hypocrisy. Quoth Ali, O my father, I have heard thee and I will obey thee. What more shall I do? Quoth he, do good whereas thou art able. Be ever kind and courteous to men, and regard as riches every occasion of doing a good turn. For a design is not always easily carried out. And how well saith the poet, "'Tis not at every time and tide unstable we can do kindly acts and charitable. When thou art able, hasten thee to act, lest thine endeavor prove anon unable." Said Ali, I have heard thee and I will obey thee.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 309th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the youth replied, I have heard thee and I will obey thee. What more? And his sire continued, Be thou, O my son, mindful of Allah, so shall He be mindful of thee. Hoard thy wealth and waste it not, for an thou do, thou wilt come to want the least of mankind. Know that the measure of a man's worth is according to that which his right hand hendeth. And how well saith the poet, When fails my wealth, no friend will deign befriend, and when it waxeth, all men friendship show. How many a foe for wealth became my friend! Wealth lost, how many a friend became a foe! Asked Ali, What more? And Majd al-Din answered, O my son, take counsel of those who are older than thou, and hasten not to do thy heart's desire. Have compassion on those who are below thee, so shall those who are above thee have compassion on thee. And oppress none, lest Allah empower one who shall oppress thee. How well saith the poet, Add other wit to thy wit, counsel craving. For man's true course hides not from minds of two. Man is a mirror which but shows his face, and by two mirrors he his back shall view. And as saith another, Act on sure grounds, nor hurry fast, to gain the purpose that thou hast. And be thou kindly to all men, so kindly thou'lt be called again. For not a deed the hand can try, save 'neath the hand of God on high. Nor tyrant harsh work tyranny, uncrushed by tyrant harsh as he. And as saith yet another, Tyrannize not, if thou hast the power to do so, for the tyrannical is in danger of revenges. Thine eye will sleep, while the oppressed, wakeful, will call down curses on thee, and God's eye sleepeth not. Beware of wine bibbing, for drink is the root of all evil. It doeth away the reason, and bringeth to contempt whoso useth it. And how well saith the poet, By Allah, wine shall not disturb me, while my soul join body, nor while speech the words of me explain. No day will I be thrall to wineskin cooled by breeze, nor choose a friend, save those who are of cups unfair. This, then, is my charge to thee. Bear it before thine eyes, and Allah stand to thee in my stead. Then he swooned away and kept silent awhile, and when he came to himself, he besought pardon of Allah and pronounced the profession of the Faith and was admitted to the mercy of the Almighty. So his son wept and lamented for him, and presently made proper preparation for his burial. Great and small walked in his funeral procession, and Koran readers recited Holy Writ about his bier, nor did Alishar omit aught of what was due to the dead. Then they prayed over him and committed him to the dust, and wrote these two couplets upon his tomb: Thou wast created of dust and camest to life, and learnedst in eloquence to place thy trust. Anon, to dust returning, thou becamest a corpse, as though ne'er taken from the dust. Now his son Alishar grieved for him with sore grief, and mourned him with the ceremonies usual among men of note, nor did he cease to weep the loss of his father till his mother died also not long afterwards, when he did with her as he had done with his sire. Then he sat in the shop, selling and buying and consorting with none of Almighty Allah's creatures, in accordance with his father's injunction. This wise he continued to do for a year, at the end of which time there came into him by craft certain whoreson fellows and consorted with him, till he turned after their example to lewdness, and swerved from the way of righteousness, drinking wine in flowing bowls and frequenting fair women night and day. For he said to himself, Of a truth my father amassed this wealth for me, and if I spend it not, to whom shall I leave it? By Allah, I will not do save as saith the poet, and through the whole of life thou gettest and gainest for self, say, when shalt thou enjoy thy gains and gotten pelf? And Ali Shar ceased not to waste his wealth all whiles of the day and all watches of the night, till he had made away with the whole of his riches and abode in pauper case and troubled at heart. So he sold his shop and lands and so forth, and after this he sold the clothes off his body, leaving himself but one suit. And as drunkenness quitted him and thoughtfulness came to him, he fell into grief and sore care. One day, when he had sat from daybreak to mid-afternoon without breaking his fast, he said in his mind, I will go round to those on whom I spent my monies. Perchance one of them will feed me this day. So he went the round of them all, but as often as he knocked at any one's door of them, the man denied himself and hid from him till his stomach ached with hunger. Then he betook himself to the bazar of the merchants,—and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 310th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Alishar, feeling his stomach ache with hunger, betook himself to the merchants' bazar, where he found a crowd of people assembled in ring, and said to himself, I wonder what causeth these folk to crowd together thus. By Allah, I will not budge hence till I see what is within yonder ring. So he made his way into the ring and found therein a damsel exposed for sale, who was 5 feet tall, beautifully proportioned, rosy of cheek and high of breast, and who surpassed all the people of her time in beauty and loveliness and elegance and grace. Even as saith one, describing her, As she willed she was made, and in such a way that when she was cast in nature's mold, neither short nor long was she. Beauty woke to fall in love with the beauties of her form, where combine with all her coyness her pride and prudency. The full moon is her face, and the branchlet is her shape, and the musk pod is her scent. What like her can there be? 'Tis as though she were moulded from water of the pearl, and in every lovely limblet another moon we see. And her name was Zumurrud, the Smaragdine. So when Alishar saw her, he marvelled at her beauty and grace and said, By Allah, I will not stir hence till I see how much this girl fetcheth and know who buyeth her. So he took standing place amongst the merchants, and they thought he had a mind to buy her, knowing the wealth he had inherited from his parents. Then the broker stood at the damsel's head and said, Ho, merchants! Ho, ye men of money! Who will open the gate of biddings for this damsel, the mistress of moons, the union pearl, Zumurrud the curtain maker, the sought of the seeker, and the delight of the desirous? Open the biddings door, and on the opener be nor blame nor reproach for evermore." Thereupon quoth one merchant, "Mine for 500 dinars." "And 10," quoth another. "600," cried an old man named Rashid al Din, blue of eye and foul of face. "And 10," cried another. "I bid 1,000," rejoined Rashid al Din; whereupon the rival merchants were tongue tied and held their peace, and the broker took counsel with the girl's owner, who said, "I have sworn not to sell her save to whom she shall choose; so consult her." Thereupon the broker went up to Zumurrud and said to her, "O mistress of moons, this merchant hath a mind to buy thee." She looked at Rashid al Din and finding him as we have said, replied, "I will not be sold to a graybeard, whom decrepitude hath brought to such evil plight. Allah inspired his saying who saith, 'I craved of her a kiss one day, but soon as she beheld my hoary hairs, though I my luxuries and wealth displayed, she proudly turned away from me, showed shoulders, cried aloud, No, no! By him whose hest mankind from nothingness hath made, for hoary head and grizzled chin I've no especial love. What! Stuff my mouth with cotton ere in sepulchre I'm laid?'" Now when the broker heard her words, he said, "By Allah, thou art excusable, and thy price is 10,000 gold pieces." So he told her owner that she would not accept of old man Rashid al Din, and he said, "Consult her concerning another." Thereupon a second man came forward and said, "Be she mine for what price was offered by the oldster, she would have none of." But she looked at him and seeing that his beard was dyed, said, "What be this fashion lewd and base and the blackening of the hoary face?" And she made a great show of wonderment and repeated these couplets, "Showed me, sir, such an one a sight, and what a frightful sight! A neck, by Allah, only made for slipper sole to smite; a beard that meetest racing ground where gnats and lice contend; a brow fit only for the ropes thy temples chafe and bite. O thou, enravished by my cheek and beauties of my form, why so translate thyself to youth and think I deem it right, dyeing disgracefully that white of reverend aged hairs, and hiding for foul purposes their venerable white? Thou goest with one beard and comest back with quite another, like Punch and Judy man who works the Chinese shades by night. And how well saith another, quoth she, 'I see thee dye thy hoariness to hide, O ears and eyes, from thee,' quoth I. She roared with laugh and said, 'Right funny this! Thou art so lying e'en.'" Now when the broker heard her verse, he exclaimed, "By Allah, thou hast spoken sooth!" The merchant asked what she said, so the broker repeated the verses to him, and he knew that she was in the right, while he was wrong, and desisted from buying her. Then another came forward and said, "Ask her if she will be mine at the same price." But when he did so, she looked at him and seeing that he had but one eye, said, "This man is one eyed, and it is of such as he that the poet saith, 'Consort not with the Cyclops e'en a day; beware his falsehood and his mischief fly. Had this monocular a jot of good, Allah had ne'er brought blindness to his eye.'" Then said the broker, pointing to another bidder, "Wilt thou be sold to this man?" She looked at him and seeing that he was short of stature and had a beard that reached to his navel, cried, "This is he of whom the poet speaketh, 'I have a friend who hath a beard Allah to useless length unrolled. 'Tis like a certain winter night, longsome and darksome, drear and cold.'" Said the broker, "O my lady, look who pleaseth thee of these that are present and point him out, that I may sell thee to him." So she looked round the ring of merchants, examining one by one their physiognomies, till her glance fell on Alishar,—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Section 24.
Of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton, Section 24. When it was the 311th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the girl's glance fell on Alishar, she cast at him a look with longing eyes, which cost her 1,000 sighs, and her heart was taken with him, for that he was of favor passing fair, and pleasanter than zephyr, or northern air. And she said, O broker, I will be sold to none but to this my lord, owner of the handsome face and slender form, whom the poet thus describeth. Displaying that fair face, the tempted they assailed, who had they wished me safe, that lovely face had veiled. For none shall own me but he, because his cheek is smooth, and the water of his mouth sweet as salsabil. His spittle is a cure for the sick, and his charms daze and dazzle poet and proser, even as saith one of him, his honey dew of lips is wine, his breath musk, and those teeth smile shown are camphor's hue. Rizwan hath turned him out o' doors for fear the hour is lapse from virtue at the view. Men blame his bearing for its pride, but when in pride the full moon sails, excuse is due. Lord of the curling locks and rose-red cheeks, and ravishing look, of whom saith the poet, the fawn like one a meeting promised me, and I expectant waxed, and heart unstirred. His eyelids bade me hold his word as true, but in their languish can he keep his word? And as saith another, quoth they, black letters on his cheek are writ. How canst thou love him and a side beard see? Quoth I, cease blame and cut your chiding short. If those be letters, 'tis a forgery. Gather his charms, all groweth of Eden garth, whereto those Kausar lips bear testimony. When the broker heard the verses she repeated on the charms of Alishar, he marveled at her eloquence, no less than at the brightness of her beauty. But her owner said to him, marvel not at her splendor, which shameth the noonday sun, nor that her memory is stored with the choicest verses of the poets. For besides this, she can repeat the glorious Koran, according to the 7 readings and the august traditions, after ascription and authentic transmission. And she writeth the 7 moods of handwriting, and she knoweth more learning and knowledge than the most learned. Moreover, her hands are better than gold and silver, for she maketh silken curtains, and selleth them for 50 gold pieces each. And it taketh her but 8 days to make a curtain. Exclaimed the broker, O happy the man who hath her in his house, and maketh her of his choicest treasures. And her owner said to him, sell her to whom she will. So the broker went up to Alishar, and kissing his hands, said to him, O my lord, buy thou this damsel, for she hath made choice of thee. Then he set forth to him all her charms and accomplishments, and added, I give thee joy if thou buy her, for this be a gift from him who is no niggard of his giving. Whereupon Ali bowed his head groundwards awhile, laughing at himself and secretly saying, Up to this hour I have not broken my fast, yet I am ashamed before the merchants to own that I have no money wherewith to buy her. The damsel, seeing him hang down his head, said to the broker, Take my hand and lead me to him, that I may show my beauty to him and tempt him to buy me, for I will not be sold to any but him. So the broker took her hand and stationed her before Alishar, saying, What is thy good pleasure, O my lord? But he made him no answer. And the girl said to him, O my lord, and darling of my heart, what aileth thee that thou wilt not bid for me? Buy me for what thou wilt, and I will bring thee good fortune. So he raised his eyes to her and said, Is buying perforce? Thou art dear at 1,000 dinars. Said she, Then buy me, O my lord, for 900. He cried, No. And she rejoined, Then for 800. And though he again said nay, she ceased not to abate the price till she came to 100 dinars. Quoth he, I have not by me a full 100. So she laughed and asked, How much dost thou lack of 100? He answered, By Allah, I have neither 100 dinars nor any other sum, for I own neither white coin nor red cash, neither dinar nor dirham. So look out thou for another and a better customer. And when she knew that he had nothing, she said to him, Take me by the hand and carry me aside into a lane, as if thou wouldst examine me privily. He did so, and she drew from her bosom a purse containing 1,000 dinars, which she gave him, saying, Pay down 900 to my price, and let the 100 remain with thee by way of provision. He did as she bid him, and buying her for 900 dinars, paid down the price from her own purse, and carried her to his house. When she entered it, she found a dreary, desolate saloon, without carpets or vessels. So she gave him another 1,000 dinars, saying, Go to the bazaar and buy 300 dinars worth of furniture and vessels for the house, and 3 dinars worth of meat and drink. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 312th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth the slave girl, Bring us meat and drink for 3 dinars. Furthermore, a piece of silk the size of a curtain, and bring golden and silver thread, and sewing silk of 7 colors. Thus he did, and she furnished the house, and they sat down to eat and drink, after which they went to bed and took their pleasure one of the other. And they lay the night embraced behind the curtain, and were even as the poet saith, Cleave fast to her, thou love stand, let the envious rail amain, for calumny and envy ne'er to favour love were fain. Lo, whilst I slept in dreams, I saw thee lying by my side, and from thy lips the sweetest sure of limpid springs did drain. Yea, true and certain all I saw is as I will avouch, and spite the envier thereto, I surely will attain. There is no goodlier sight indeed for eyes to look upon than when one couch in its embrace enfoldeth lovers twain, each to the other's bosom clasped, clad in their twinned delight, whilst hand with hand and arm with arm about their necks enchain. Lo, when two hearts are straitly knit in passion and desire, but on cold iron smite the folk who chide at them in vain, thou that for loving censurest the votaries of love, canst thou assain a heart diseased, or heal a cankered brain? If in thy time thou kind but one to love thee and be true, I rede thee cast the world away, and with that one remain. So they lay together till the morning, and love for the other waxed firmly fixed in the heart of each. And on rising, Zumurrud took the curtain and embroidered it with coloured silks, and purpled it with silver and gold thread, and she added thereto a border depicting round about it all manner of birds and beasts. Nor is there in the world a furrow but she wrought his semblance. This she worked in 8 days, till she had made an end of it, when she trimmed it and glazed and ironed it, and gave it to her lord, saying, Carry it to the bazaar and sell it to one of the merchants at 50 dinars. But beware lest thou sell it to a passer-by, as this would cause a separation between thee and me. For we have foes who are not unthoughtful of us. I hear and I obey, answered he, and repairing to the bazaar, sold the curtain to a merchant as she bade him, after which he bought a piece of silk for another curtain, and gold and silver and silken thread as before, and what they needed of food, and brought all this to her, giving her the rest of the money. Now every 8 days she made a curtain, which he sold for 50 dinars, and on this wise passed a whole year. At the end of that time he went as usual to the bazaar with a curtain, which he gave to the broker, and there came up to him a Nazarene, who bid him 60 dinars for it, but he refused, and the Christian continued bidding higher and higher, till he came to 100 dinars, and bribed the broker with 10 ducats. So the man returned to Alishar and told him of the proffered price, and urged him to accept the offer and sell the article at the Nazarene's valuation, saying, O my lord, be not afraid of this Christian, for that he can do thee no harm. The merchants also were urgent with him, so he sold the curtain to the Christian, albeit his heart misgave him, and taking the money set off to return home. Presently, as he walked, he found the Christian walking behind him. So he said to him, O Nazarene, why dost thou follow in my footsteps? Answered the other, O my lord, I want a something at the end of the street. Allah never bring thee to want." But Alishar had barely reached his place before the Christian overtook him. So he said to him, "O accursed, what aileth thee to follow me wherever I go?" Replied the other, "O my lord, give me a draught of water, for I am athirst, and with Allah be thy reward." Quoth Ali Shar to himself, "Verily this man is an infidel, who payeth tribute and claimeth our protection, and he asketh me for a draught of water. By Allah, I will not balk him!"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 313th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth Alishar to himself, "This man is a tributary unbeliever, and he asked me for a draught of water. By Allah, I will not balk him." So he entered the house and took a gugglet of water, but the slave girl Zumurrud saw him and said to him, "O my love, hast thou sold the curtain?" He replied, "Yes." And she asked, "To a merchant or to a passer-by? For my heart presageth a parting." And he answered, "To whom but to a merchant?" Thereupon she rejoined, "Tell me the truth of the case, that I may order my affair. And why take the gugglet of water?" And he, "To give the broker to drink." Upon which she exclaimed, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great." And she repeated these two couplets: "O thou who seekest separation, act leisurely, and let not the embrace of the beloved deceive thee. Act leisurely, for the nature of fortune is treacherous, and the end of every union is disjunction." Then he took the gugglet, and going out found the Christian within the vestibule, and said to him, "How comest thou here? And how darest thou, O dog, enter my house without my leave?" Answered he, "O my lord, there is no difference between the door and the vestibule, and I never intended to stir hence, save to go out, and my thanks are due to thee for thy kindness and favour, thy bounty and generosity." Then he took the mug and emptying it, returned it to Ali Shar, who received it and waited for him to rise up and to go, but he did not move. So Ali said to him, "Why dost thou not rise and wend thy way?" And he answered, "O my lord, be not of those who do a kindness and then make it a reproach, nor of those of whom saith the poet, 'They're gone who, when thou stoodest at their door, would for thy wants so generously cater; but stand at door of churls who followed them, they'd make high favour of a draught of water.'" And he continued, "O my lord, I have drunk, and now I would have thee give me to eat of whatever is in the house, though it be but a bit of bread or a biscuit with an onion." Replied Ali Shar, "Begone, without more chaffer and chatter. There is nothing in the house." He persisted, "O my lord, if there be nothing in the house, take these 100 dinars and bring us something from the market, if but a single scone, that bread and salt may pass between us." With this quoth Ali Shar to himself, "This Christian is surely mad. I will take his 100 dinars and bring him somewhat worth a couple of dirhams, and laugh at him. And the Nazarene added, O my Lord, I want but a small matter to stay my hunger, were it but a dry scone and an onion. For the best food is that which doeth away appetite, not rich viands. And how well saith the poet, hunger is sated with a bone dry scone. How is it then in woes of want I wone? Death is all justice, lacking aught regard for caliph, king, and beggar. Woe begone. Then quoth Alishar, wait here, while I lock the saloon and fetch thee somewhat from the market. And quoth the Christian, to hear is to obey. So Alishar shut up the saloon, and locking the door with a padlock, put the key in his pocket, after which he went to market and bought fried cheese and virgin honey and bananas and bread, with which he returned to the house. Now when the Christian saw the provision, he said, O my lord, this is overmuch. 'Tis enough for half a score of men, and I am alone. But belike thou wilt eat with me. Replied Ali, eat by thyself, I am full. And the Christian rejoined, O my lord, the wise say, whoso eateth not with his guest is a son of a whore. Now when Alishar heard these words from the Nazarene, he sat down and ate a little with him, after which he would have held his hand. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 24. Recording by Simon Wainwright.
Section 25 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robin. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 25, 314th Night to 316th Night. When it was the 314th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Alishar sat down and ate a little with him, after which he would have held his hand, but the Nazarene privily took a banana and peeled it, then, splitting it in twain, put into one half concentrated bang, mixed with opium, a drachm whereof would overthrow an elephant, and he dipped it in the honey and gave it to Alishar, saying, O my lord, by the truth of thy religion, I adjure thee to take this. So Alishar, being ashamed to make him forsworn, took it and swallowed it, but hardly had it settled well in his stomach, when his head forwent both his feet, and he was as though he had been a year asleep. As soon as the Nazarene saw this, rose to his feet as he had been a scald wolf or a catamount at bay, taking the saloon key, left Alishar prostrate, and ran off to rejoin his brother. And the cause of his so doing was that the Nazarene's brother was the same decrepit old man who had purposed to buy Zumurrud for 1,000 dinars. But she would have none of him, and jeered him in verse. He was an unbeliever inwardly, though a Moslem outwardly, and he called himself Rashid al-Din, and when Zumurrud mocked him and would not accept of him, he complained to his brother the aforesaid Christian, who played this sleight to take her from her master Alishar, whereupon his brother Barsim by name said to him, Fret not thyself about the business, for I will make shift to seize her for thee, without expending either dinar nor dirham. Now he was a skilful wizard, crafty and wicked, so he watched his time, and ceased not his practices till he played Alishar the trick before related. Then, taking the key, he went to his brother and acquainted him with what had passed. Thereupon Rashid al-Din mounted his she-mule, and repaired with his brother and his servants to the house of Alishar, taking with him a purse of 1,000 dinars, wherewith to bribe the chief of police should he meet him.
He opened the saloon door, and the men who were with him rushed in upon Zumurrud and forcibly seized her, threatening her with death if she spoke. But they left the place as it was, and took nothing therefrom. Lastly, they left Alishar lying in the vestibule, after they had shut the door on him, and laid the saloon key by his side. Then the Christian carried the girl to his own house, and, setting her amongst his handmaids and concubines, said to her, O strumpet, I am the old man whom thou didst reject and lampoon, but now I have thee, without paying dinar or dirham. Replied she, and her eyes streamed with tears, Allah requite thee, O wicked old man, for sundering me and my lord. He rejoined, Wanton minx and whore that thou art, thou shalt see how I will punish thee. By the truth of the Messiah and the Virgin, except thou obey me and embrace my faith, I will torture thee with all manner of torture. She replied, By Allah, though thou cut my flesh to bits, I will not forswear the faith of Al-Islam. It may be Almighty Allah will bring me speedy relief, for he clothe even as he is fief, and the wise say, Better body to scathe than a flaw in faith. Thereupon the old man called his eunuchs and women, saying, Throw her down. So they threw her down, and he ceased not to beat her with grievous beating, whilst she cried for help, and no help came. Then she no longer implored aid, but fell to saying, Allah is my sufficiency, and he is indeed all-sufficient, till her groans ceased, and her breath failed her, and she fell into a fainting fit. Now when his heart was soothed by bashing her, he said to the eunuchs, Drag her forth by the feet, and cast her down in the kitchen, and give her nothing to eat. And after quietly sleeping that night, on the morrow the accursed old man sent for her, and beat her again, after which he bade the castrato return her to her place. When the burning of the blows had cooled, she said, There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is the apostle of God. Allah is my sufficiency, and excellent is my guardian. And she called for succour upon our Lord Mohammed, whom Allah may bless and keep. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 315th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Zumurrud called for succour upon our Lord Mohammed, whom Allah bless and keep. Such was her case, but as regards Alishar, he ceased not sleeping till next day, when the bang quitted his brain, and he opened his eyes and cried out, O Zumurrud! But no one answered him. So he entered the saloon, and found the empty air and the fane afar, whereby he knew that it was the Nazarene who had played him this trick. And he groaned and wept and lamented, and again shed tears, repeating these couplets, O love, thou'rt instant in thy cruellest guise, here is my heart twixt fears and miseries. Pity, O lords, a thrall who, felled on way of love erst wealthy, now a beggar lies. What profits archer's art if, when the foe draws near, his bowstring snap ere arrow lies? And when griefs multiply on generous man, and urge, what fort can defend him from destinies? How much and much I warded parting, but when destiny descends, she blinds our eyes. And when he had ended his verse, he sobbed with loud sobs, and repeated also these couplets. In robes with honour sands of camp her foot step wandering lone, pines the poor mourner as she wends the stead where wont to wane. She turns to resting place of tribe, and yearns thereon to view the spring camp lying desolate with ruins overstrown. She stands, and questions of the sight, but with the tongue of case the mount replies, There is no path that leads to union, none. 'Tis as the lightning flash, erewhile bright glittered over the camp, and died in darkling air no more to be forever shown. And he repented when repentance availed him not, and wept and rent his raiment. Then he hent in hand 2 stones, and went round about the city, beating his breast with the stones, and crying, Ho Zumurrud! Whilst the small boys flocked round him, calling out, A madman! A madman! And all who knew him wept for him, saying, This is such a one, what evil hath befallen him? Thus he continued doing that all day, and, when night darkened on him, he lay down in one of the city lanes, and slept till morning. On the morrow he went round about the town with the stones till eventide, when he returned to his saloon to pass therein the night. Presently one of his neighbours saw him, and this worthy old woman said to him, O my son, heaven give thee healing! How long hast thou been mad? And he answered her with these 2 couplets, They said, Thou revest upon the person thou lovest. And I replied, the sweets of life are only for the mad. Drop the subject of my madness, and bring her upon whom I rave. If she cure my madness, do not blame me. So his old neighbor knew him for a lover who had lost his beloved, and said, There is no majesty, and there is no might, save Allah, the glorious, the great. O my son, I wish thou wouldst acquaint me with the tale of thine affection. Peradventure Allah may enable me to help thee against it, if it so please him. So he told her all that had befallen him with Barsim the Nazarene, and his brother the wizard, who had named himself Rashid al-Din. And when she understood the whole case, she said, O my son, indeed thou hast excuse. And her eyes railed tears, and she repeated these two couplets. Enough for lovers in this world their ban and bane. By Allah, lover ne'er in fire of Sakar fries. For sure they died of love desire they never told chastely, and to this truth tradition testifies. And after she had finished her verse, she said, O my son, rise at once, and buy me a crate, such as the jewel peddlers carry, and buy also bangles and seal rings and bracelets and earrings and other gewgaws wherein women delight, and grudge not the cash. Put all the stock into the crate, and bring it to me, and I will set it on my head and go round about in the guise of a huckstress, and make search for her in all the houses till I happen on news of her. Inshallah. So Alishar rejoiced in her words and kissed her hands. Then, going out, speedily brought her all she required, whereupon she rose and donned a patched gown, and threw over her head a honey-yellow veil, and took staff in hand, and, with the basket on her head, began wandering about the passages and the houses. She ceased not to go from house to house, and street to street, and quarter to quarter, till Allah Almighty led her to the house of the accursed Rashid al-Din the Nazarene, where, hearing groans within, she knocked at the door. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 316th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old woman heard groans within the house, she knocked at the door, whereupon a slave girl came down, and, opening to her, saluted her. Quoth the old woman, I have these trifles for sale. Is there any one with you who will buy aught of them? Yes, answered the damsel, and, carrying her indoors, made her sit down, whereupon all the slave girls came round her, and each bought something of her. And as the old woman spoke them fair, and was easy with them as to price, all rejoiced in her, because of her kind ways and pleasant speech. Meanwhile she looked narrowly at the ins and outs of the place to see who it was she had heard groaning, till her glance fell on Zumurrud, when she knew her, and she began to show her customers yet more kindness. At last she made sure that Zumurrud was laid prostrate. So she wept, and said to the girls, O my children, how cometh yonder young lady in this plight? Then the slave girls told her all what had passed, adding, Indeed this matter is not of our choice, but our master commanded us to do thus, and he is now on a journey. She said, O my children, I have a favour to ask of you, and it is that you loose this unhappy damsel of her bonds, till you know of your lord's return, and when do ye bind her again as she was, and you shall earn a reward from the Lord of all creatures. We hear and obey, answered they, and, at once loosing Zumurrud, gave her to eat and drink. Thereupon quoth the old woman, Would my leg had been broken ere I entered your house. And she went up to Zumurrud and said to her, O my daughter, heaven keep thee safe. Soon shall Allah bring thee relief. Then she privily told her that she had come from her lord Alishar, and agreed with her to be on the watch for sounds that night, saying, Thy lord will come and stand by the pavilion bench and whistle to thee, and when thou hearest him, do thou whistle back to him, and let thyself down by a rope from the window, and he will take thee, and go away with thee. So Zumurrud thanked the old woman, who went forth and returned to Alishar, and told him what she had done, saying, Go this night at midnight to such a quarter, for the accursed carle's house is there, and its fashion is thus and thus. Stand under the window of the upper chamber, and whistle, whereupon she will let herself down to thee. Then do thou take her, and carry her whither thou wilt. He thanked her for her good offices, and with flowing tears repeated these couplets. Now with their says and saids no more vex me the chiding race. My heart is weary, and I am worn to bone by their disgrace. And tears a truthful legend with a long ascription chain of my desertion and distress the lineage can trace. O thou heart whole and free from dole and dolors I endure, Cut short thy long persistency, nor question of my case. A sweet-lipped one, and soft of sides, and cast in shapeliest mould, hath stormed my heart with honeyed lure and honeyed words of grace. No rest my heart hath known since thou art gone, nor ever closed these eyes, nor patience aloe scraped the hopes I dare to trace. Ye have abandoned me to be the pawn of vain desire, in squalid state twixt enviers and they who blame to face. As for forgetting you or love, 'tis a thing I never knew, nor in my thought shall ever pass a living thing but you. And when he ended his verses, he sighed, and shed tears, and repeated also these couplets. Divinely were inspired his words, who brought me news of you. For brought he unto me a gift, was music in mine ear. Take he for gift, if him content, this worn-out, threadbare robe, my heart which was in pieces torn when parting from my fate. He waited till night darkened, and, when came the appointed time, he went to the quarter she had described to him, and saw unrecognized the Christian's house. So he sat down on the bench under the gallery. Presently drowsiness overcame him, and he slept. Glory be to him who sleepeth not! For it was long since he had tasted sleep, by the reason of the violence of his passion, and he became as one drunken with slumber. And while he was on this wise, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 25. Recording by Robin in Norman, Oklahoma.
Section 26 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 26. 317th Night to 320th Night. When it was the 317th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that while he lay asleep, behold, a certain thief, who had come out that night and prowled about the skirts of the city to steal somewhat, happened by the decree of destiny on the Nazarene's house. He went round about it, but found no way of climbing up into it, and presently on his circuit he came to the bench, where he saw Alishar asleep, and stole his turban, and, as he was taking it suddenly, Zumurrud looked out, and seeing the thief standing in the darkness, took him for her lord. Whereupon she let herself down to him by the rope with a pair of saddlebags full of gold. Now when the robber saw that, he said to himself, This is a wondrous thing, and there must needs be some marvellous cause to it. Then he snatched up the saddlebags, and threw Zumurrud over his shoulders, and made off with both like the blinding lightning. Quoth she, Verily, the old woman told me that thou wast weak with illness on my account, and here thou art, stronger than a horse. He made her no reply, so she put her hand to his face and felt a beard like the broom of palm frond used for the hammam, as if he were a hog which had swallowed feathers, and they had come out of his gullet. Whereat she took fright and said to him, What art thou? O strumpet, answered he, I am the sharper Jawan, the Kurd of the band of Ahmad al-Danaf. We are 40 shoppers, who will piss our tallow into thy womb this night from dusk to dawn. When she heard his words, she wept and beat her face, knowing that fate had gotten the better of her, and that she had no resource but resignation, and to put her trust in Allah Almighty. So she took patience, and submitted herself to the ordinance of the Lord, saying, There is no God but the God. As often as we escape from one woe, we fall into a worse. Now the cause of Jawan's coming thither was this. He had said to Calamity Ahmad, O sharper captain, I have been in this city before, and know a cavern without the walls which will hold 40 souls. So I will go before you thither, and set my mother therein. Then will I return to the city, and steal somewhat for the luck of all of you, and keep it till you come. So shall you be my guests, and I will show you hospitality this day. Replied Ahmad al-Danaf, Do what thou wilt. So Jawan went forth to the place before them, and set his mother in the cave. But as he came out he found a trooper lying asleep, with his horse picketed beside him. So he cut his throat, and taking his clothes and his charger and his arms, hid them with his mother in the cave, where also he tethered the horse. Then he betook himself to the city and prowled about, till he happened on the Christian's house, and did with Alishar's turban and Zumurrud and her saddle-bags as we have said. He ceased not to run, with Zumurrud on his back, till he came to the cavern, where he gave her in charge of his mother, saying, Keep thou watch over her till I return to thee at first dawn of day, and went his ways. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 318th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth Kurdish Jawan to his mother, Keep thou watch over her till I come back to thee at first dawn of day, and went his ways. Now Zumurrud said to herself, Why am I so heedless about saving my life, and wherefore await till these 40 men come? They will take their turns to board me, till they make me like a waterlogged ship at sea. Then she turned to the old woman, Jawan's mother, and said to her, O my aunt, wilt thou not rise up and come without the cave, that I may louse thee in the sun? Replied the old woman, Oh, by Allah, O my daughter, this long time have I been out of reach of the bath, for these hogs cease not to carry me from place to place. So they went without the cavern, and Zumurrud combed out her head hair, and killed the lice on her locks, till the tickling soothed her, and she fell asleep. Whereupon Zumurrud arose, and donning the clothes of the murdered trooper, girt her waist with his sword, and covered her head with his turban, so that she became as she were a man. Then, mounting the horse, after she had taken the saddlebags full of gold, she breathed a prayer. O good protector, protect me, I adjure thee, by the glory of Muhammad, who Allah bless and preserve, adding these words in thought. If I return to the city, belike one of the troopers' folks will see me, and no good will befall me. So she turned her back on the town, and rode forth into the wild and the waste. And she ceased not faring forth with her saddlebags and the steed, eating of the growth of the earth, and drinking of its waters, she and her horse, for 10 days, and on the 11th she came in sight of a city pleasant and secure from dread, and established in happy stead. Winter had gone from it with its cold showers, and prime had come to it with its roses and orange blossoms and varied flowers, and its blooms were brightly blowing, its streams were merrily flowing, and its birds warbled coming and going. And she drew near the dwellings, and would have entered the gate, when she saw the troops and emirs and grandees of the place drawn up, whereat she marvelled, seeing them in such unusual case, and said to herself, The people of the city are all gathered at its gate. Needs must there be a reason for this. Then she made towards them, but as she drew near, the soldiery dashed forward to meet her, and dismounting all, kissed the ground between her hands, and said, Aid thee Allah, O our lord the Sultan! Then the notables and dignitaries ranged themselves before her in double line, whilst the troops ordered the people, in saying, Allah aid thee, and make thy coming a blessing to the Moslems, O Sultan of all creatures! Allah establish thee, O King of the time and union pearl of the day and the tide! Asked Zumurrud, What aileth you, O people of this city? And the head chamberlain answered, Verily, he hath given to thee who is no niggard in his giving, and he hath been bountiful to thee, and hath made thee sultan of this city, and ruler over the necks of all who are therein. For know thou, it is the custom of the citizens, when their king deceaseth, leaving no son, that the troops should sally forth to the suburbs, and sojourn there 3 days. And whoever cometh from the quarter whence thou hast come, him they make king over them. So praised be Allah, who hath sent us of the sons of the Turks a well-favored man. For had a lesser than thou presented himself, he had been sultan. Now Zumurrud was clever and well advised in all she did. So she said, Think not that I am of the common folk of the Turks. Nay, I am of the sons of the great, a man of condition. But I was wroth with my family, so I went forth and left them. See these saddlebags full of gold, which I have brought under me that, by the way, I might give alms thereof to the poor and the needy. So they called down blessings upon her, and rejoiced in her with exceeding joy, and she also joyed in them, and said in herself, Now that I have attained to this. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 319th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth Zumurrud to herself, Now that I have attained to this case, haply Allah will reunite me with my lord in this place, for he can do whatso he willeth. Then the troops escorted her to the city, and, all dismounting, walked before her to the palace. Here she alighted, and the emirs and grandees, taking her under both armpits, carried her into the palace and seated her on the throne, after which they all kissed ground before her. And when duly enthroned, she bade them open the treasuries, and gave largesse to all the troops, who offered up prayers for the continuance of her reign. And all the townsfolk accepted her rule, and all the lieges of the realm. Thus she abode a while bidding and forbidding, and all the people came to hold her in exceeding reverence, and heartily to love her, by reason of her continence and generosity. For taxes she remitted, and prisoners she released, and grievances she redressed. But as often as she bethought her of her Lord, she wept, and besought Allah to reunite her and him. And one night, as she chanced to be thinking of him, and calling to mind the days she had passed with him, her eyes ran over with tears, and she versified in these two couplets. My yearning for thee, though long, is fresh, and the tears which chafe these eyelids increase when I weep. I weep from the burn of love, for to lover severance is decease. And when she had ended her verse, she wiped away her tears, and repairing to the palace, betook herself to the harem, which she appointed to the slave girls and concubines separate lodgings, and assigned them pensions and allowances, giving out that she was minded to live apart, and devote herself to works of piety. So she applied herself to fasting and praying, till the emirs said, Verily this sultan is eminently devout. Nor would she suffer any male attendants about her, save 2 little eunuchs to serve her. And on this wise she held the throne a whole year, during which time she heard no news of her lord, and failed to hit upon his traces, which was exceeding grievous to her. So when her distress became excessive, she summoned her wazirs and chamberlains, and bid them fetch architects and builders, and make her in front of the palace a horse-course, 1 parasang long, and the like broad. They hastened to do her bidding, and lay out the place to her liking. And when it was completed, she went down into it, and they pitched her there a great pavilion, wherein the chairs of the emirs were ranged in due order. Moreover, she bade them spread on the racing plain tables with all manners of rich meats, and when this was done, she ordered the grandees to eat. So they ate, and she said to them, It is my will that, on seeing the new moon of each month, ye do on this wise, and proclaim in the city that no man shall open his shop, but that all our lieges shall come and eat of the king's banquet, that whoso disobeyeth shall be hanged over his own door. So they did as she bade them, and ceased not so to do till the first new moon of the 2nd year appeared, when Zumurrud went down into the horse-course, and the crier proclaimed aloud, saying, Ho, ye lieges and people one and all! Whoso openeth store or shop or house shall straightway be hanged over his own door, for it behoveth you to come in a body and eat of the king's banquet. And when the proclamation became known, they laid the tables, and the subjects came in hosts. So she bade them sit down at the trays and eat their fill of all the dishes. Accordingly they sat down, and she took place on her chair of state, watching them, whilst each who was at meat said to himself, Verily the king looketh at none save me. Then they fell to eating, and the emir said to them, Eat, and be not ashamed, for this pleaseth the king. So they ate their fill and went away, blessing the sovereign, and saying one to the other, Never in our days saw we a sultan who loved the poor as doth this sultan. And they wished him length of life. Upon this Zumurrud returned to her palace. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 320th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Queen Zumurrud returned to her palace, rejoicing in her device, and saying to herself, Inshallah, I shall surely by this means happen on news of my lord Alishar. When the first day of the 2nd month came round, she did as before, and when they had spread the tables, she came down from her palace, and took place on her throne, and commanded the lieges to sit down and fall to. Now as she sat on her throne at the head of the tables, watching the people take their places company by company and one by one, behold, her eye fell on Barsum, the Nazarene who had bought the curtain of her lord, and she knew him, and said in her mind, This is the first of my joy and the winning of my wish. Then Barsum came up to the table, and sitting down with the rest to eat, espied a dish of sweet rice, sprinkled with sugar, but it was far from him, so he pushed up to it through the crowd, and putting out his hand to it, seized it and set it before himself. His next neighbor said to him, Why dost thou not eat of what is before thee? Is not this a disgrace to thee? How canst thou reach over for a dish which is distant from thee? Art thou not ashamed? Quoth Barsum, I will eat of none save the same. Rejoined the other, Eat then, and Allah give thee no good of it. But another man, a hashish eater, said, Let him eat of it, that I may eat with him. Replied his neighbor, O unluckiest of hashish eaters, this is no meat for thee. It is eating for emirs. Let it be, that it may return to those for whom it is meant, and they eat it. But Barsum heeded him not, and took a mouthful of the rice and put it in his mouth, and was about to take a second mouthful, when the queen, who was watching him, cried out to certain of her guards, saying, Bring me yonder man with the dish of sweet rice before him, and let him not eat the mouthful he hath read, but throw it from his hand. So 4 of the guards went up to Barsum, and haled him along his face, after throwing the mouthful of rice from his hand, and set him standing before Zumurrud, whilst all the people left eating, and said to one another, By Allah, he did wrong in not eating of the food meant for the likes of him. Quoth one, For me, I was content with this porridge which is before me. And the hashish eater said, Praised be Allah who hindered me from eating of the dish of sugared rice, for I expected it to stand before him, and was waiting only for him to have his enjoyment of it, to eat with him, when there befell him what we see. And the general said, one to other, Wait till we see what shall befall him. Now, as they brought him before Queen Zumurrud, she cried, Woe to thee, O Blue Eyes! What is thy name, and why comest thou to our country? But the accursed called himself out of his name, having a white turban on, and answered, O king, my name is Ali. I work as a weaver, and I came hither to trade. Quoth Zumurrud, Bring me a table of sand and a pen of brass. And when they brought her what she sought, she took the sand and the pen, and struck a geomantic figure in the likeness of a baboon. Then raising her head, she looked hard at Barsum for an hour or so, and said to him, O dog, how darest thou lie to kings? Art thou not a Nazarene, Barsum by name, and comest thou not hither in quest of somewhat? Speak the truth, or by the glory of the Godhead I will strike off thy head. At this Barsum was confounded, and the emirs and bystanders said, Verily, this king understandeth geomancy. Blessed be he who hath gifted him. Then she cried out upon the Christian and said, Tell me the truth, or I will make an end of thee. Barsum replied, Pardon, O king of the age. Thou art right as regards the table, for the far one is indeed a Nazarene. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Irma Martin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 27, 321st Night to 324th Night. When it was the 321st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Barsoom replied, Pardon, O king of the age, thou art right as regards the table, for thy slave is indeed a Nazarene." Whereupon all present, gentle and simple, wondered at the king's skill in hitting upon the truth by geomancy, and said, "Verily this king is a diviner, whose like there is not in the world." Thereupon Queen Zumurrud bade flay the Nazarene and stuff his skin with straw and hang it over the gate of the racecourse. Moreover, she commanded to dig a pit without the city, and burn therein his flesh and bones, and throw over his ashes offal and ordure. "We hear and obey," answered they, and did with him all she bade. And when the folk saw what had befallen the Christian, they said, "Serve him right, but what an unlucky mouthful was that for him!" And another said, "Be the far one's wife divorced if this vow be broken. Never again to the end of my days will I eat of the sugared rice." And the hashish eater cried, "Praised be Allah, who spared me this fellow's fate by saving me from eating of that same rice." Then they all went out, holding it thenceforth unlawful to sit over against the dish of sweet rice as the Nazarene had sat. Now when the first day of the 3rd month came, they laid the tables according to custom, and covered them with dishes and chargers. And Queen Zumurrud came down and sat on her throne, with her guards in attendance, as of wont, in awe of her dignity and majesty. Then the townsfolk entered as before, and went round about the tables, looking for the place of the dish of sweet rice, and quoth one to another, "Hark ye, O Haji Caliph!" And the other answered, "At thy service, O Haji Khalid." Said Khalid, "Avoid the dish of sweet rice, and look thou eat not thereof, for if thou do, by early morning thou wilt be hanged." Then they sat down to meat around the table, and as they were eating, Queen Zumurrud chanced to look from her throne and saw a man come running in through the gate of the horse course. And having considered him attentively, she knew him for Jawan the Kurdish thief who murdered the trooper. Now the cause of his coming was this. When he left his mother, he went to his comrades and said to them, "I did good business yesterday, for I slew a trooper and took his horse. Moreover, there fell to me last night a pair of saddlebags, full of gold, and a young lady worth more than the money in pouch, and I have left all that with my mother in the cave." At this they rejoiced, and repaired to the cavern at nightfall, whilst Jawan the Kurd walked in front and the rest behind, he wishing to bring them the booty of which he had boasted. But he found the place clean empty, and questioned his mother, who told him all that had befallen her. Whereupon he bit his hands for regret, and exclaimed, "By Allah, I will assuredly make search for the harlot, and take her, wherever she is, though it be in the shell of a pistachio nut, and quench my malice on her." So he went forth in quest of her, and ceased not journeying from place to place, till he came to Queen Zumurrud's city. On entering, he found the town deserted, and inquiring of some women whom he saw looking from the windows, they told him that it was the Sultan's custom to make a banquet for the people on the 1st of each month, and that all the lieges were bound to go and eat of it. Furthermore, the women directed him to the racing ground, where the feast was spread. So he entered at a shuffling trot, and, finding no place empty, save that before the dish of sweet rice already noticed, took his seat right opposite it, and stretched out his hand towards the dish. Whereupon the folk cried out to him, saying, "O our brother, what wouldst thou do?" Quoth he, "I would eat my fill of this dish." Rejoined one of the people, "If thou eat of it, thou wilt assuredly find thyself hanged tomorrow morning." But Jawan said, "Hold thy tongue, and talk not so unpleasantly." Then he stretched out his hand to the dish, and drew it to him. But it so chanced that the hashish eater of whom we have spoken was sitting by him, and when he saw him take the dish, the fumes of the hashish left his head, and he fled from his place and sat down afar off, saying, I will have nothing to do with yonder dish. Then Jawan the Kurd put out his hand, which was very like a raven's claws, scooped up therewith half the dishful, and drew out his Neve as if it were a camel's hoof. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 322nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Jawan the Kurd drew his Neve from the dish as if it were a camel's hoof, and rolled the lump of rice in the palm of his hand, till it was like a big orange, and threw it ravenously into his mouth, and it rolled down his gullet with a rumble like thunder, and the bottom of the deep dish appeared where said mouthful had been. Thereupon quoth to him one sitting by his side, Praised be Allah for not making me meat between thy hands, for thou hast cleared the dish at a single mouthful. And quoth the hashish eater, Let him eat, methinks he hath a hanging face. Then turning to Jawan, he added, Eat, and Allah give thee small good of it. So Jawan put out his hand again, and taking another mouthful, was rolling it in his palm like the first, when behold, the queen cried out to the guards, saying, Bring me yonder man in haste, and let him not eat the mouthful in his hand. So they ran, and seizing him as he hung over the dish, brought him to her, and set him in her presence, whilst the people exulted over his mishap, and said one to the other, Serve him right, for we warned him, but he would not take the warning. Verily, this place is bound to be the death of whoso sitteth therein, and yonder rice bringeth doom to all who eat of it. Then said Queen Zumurrud to Jawan, What is thy name and trade, and wherefore comest thou to our city? Answered he, O our lord the Sultan, my name is Othman. I work as a gardener, and am come hither in quest of somewhat I have lost. Quoth Zumurrud, Here with the table of sand. So they brought it, and she took a pen, and drawing a geomantic scheme, considered it awhile, then raising her head, exclaimed, Woe to thee, thou loser! How darest thou lie to kings? This sand telleth me that of a truth thy name is Jawan the Kurd, and that thou art by trade a robber, taking men's goods in the way of unright, and slaying those whom Allah hath forbidden to slay, save for just cause. And she cried out upon him, saying, O hog, tell me the truth of thy case, or I will cut off thy head on the spot. Now when he heard these words, he turned yellow, and his teeth chattered. Then deeming that he might save himself by truth-telling, he replied, O king, thou sayest sooth, but I repent at thy hands henceforth, and turn to Allah Almighty. She answered, It were not lawful for me to leave a pest in the way of Muslims, and cried to her guards, Take him and skin him, and do with him as last month ye did by his like. They obeyed her commandment, and when Hashish eater saw the soldiers seize the man, he turned his back upon the dish of rice, saying, 'Tis a sin to present my face to thee. And after they had made an end of eating, they dispersed to their several homes, and Zumurrud returned to her palace, and dismissed her attendants. Now when the 4th month came around, they went to the racecourse and made the banquet, according to custom, and the folk sat awaiting leave to begin. Presently Queen Zumurrud entered, and, sitting down on her throne, looked at the tables, and saw that room for 4 people was left void before the dish of rice, at which she wondered. Now as she was looking around, behold, she saw a man come trotting in at the gate of the horse-course, and he stayed not till he stood over the food trays, and finding no room save before the dish of rice, took his seat there. She looked at him, and knowing him for the accursed Christian who called himself Rashid al-Din, said in her mind, How blessed is this device of the food, into whose toils this infidel hath fallen. Now the cause of his coming was extraordinary, and it was on this wise. When he returned from his travels, and Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 323rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the accursed, who had called himself Rashid al-Din, returned from travel, his household informed him that Zumurrud was missing, and with her a pair of saddlebags full of money. On hearing which ill tidings he rent his raiment, and buffeted his face, and plucked out his beard. Then he dispatched his brother Barsum in quest of her to lands adjoining, and, when he was weary of awaiting news of him, he went forth himself, to seek for him and for the girl, when as fate led him to the city of Zumurrud. He entered it on the first day of the month, and finding the streets deserted, and the shops shut, and women idling at the windows, he asked them the reason why. And they told him that the king made a banquet on the first of each month for the people, all of whom were bound to attend it, nor might any abide in his house or shop that day, and they directed him to the racing plain. So he betook himself thither, and found the people crowding about the food, and there was never a place for him, save in front of the rice dish now well known. Here then he sat, and put forth his hand to eat thereof, whereupon Zumurrud cried out to her guards, saying, Bring me him who sitteth over against the dish of rice. So they knew him by what had before happened, and laid hands on him, and brought him before Queen Zumurrud, who said to him, Out on thee! What is thy name and trade, and what bringeth thee to our city? Answered he, O king of the age, my name is Rustam, and I have no occupation, for I am a poor dervish. Then said she to her attendants, Bring me table of sand and pen of brass. So they brought her what she sought, as of wont, and she took the pen, and made the dots which formed the figure, and considered it a while. Then raising her head to Rashid al-Din, she said, O dog, how darest thou lie to kings? Thy name is Rashid al-Din the Nazarene. Thou art outwardly a Muslim, but a Christian at heart, and thine occupation is to lay snares for the slave girls of the Muslims, and make them captives. Speak the truth, or I will smite off thy head. He hesitated and stammered, then replied, Thou sayest sooth, O king of the age. Whereupon she commanded to throw him down, and give him 100 blows with a stick on each sole, and 1,000 stripes with a whip on his body. After which she bade flay him, and stuff his skin with herds of flax, and dig a pit without the city, wherein they should burn his corpse, and cast on his ashes a fall and ordure. They did as she bade them, and she gave the people leave to eat. So they ate, and when they had eaten their fill, they went their ways, while Queen Zumurrud returned to her palace, saying, I thank Allah for solacing my heart of those who wronged me. Then she praised the Creator of the earth and the heavens, and repeated these couplets. They ruled a while, and theirs was harsh tyrannic rule, but soon that rule went by as though it never were. If just, they had won justice, but they sinned, and so the world collected all its bane for them to bear. So died they, and their case's tongue declares aloud, This is for that, so of the world your blaming spare. And when her verse was ended, she called to mind her lord Alishar, and wept flowing tears. But presently recovered herself, and said, Haply Allah, who hath given mine enemies into my hand, will vouchsafe me the speedy return of my beloved. And she begged forgiveness of Allah, be he extolled and exalted. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 324th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the queen begged forgiveness of Allah, be he extolled and exalted, and said, Haply he will vouchsafe me speedy reunion with my beloved Alishar, for he can do what he willeth, and to his servants showeth grace, ever mindful of their case. Then she praised Allah, and again besought forgiveness of him, submitting herself to the decrees of destiny, assured that each beginning hath his end, and repeating the saying of the poet, Take all things easy, for all worldly things in Allah's hand are ruled by destiny. Ne'er shall befall thee aught of things forbidden, nor what is bidden e'er shall fail to thee. And what another saith, Roll up thy days, and easy shall they roll through life, nor haunt the house of grief and dole. Full many a thing, which is o'er hard to find, next hour shall bring thee to delight thy soul. And what a third saith, Be mild what time thou'rt ta'en with anger and despite, and patient if there fall misfortune on thy head. Indeed the nights are quick and great with child by time, and of all wondrous things are hourly brought to bed. And what a fourth saith, Take patience, which breeds good, if patience thou can learn. Be calm soured, scaping anguish, draughts that gripe and bren. Know, that if patience with good grace thou dare refuse, with ill-graced patience thou shalt bear what wrote the pen. After which she abode thus another whole month's space, judging the folk and bidding and forbidding by day, and by night weeping and bewailing her separation from her lord Alishar. On the 1st day of the 5th month she bade them spread the banquet on the race plain, according to custom, and sat down at the head of the tables, whilst the lieges awaited the signal to fall to, leaving the place before the dish of rice vacant. She sat with eyes fixed upon the gate of the horse-course, noting all who entered, and saying in her soul, O thou who restoredst Joseph to Jacob, and didst away the sorrows of Job, vouchsafe of thy might and thy majesty to restore me my lord Alishar. For thou over all things art omnipotent, O Lord of the worlds, O guide of those who go astray, O hearer of those that cry, O answer of those that pray, answer thou my prayer, O Lord of all creatures. Now hardly had she made an end of her prayer and supplication when behold, she saw entering the gate of the horse plain a young man, in shape like a willow branch, the comeliest of youths and the most accomplished, save that his face was wan and his form wasted by weariness. Now as he entered and came up to the tables, he found no seat vacant save that over against the dish of sweet rice, so he sat down there. And when Zumurrud looked upon him, her heart fluttered, and, observing him narrowly, she knew him for her lord Alishar, and was like to have cried out for joy, but restrained herself, fearing disgrace before the folk, and, albeit her bowels yearned over him, and her heart beat wildly, she hid what she felt. Now the cause of his coming thither was on this wise. After he fell asleep upon the bench, and Zumurrud let herself down to him, and Jawan the Kurd seized her, he presently awoke and found himself lying with his head bare. So he knew that someone had come upon him and had robbed him of his turban whilst he slept. So he spoke the saying which shall never shame its sayer, and which is, Verily we are Allah's, and to him are we returning. And going back to the old woman's house, knocked at the door. She came out, and he wept before her, till he fell down in a fainting fit. Now when he came to himself, he told her all that had passed, and she blamed him, and chid him for his foolish doing, saying, Verily thine affliction and calamity come from thyself. And she gave not over reproaching him, till the blood streamed from his nostrils, and he again fainted away. When he recovered from his swoon, and Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 28, 325th Night to 327th Night. When it was the 325th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Alishar recovered from his swoon, he saw the old woman bewailing his griefs and weeping over him. So he complained of his hard lot, and repeated these two couplets. How bitter to friends is a parting, and a meeting how sweet to the lover. Allah join all the lovers he parteth, and save me, who of love ne'er recover. The old woman mourned over him, and said to him, Sit here, whilst I go in quest of news for thee, and return to thee in haste. To hear is to obey, answered he. So she left him on her good errand, and was absent till midday, when she returned and said to him, O Ali, I fear me thou must die in thy grief. Thou wilt never see thy beloved again save on the bridge Al-Sirat. For the people of the Christian's house, when they arose in the morning, found the window giving on the garden torn from its hinges, and Zumurrud missing, and with her a pair of saddlebags full of the Christian's money. And when I came thither, I saw the chief of police standing at the door, he and his many, and there is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Now, as Alishar heard these words, the light in his sight was changed to the darkness of night, and he despaired of life, and made sure of death. Nor did he leave weeping till he lost his senses. When he revived, love and longing were sore upon him. There befell him a grievous sickness, and he kept his house a whole year, during which the old woman ceased not to bring him doctors, and ply him with tisanes and diet drinks, and make him savory broths till, after the 12th month ended, his life returned to him. Then he recalled what had passed, and repeated these couplets. Severance grief nigh most, union done to death, down-railing teardrops, heart fire tortureth, redoubleth pine in one that hath no peace, for love and wake and woe he suffereth. O Lord, if there be thing to joy my soul, deign thou bestow it while I breathe my breath. When the 2nd year began, the old woman said to him, O my son, all this thy weeping and wailing will not bring thee back thy mistress. Rise, therefore, gird the loins of resolution, and seek for her in the lands. Peradventure thou shalt light on some news of her. And she ceased not to exhort and hearten him, till he took courage, and she carried him to the hammam. Then she made him drink strong wine and eat white meats, and thus she did with him for a whole month, till he regained strength, and setting out journeyed without ceasing, till he arrived at Zumurrud city, where he went to the horse course, and sat down before the dish of sweet rice, and put out his hand to eat of it. Now, when the folk saw this, they were concerned for him, and said to him, O young man, eat not of that dish, for whoso eateth thereof, misfortune befalleth him. Answered he, Leave me to eat of it, and let them do with me what they will. So haply shall I be at rest from this wearying life. Accordingly he ate a first mouthful, and Zumurrud was minded to have him brought before her. But then she bethought her that belike he was an hungered, and said to herself, It were properer to let him eat his fill. So he went on eating, whilst the folks looked at him in astonishment, waiting to see what would betide him. And, when he had satisfied himself, Zumurrud said to certain of her eunuchry, Go to yonder youth who eateth of the rice, and bring him to me in courteous guise, saying, Answer the summons of the king, who would have a word with thee on some slight matter. They replied, We hear and obey. And going straightways up to Alishar, said to him, O my lord, be pleased to answer the summons of the king, and let thy heart be at ease. Quoth he, Hearkening and obedience, and followed the eunuchs. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 326th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Alishar rejoined, Hearkening and obedience, and followed the eunuchs, whilst the people said to one another, There is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. I wonder what the king will do with him. And others said, He will do him naught but good, for had he intended to harm him, he had not suffered him to eat his fill. Now, when the castrato set him in presence of Zumurrud, he saluted and kissed the earth before her, whilst she returned his salutation and received him with honor. Then she asked him, What may be thy name and trade, and what brought thee to our city? And he answered, O king, my name is Alishar. I am of the sons of the merchants of Khorasan, and the cause of my coming hither is to seek for a slave girl, whom I have lost, for she was dearer to me than my hearing and my seeing. And indeed my soul cleaveth to her, since I lost her, and such is my tale. So saying, he wept, till he swooned away, whereupon she bade them sprinkle rose-water on his face, which they did till he revived, when she said, Here with the table of sand and the brass pen. So they brought them, and she took the pen, and struck a geomantic scheme, which she considered a while, and then cried, Thou hast spoken sooth. Allah will grant thee speedy reunion with her, so be not troubled. Upon this she commanded her head chamberlain to carry him to the bath, and afterwards to clothe him in a handsome suit of royal apparel, and mount him on one of the best of the king's horses, and finally bring him to the palace at the last of the day. So the chamberlain, after saying, I hear and I obey, took him away, whilst the folk began to say to one another, What maketh the king deal thus courteously with yonder youth? And quoth one, Did I not tell you that he would do him no hurt? For he is fair of aspect, and this I knew, ever since the king suffered him to eat his fill. And each said his say, after which they all dispersed and went their ways. As for Zumurrud, she thought the night would never come, that she might be alone with the beloved of her heart. As soon as it was dark, she withdrew to her sleeping chamber, and made her attendants think her overcome with sleep. And it was her wont to suffer none to pass the night with her, save those two little eunuchs who waited upon her. After a while, when she had composed herself, she sent for her dear Alishar, and sat down upon the bed, with candles burning over her head and feet, and hanging lamps of gold lighting up the place like the rising sun. When the people heard of her sending for Alishar, they marvelled thereat, and each man thought his thought and said his say. But one of them declared, At all events the king is in love with this young man, and tomorrow he will make him generalissimo of the army. Now when they brought him into her, he kissed the ground between her hands, and called down blessings her, and she said in her mind, There is no help for it, but that I jest with him a while, before I make myself known to him. Then she asked him, O Ali, say me, hast thou been to the Hammam? And he answered, Yes, O my lord. Quoth she, Come, eat of this chicken and meat, and drink of this wine and sherbet of sugar, for thou art weary, and after that come thou hither. I hear and I obey, replied he, and did as she commanded him do. Now when he had made an end of eating and drinking, she said to him, Come up with me on the couch and shampoo my feet. So he fell to rubbing feet and kneading calves, and found them softer than silk. Then said she, Go higher with the massage. And he, Pardon me, O my lord, to the knee, but no farther. Whereupon quoth she, Durst thou disobey me? It shall be an ill-omened night for thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 327th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Zumurrud cried to her lord Alishar, Durst thou disobey me? It shall be an ill-omened night for thee. Nay, but it behoveth thee to do my bidding, and I will make thee my minion and appoint thee one of my emirs. Asked Alishar, And in what must I do thy bidding, O king of the age? And she answered, Doff thy trousers and lie down on thy face. Quoth he, That is a thing in my life I never did. And if thou force me thereto, verily I will accuse thee thereof before Allah on resurrection day. Take everything thou hast given me, and let me go from thy city. And he wept and lamented. But she said, Doff thy trousers and lie down on thy face, or I will strike off thy head. So he did as she bade him, and she mounted upon his back. And he felt what was softer than silk and smoother than cream, and said in himself, of a truth, this king is nicer than all the women." Now for a time she abode on his back. Then she turned over on the bed, and he said to himself, "Praised be Allah! It seemeth his yard is not standing." Then said she, "O Ali, it is of the want of my prickle that it standeth not, except they rub it with their hands. So, come, rub it with thy hand, till it be at stand, else will I slay thee." So saying, she lay down on her back, and taking his hand, set it to her parts. And he found these same parts softer than silk, white, plumply rounded, protuberant, resembling for heat the hot room of the bath, or the heart of a lover whom love-longing hath wasted. Quoth Ali in himself, "Verily, our king hath a cointy. This is indeed a wonder of wonders." And lust get hold on him, and his yard rose and stood upright to the utmost of its height, which when Zumurrud saw, she burst out laughing, and said to him, "O my lord, all this happeneth, and yet thou knowest me not." He asked, "And who art thou, O king?" And she answered, "I am thy slave girl Zumurrud." Now whenas he knew this, and was certified that she was indeed his very slave girl Zumurrud, he kissed her and embraced her, and threw himself upon her as the lion upon the lamb. Then he sheathed his steel rod in her scabbard, and ceased not to play the porter at her door, and the preacher in her pulpit, and the priest at her prayer niche, whilst she with him ceased not from inclination and prostration, and rising up and sitting down, accompanying her ejaculations of praise and of glory to Allah with passionate movements and wrigglings and claspings of his member and other amorous gestures, till the two little eunuchs heard the noise. So they came, and peeping from behind the curtains, saw the king lying on his back, and upon him Alishar, thrusting and slashing, whilst she puffed and blew and wriggled. Quoth they, "Verily, this be no man's wriggle. Belike this king is a woman." But they concealed their affair, and discovered it to none. And when the morrow came, Zumurrud summoned all the troops, and the lords of the realm, and said to them, "I am minded to journey to this man's country. So choose you a viceroy, who shall rule over you till I return to you." And they answered, "We hear and we obey." Then she applied herself to making ready the wants of the way, to wit provaunt and provender, monies and rarities for presents, camels and mules, and so forth. After which she set out from her city with Alishar, and they ceased not faring on, till they arrived at his native place, where he entered his house and gave many gifts to his friends, and alms and largesse to the poor. And Allah vouchsafed him children by her, and they both lived the gladdest and happiest of lives, till there came to them the destroyer of delights, and the severer of societies, and the garnerer of graves. And glorified be he the eternal without cease, and praised be he in every case. And amongst other tales they tell one of the loves of Jubair bin Umair and the lady Budur. It is related that the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, was uneasy one night, and could not sleep, so that he ceased not to toss from side to side for very restlessness, till, growing weary of this, he called Masrur and said to him, "Ho, Masrur, find me someone who may solace me in this my wakefulness." He answered, "O Prince of true believers, wilt thou walk in the palace garden, and divert thyself with the sight of its blooms, and gaze upon the stars and constellations, and note the beauty of their ordinance, and the moon among them rising in sheen over the water?" Quoth the Caliph, "O Masrur, my heart inclineth not to aught of this." Quoth he, "O my lord, there are in thy palace 300 concubines, each of whom hath her separate chamber. Do thou bid all and every retire into her own apartment, and then do thou go thy rounds and amuse thyself with gazing on them without their knowledge." The Caliph replied, "O Masrur, the palace is my palace, and the girls are my property. Furthermore, my soul inclineth not to aught of this. Then Masrur rejoined, O my lord, summon the doctors of law and religion and the sages of science and poets, and bid them contend before thee in argument and disputation, and recite to thee songs and verses, and tell thee tales and anecdotes. Replied the Caliph, My soul inclineth not to aught of this. And Masrur rejoined, O my lord, bid pretty boys and the wits and the cup companions attend thee, and solace thee with witty sallies. O Masrur, ejaculated the Caliph, indeed my soul inclineth not to aught of this. Then, O my lord, cried Masrur, strike off my head. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 29. When it was the 328th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Masrur cried out to the Caliph, O my lord, strike off my head, aptly that I will dispel thine unease, and do away the restlessness that is upon thee. So Al-Rashid laughed at his saying, and said, See which of the boon companions is at the door. Thereupon he went out, and returning said, O my lord, he who sits without is Ali bin Masur of Damascus, the wag. Bring him to me, quoth Harun. And Masrur went out and returned with Ibn Masur, who said on entering, Peace be with thee, O Commander of the Faithful. The Caliph returned his salutation and said to him, O Ibn Masur, tell us some of thy stories. Said the other, O Commander of the Faithful, shall I tell thee what I have seen with my eyes, or what I have heard only? Replied the Caliph, If thou have seen aught worth telling, let us hear it, for hearing is not like seeing. Said Ibn Masur, O Commander of the Faithful, lend me thine ear and thine heart. And he answered, O Ibn Masur, behold, I am listening to thee with mine ears, and looking at thee with mine eyes, and attending to thee with my heart. So Ibn Masur began, Know then, O Commander of the Faithful, that I receive a yearly allowance from Muhammad bin Sulayman al-Hashmi, Sultan of Bassorah. So I went to him once upon a time, as usual, and found him ready to ride out hunting and a birding. I saluted him, and he returned my salute, and said, O son of Masur, mount and come with us to the chase. But I said, O my lord, I can no longer ride, so do thou station me in the guest house, and give thy chamberlains and lieutenants charge over me. And he did so, and departed for his sport. His people entreated me with the utmost honor, and entertained me with the greatest hospitality. But I said to myself, By Allah, it is a strange thing that for so long I have been in the habit of coming from Baghdad to Bassorah, yet know no more of this town than from palace to garden, and from garden to palace. When shall I find an occasion like this to view the different parts and quarters of Bassorah? I will rise forthwith and walk forth alone, and divert myself and digest what I have eaten. Accordingly, I donned my richest dress and went out a walking about Bassorah. Now it is known to thee, O Commander of the Faithful, that it hath 70 streets, each 70 leagues long, the measure of Iraq. And I lost myself in its by streets, and thirst overcame me. Presently, as I went along, O Prince of True Believers, behold, I came to a great door, whereupon were 2 rings of brass, with curtains of red brocade drawn before it, and on either side of the door was a stone bench, and over it was a trellis, covered with a creeping vine that hung down and shaded the doorway. I stood still to gaze upon the place, and presently heard a sorrowful voice, proceeding from a heart which did not rejoice, singing melodiously and chanting these cinquains: My body bides the sad abode of grief and malady, caused by a fawn whose land and home are in a far country. O ye 2 zephyrs of the wold, which caused such pain in me, by Allah, Lord of you, to him my heart's desire, go ye, and chide him, so perchance ye soften him, I pray. And tell us all his words, if he to hear your speech shall deign, and unto him the tidings bear of lovers twixt you twain, and both vouchsafe to render me a service free and vain, and lay my case before him, showing how I ever complain, and say, what ails thy bounder thrall this wise to drive away, without a fault committed, and without a sin to show, or heart that leans to other wight, or would thy love forego, or treason to our plighted troth, or causing thee a throe? And if he smile, then say ye twain in accents soft and slow, and thou to him a meeting grant, 'twould be the kindest way, for he is gone distraught for thee, as well indeed he might. His eyes are wakeful, and he weeps and wails the lifelong night. If seem he satisfied by this, why then 'tis well and right. But if he show an angry face, and treat ye with despite, trick him, and naught we know of him, I beg you both to say. Quoth I to myself, verily, if the owner of this voice be fair, she conjoineth beauty of person and eloquence and sweetness of voice. Then I drew near the door and began raising the curtain little by little, when lo! I beheld a damsel, white as a full moon when it mooneth on its 14th night, with joined eyebrows twain and languorous, lids of eyne, breast like pomegranates, twin and dainty, lips like double carnelian, her mouth as it were the seal of Solomon, and teeth ranged in a line that played with the reason of prosser and rhymer, even as saith the poet, O pearly mouth of friend, who set those pretty pearls in line, and filled thee full of whitest camomile and reddest wine, who lent the morning glory in thy smile to shimmer and shine, who with the ruby padlock dared thy lips to seal and sign, who looks on thee at early morn with stress of joy and bliss, goes mad for aye. What then of him who wins a kiss of thine? And saith another, O pearl set forth of friend, pity poor Ruby's cheeks, boast not over one who owns the union and unique. In brief, she comprised all varieties of loveliness, and was a seduction to men and women, nor could the gazer satisfy himself with the sight of her charms, for she was as the poet hath said of her, when she comes slays she, and when back he turns, she makes all men regard with loving eyes, a very sun, a very moon. But still from hurt and harmful ills her nature flies. Opes, Eden's garden, when she shows herself, and full moon see we over her necklace rise. How, as I was looking at her through an opening of the curtain, behold, she turned, and seeing me standing at the door, said to her handmaid, See who is at the door. So the slave girl came up to me and said, O Shaykh, hast thou no shame? Or do impudent airs suit hoary hairs? Quoth I, O my mistress, I confess to the hoary hairs, but as for impudent airs, I think not to be guilty of unmannerliness. Then the mistress broke in, And what can be more unmannerly than to intrude thyself upon a house other than thy house, and gaze on a harem other than thy harem? I pleaded, O my lady, I have an excuse. And when she asked, And what is thine excuse? I answered, I am a stranger, and so thirsty that I am well nigh dead of thirst. She rejoined, We accept thine excuse. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 329th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young lady rejoined, We accept thine excuse, and calling one of her slave maids, said to her, O Lutf, give him to drink in the golden tankard. So she brought me a tankard of red gold, set with pearls and gems of price, full of water mingled with virgin musk, and covered with a napkin of green silk. And I addressed myself to drink, and was long about my drinking, for I stole glances at her the while, till I could prolong my stay no longer. Then I returned the tankard to the girl, but did not offer to go. And she said to me, O Shaykh, wine thy way. But I said, O my lady, I am troubled in mind. She asked me, What for? And I answered, For the turns of time and the change of things. She replied, Well, mayest thou be troubled thereat, for time breedeth wonders. But what hast thou seen of such surprises, that thou shouldest muse upon them? Quoth I was thinking of the whilom owner of this house, for he was my intimate in his lifetime. Asked she, What was his name? And I answered, Muhammad bin Ali, the jeweler, and he was a man of great wealth. Tell me, did he leave any children? She said, Yes, he left a daughter, Budur by name, who inherited all his wealth. Quoth I, Me seem that thou art his daughter. Yes, answered she, laughing. Then added, O Shaykh, thou best talked long enough. Now wind thy ways. Replied I, Needest must I go, but I see thy charms are changed by being out of health. So tell me thy case. It may be that Allah will give thee comfort at my hands. Rejoined she, O Shaykh, if thou be a man of discretion, I will discover to thee my secret. But first tell me who thou art, that I may know whether thou art worthy of confidence or not. For the poet saith, None keepeth a secret but a faithful person. With the best of mankind remaineth concealed. I have kept my secret in a house with a lock, whose key is lost and whose door is sealed. Thereto I replied, O my lady, and thou wouldest know who I am am Ali bin Masur of Damascus, the wag, cup companion to the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid. Now, when she heard my name, she came down from her seat and saluting me said, Welcome, O bin Masur. Now will I tell thee my case and entrust thee with my secret. I am a lover separated from my beloved. I answered, O my lady, thou art fair, and shouldest be on love terms with none but the fair. Whom then dost thou love? Quoth she, I love Jabbar bin Umar al-Shaybani, Emir of Banu Shayban. And she described to me a young man than whom there was no prettier fellow in Bassorah. I asked, O my lady, have interviews or letters passed between you? And she answered, Yes, but our love was tongue love, souls, not heart and souls. Love, for he kept not his trust, nor was he faithful to his troth. Said I, O my lady, what was the cause of your separation? And she replied, I was sitting one day whilst my handmaid here combed my hair. When she had made an end of combing it, she plaited my tresses, and my beauty and loveliness charmed her. So she bent over me and kissed my cheek. At that moment he came in unawares, and seeing the girl kiss my cheek, straightways turned away in anger, vowing eternal separation, and repeating these two couplets: If another share in the thing I love, I abandon my love, and live lorn of love. My beloved is worthless, if aught she will, save that which her lover doth most approve. And from that time he left me to this present hour, O Ibn Mansur, he hath neither written to me nor answered my letters. Quoth I, and what purpose thou to do? Quoth she, I have a mind to send him a letter by thee. If thou bring me back an answer, thou shalt have 500 gold pieces, and if not, then 100 for thy trouble in going and coming. I answered, do what seemeth good to thee. I hear and I obey thee. Whereupon she called to one of her slave girls, bring me ink case and paper. And she wrote thereon these couplets. Beloved, why this strangeness? Why this hate? When shall thy pardon reunite us two? Why dost thou turn from me in severance? Thy face is not the face I am wont to know. Yes, slanderers falsed my words, and thou to them inclining madest spite and envy grow. And hast believed their tale, the heavens forbid. Now thou believe it when dost better bow. By thy life, tell what hath reached thine ear. Thou knowest what said they, and so justice show. And it be true, I spoke the words, my words, admit, interpreting, and change allow. Given that the words of Allah were revealed, folk changed the Torah, and still changing go. What slanderers told they of mankind before? Jacob heard Joseph blamed by tongue of foe. Yea, for myself and slanderer and thee, an awful day of reckoning there shall be. Then she sealed the letter and gave it to me, and I took it and carried it to the house of Jabbar bin Umar, whom I found absent a-hunting. So I sat down to wait for him, and behold, he returned from the chase. And when I saw him, O Prince of True Believers, come riding up, my wit was confounded by his beauty and grace. As soon as he sighted me sitting at the house door, he dismounted, and coming up to me, embraced me and saluted me. And meseemed I embraced the world and all therein. Then he carried me into his house, and seating me on his own couch, called for food. They brought a table of Kaulange wood and Khorasan with feet of gold, whereon were all manners of meat, fried and roasted and the like. So I seated myself at the table, and examining it with care, found these couplets engraved upon it. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 330th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ali, son of Mansur, continued, so I seated myself at the table of Jabbar bin Umar al-Shabani, and examining it with care, found these couplets engraved upon it. On these, which once were chicks, your morning glances fix, late dwellers in the mansion of the cup, now nearly eaten up. Let tears bedew the memory of that stew. Those partridges once roast, now lost. The daughters of the goose in plaintive strain bemourn, and still bemourn, and mourn again. The children of the fry we lately saw, half smothered in paloo, with buttery mutton fritters smoking by. Alas, my heart, the fish who filled his dish with flaky form in varying colors spread on the round pastry cake of household bread. Heaven sent us that kebab, for no one could, save heaven, he should rob, produce a thing so excellently good, or give us roasted meat with basting oil so savorily replete. But oh, mine appetite, alas for thee, who on that fur meaty, so sharp set west a little while ago, that fur meaty which mashed by hands of snow a light reflection bore of the bright bracelet that those fair hands wore. Again remembrance glads my sense with visions of its excellence. Again I see the cloth unrolled, rich, worked in many a varied fold. Be patient, O my soul, they say. Fortune rules all that's new and strange, and though she pinches us today, tomorrow brings full rations and a change. Then said Jabbar, put forth thy hand to our food, and ease our heart by eating our victual. Answered I, by Allah, I will not eat a mouthful till thou grant me my desire. He asked, what is thy desire? So I brought out the letter and gave it to him. But when he had read it and mastered its contents, he tore it in pieces and throwing it on the floor, said to me, O Ibn Mansur, I will grant thee whatever thou askest, save thy desire which concerneth the writer of this letter, for I have no answer to her. At this I rose in anger, but he caught hold of my skirts, saying, O Ibn Mansur, I will tell thee what she said to thee, albeit I was not present with you. I asked, and what did she say to me? And he answered, did not the writer of this letter say to thee, if thou bring me back an answer, thou shalt have of me 500 ducats, and if not, 100 for thy pains? Yes, replied I. And he rejoined, abide with me this day, and eat and drink, and enjoy thyself, and make merry, and thou shalt have thy 500 ducats. So I sat with him, and ate, and drank, and made merry, and enjoyed myself, and entertained him with talk deep into the night. After which I said to him, O my master, is there no music in thy house? He answered, verily, for many a day we have drunk without music. Then he called out, saying, Ho, Shajarat al-Dur. Whereupon a slave girl answered him from her chamber and came in to us with a lute of Hindu make, wrapped in a silken bag. And she sat down and laying the lute in her lap, preluded in 21 modes. Then, returning to the first, she sang to a lively measure these couplets: We have ne'er tasted of love's sweets and bitter draught. No, difference kens twixt presence bliss and absence stress. And so, who hath declined from love's true road? No difference kens twixt smooth and ruggedness. I ceased not to oppose the votaries of love, till I had tried its sweets and bitters not the less. How many a night my pretty friend conversed with me, and sipped I from his lips honey of love, Lais. Now have I drunk its cup of bitterness until to bondman and to freedman I have proved me base. How short-aged was the night together we enjoyed, when seemed it daybreak came on nightfall's heel to press. But fate had vowed to disunite us lovers twain, and she too well hath kept her vow, that votaress. Fate so decreed it, none her sentence can withstand. Where is the wit who dares oppose her Lord's command? Hardly had she finished her verses when her Lord cried out with a great cry, and fell down in a fit. Whereupon exclaimed the damsel, May Allah not punish thee, old man! This long time have we drunk without music, for fear the like of this falling sickness befall our Lord. But now go thou to yonder chamber, and there sleep. So I went to the chamber which she showed me, and slept till the morning, when behold, a page brought me a purse with 500 dinars, and said to me, This is what my master promised thee, but return thou not to the damsel who sent thee. God let it be as though neither thou nor we had ever heard of this matter. Hearkening and obedience I answered, and taking the purse went my way. Still I said to myself, The lady must have expected me since yesterday, and by Allah there is no help but I return to her and tell her what passed between me and him. Otherwise she will revile me, and revile all who come from my country. So I went to her and found her standing behind the door. And when she saw me, she said, Ibn Mansur, thou hast done nothing for me? I asked, Who told thee of this? And she answered, O Ibn Mansur, yet another thing has been revealed to me, and it is that when thou handest him the letter, he tore it in pieces, and throwing it on the floor, he said to thee, O Ibn Mansur, I will grant thee whatever thou askest, save thy desire concerning the writer of this letter, for I have no answer to her missive. Then didst thou rise from beside him in anger, but he laid hold of thy skirts, saying, O son of Mansur, abide with me tonight, for thou art my guest, and eat and drink and make merry, and thou shalt have 500 ducats. So thou didst sit with him, eating and drinking and making merry, and entertainedst him with talk deep into the night. And a slave girl sang such an air and such verses, whereupon he fell down in a fit. So, Commander of the Faithful, I asked her, Wist thou then with us? And she answered, O Ibn Mansur, hast thou not heard the saying of the poet, The hearts of lovers have eyes akin, which see the unseen by vulgar men. However, O Ibn Mansur, the night and day shift not upon anything, but they bring to it change. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 29. Read by Simon Wainwright.
Section 30 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Griffin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 30, 331st Night to 333rd Night. When it was the 331st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the lady exclaimed, O Ibn Mansur, the night and the day shift not upon anything, but they bring it to change. Then she raised her glance to heaven and said, O my God and my leader and my Lord, like as thou hast afflicted me with love of Jubayr bin Umayr, even so do thou afflict him with love of me, and transfer the passion from my heart to his heart. Then she gave me 100 sequins for my trouble in going and coming, and I took it and returned to the palace, where I found the Sultan coming home from the chase. So I got my pension of him and fared back to Baghdad. And when next year came, I repaired to Bassorah as usual to seek my pension, and the Sultan paid it to me. But as I was about to return to Baghdad, I bethought me of the Lady Budur, and said to myself, By Allah, I must needs go to her and see what hath befallen between her and her lover. So I went to her house, and finding the street before her door swept and sprinkled, and eunuchs and servants and pages standing before the entrance, said to myself, Most like grief hath broken the lady's heart, and she is dead, and some Emir or other hath taken up his abode in her house. So I left it, and went to the house of Jubayr, son of Umayr the Shaybani, where I found the benches of the porch broken down, and there a page at the door as of wont, and said to myself, Haply he too is dead. Then I stood still before the door of his house, and with my eyes running over with tears, bemoaned it in these couplets. O lords of me, who fared, but whom my heart e'er followeth, return, and so my festal days with you shall be renewed. I stand before the home of you, bewailing your abode. Quiver mine eyelids, and my eyes with tears are ever dewed. I ask the house and its remains that seem to weep and wail, Where is the man who whilom wont to lavish goods and good? It saith, Go, wend thy way. Those friends like travellers have fared from springtide camp, and buried lie of earth and worms the food. Allah ne'er desolate us, so we lose their virtues' light in length and breadth, but ever be the light in spirit viewed. As I, O Prince of True Believers, was thus keening over the folk of the house, behold, out came a black slave therefrom and said to me, Hold thy peace, O Shaykh! May thy mother be reft of thee! Why do I see thee bemoaning the house in this wise? Quoth I frequented it of yore, when it belonged to a good friend of mine. Asked the slave, What was his name? And I answered, Jubayr bin Umayr the Shaybani. Rejoined he, And what hath befallen him? Praised be Allah, he is yet here with us, in the enjoyment of property and rank and prosperity, except that Allah hath stricken him with love of a damsel called the Lady Budur, and he is so whelmed by his love of her and his longing for her that he is like a great rock cumbering the ground. If he hunger, he saith not, Give me meat, nor if he thirst doth he say, Give me drink. Quoth I, Ask leave for me to go in to him. Said the slave, O my lord, wilt thou go in to one who understandeth, or to one who understandeth not? And I said, There is no help for it but I see him, whatever be the case. Accordingly he went in to ask, and presently returned with permission for me to enter, Whereupon I went in to Jubayr and found him like a rock that cumbereth the ground, understanding neither sign nor speech. And when I spoke to him, he answered me not. Then said one of his servants, O my lord, if thou remember aught of verse, repeat it and raise thy voice, and he will be aroused by this and speak with thee. So I versified in these two couplets, Hast quit the love of moons or dost persist? Dost wake o' nights or close in sleep thine eyes? If aye thy tears in torrents flow, then learn eternal thou shalt dwell in Paradise. When he heard these verses, he opened his eyes and said, Welcome, O son of Mansur! Verily, the jest is become earnest. Quoth I, O my lord, is there aught thou wouldst have me do for thee? Answered he, Yes, I would fain write her a letter and send it by thee. If thou bring me back her answer, thou shalt have of me 1,000 dinars, and if not, 200 for thy pains. So I said, Do what seemeth good to thee.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 332nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ibn Mansur continued, So I said, Do what seemeth good to thee. Whereupon he called to one of his slave girls, Bring me ink case and paper, and wrote these couplets, I pray in Allah's name, O Princess mine, be light on me, for love hath robbed me of my reason's sight, slaved me this longing and enthralled me, love of you. And clad in sickness garb, a poor and abject wight, I want, ere this, to think small things of love, and hold, O Princess mine, 'twas silly thing and over slight. But when it showed me swelling surges of its sea, to Allah's hest I bowed and pitied lovers' plight. And will you pity show and deign a meeting grant? And will you kill me? Still forget not good requite. Then he sealed the letter and gave it to me. So I took it and, repairing to Budur's house, raised the door curtain little by little as before, and looking in, behold, I saw 10 damsels, high bosomed virgins like moons, and the Lady Budur as she were the full moon among the stars, sitting in their midst, or the sun when it is clear of clouds and mist, nor was there on her any trace of pain or care. And as I looked and marvelled at her case, she turned her glance upon me and, seeing me standing at the door, said to me, Welcome and all hail to thee, O Ibn Mansur! Come in. So I entered and saluting her gave her the letter. And she read it and when she understood it, she said laughingly to me, O Ibn Mansur, the poet lied not when he sang, Indeed, I'll bear my love for thee with firmest soul, until from thee to me shall come a messenger. Look ye, O Ibn Mansur, I will write thee an answer, that he may give thee what he promised thee. And I answered, Allah requite thee with good. So she called out to a handmaid, Bring ink case and paper, and wrote these couplets. How comes it I fulfilled my vow, the while that vow broke you? And seen me lean to equity, iniquity wrought you. 'Twas you initiated wrongous dealing and despite. You were the treachetor, and treason came from only you. I never ceased to cherish mid the sons of men my troth, and keep your honour brightest bright, and swear by name of you, until I saw with eyes of me what evil you had done, until I heard with ears of me what foul report spread you. Shall I bring low my proper worth while raising yours so high? By Allah, had you me eke I had honoured you. But now uprooting severance, I will fain console my heart, and wring my fingers clean of you for evermore to part. Quoth I, By Allah, O my lady, between him and death there is but the reading of this letter. So I tore it in pieces and said to her, Write him other than these lines. "I hear and obey," answered she, and wrote the following couplets. "Indeed I am consoled now, and sleep without a tear, and all that happened slandering tongues have whispered in mine ear. My heart obeyed my hest and soon forgot thy memory, and learnt mine eyelids 'twas the best to live in severance sheer. He lied who said that severance is a bitterer thing than gall. It never disappointed me. Like wine I find it cheer. I learnt to hate all news of thee, e'en mention of thy name, and turn away and look thereon with loathing pure and mere. Look ye, I cast thee out of heart and far from vitals mine. Then let the slanderer wot this truth, and see I am sincere." Quoth I, "By Allah, O my lady, when he shall read these verses, his soul will depart his body." Quoth she, "O Ibn Mansur, is passion indeed come to such a pass with him that thou sayest this thing?" Quoth I, "Had I said more than this, verily it were but the truth; but mercy is in the nature of the noble." Now when she heard this, her eyes brimmed over with tears, and she wrote him a note, "I swear by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, there is none in thy chancery could write the like of it." And therein were these couplets, "How long shall I thy coyness and thy great aversion see? Thou hast satisfied my censurers and pleased their enmity. I did amiss and wot it not; so deign to tell me now whatso they told thee. Haply 'twas the merest calumny. I wish to welcome thee, dear love, even as welcome I sleep to these eyes and eyelids in the place of sleep to be. And since 'tis thou hast made me drain th' unmixed cup of love, if me thou see with wine bemused, heap not thy blame on me." And when she had written this missive,—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the Three Hundred and Thirty-third Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Budur had written the missive, she sealed it and gave it to me; and I said, O my lady, in good sooth this thy letter will make the sick man whole and ease the thirsting soul. Then I took it and went from her, when she called me back and said to me, O son of Mansur, say to him, she will be thy guest this night. At this I joyed with exceeding great joy and carried the letter to Jubayr, whom I found with his eyes fixed intently on the door, expecting the reply; and as soon as I gave him the letter and he opened and read it and understood it, he uttered a great cry and fell down in a fainting fit. When he came to himself, he said to me, O Ibn Mansur, did she indeed write this note with her hand and feel it with her fingers? Answered I, O my lord, do folk write with their feet? And by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I had not done speaking these words when we heard the tinkle tinkle of her anklets in the vestibule and she entered. And seeing her, he sprang to his feet as though nothing pained or ailed him, and embraced her like the letter L embraceth the letter A; and the infirmity that erst would not depart at once left him. Then he sat down, but she abode standing, and I said to her, O my lady, why dost thou not sit? Said she, O Ibn Mansur, save on a condition that is between us, I will not sit. I asked, And what is that? And she answered, None may know lovers' secrets; and putting her mouth to Jubayr's ear, whispered to him; whereupon he replied, I hear and I obey. Then he rose and said somewhat in a whisper to one of his slaves, who went out and returned in a little while with a Kazi and two witnesses. Thereupon Jubayr stood up and taking a bag containing 100,000 dinars, said, O Kazi, marry me to this young lady and write this sum to her marriage settlement. Quoth the Kazi to her, Say thou, I consent to this. I consent to this, quoth she; whereupon he drew up the contract of marriage and she opened the bag, and taking out a handful of gold, gave it to the Kazi and the witnesses and handed the rest to Jubayr. Thereupon the Kazi and the witnesses withdrew, and I sat with them in mirth and merriment till the most part of the night was past, when I said in my mind, These are lovers, and they have been this long while separated. I will now arise and go sleep in some place afar from them, and leave them to their privacy, one with other. So I rose, but she caught hold of my skirts, saying, What thinkest thou to do? Nothing but so and so, answered I, upon which she rejoined, Sit thee down, and when we would be rid of thee, we will send thee away. So I sat down with them till near daybreak, when she said to me, O Ibn Mansur, go to yonder chamber, for we have furnished it for thee, and it is thy sleeping place. Thereupon I arose and went thither and slept till morning, when a page brought me basin and ewer, and I made the ablution and prayed the dawn prayer. Then I sat down, and presently, behold, Jubayr and his beloved came out of the bath in the house, and I saw them both wringing their locks. So I wished them good morning and gave them joy of their safety and reunion, saying to Jubayr, That which began with constraint and conditions hath ended in cordial contentment. He answered, Thou sayest well, and indeed thou deservest thy honorarium. And he called his treasurer and said, Bring hither 3,000 dinars. So he brought a purse containing the gold pieces, and Jubayr gave it to me, saying, Favor us by accepting this. But I replied, I will not accept it, till thou tell me the manner of the transfer of love from her to thee, after so huge an aversion. Quoth he, Hearkening and obedience. Know that we have a festival called New Year's Day, when all the people fare forth and take boat and go a pleasuring on the river. So I went out with my comrades and saw a skiff, wherein were 10 damsels like moons, and amongst them the Lady Budur lute in hand. She preluded in 11 modes, then returning to the first, sang these 2 couplets. Fire is cooler than fires in my breast, rock is softer than the heart of my lord. Marvel I that he's formed to hold in water soft frame heart rock hard. Said I to her, Repeat the couplets in the air, but she would not. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 30. Recording by Griffin. Section 31 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Griffin. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 31, 334th Night to 336th Night. When it was the 334th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Jubayr continued. So I cried to her, Repeat the couplets in the air. But she would not, whereupon I bade the boatmen pelt her with oranges, and they pelted her till we feared her boat would founder. Then she went her way, and this is how the love was transferred from her heart to mine. So I wished them joy of their union, and, taking the purse with its contents, I returned to Baghdad. Now when the Caliph heard Ibn Mansur's story, his heart was lightened, and the restlessness and oppression from which he suffered forsook him. And they also tell the tale of the man of Al Yaman and his 6 slave girls. The Caliph Al Maamun was sitting one day in his palace, surrounded by his lords of the realm and officers of state, and there were present also before him all his poets and cup companions, amongst the rest one named Mohammed of Bassorah. Presently the Caliph turned and said to him, O Mohammed, I wish thee forthwith to tell me something that I have never before heard. He replied, O Commander of the Faithful, Dost thou wish me to tell thee a thing I have heard with my ears, or a thing I have seen with my eyes?" Quoth Al Maamun, "Tell me whichever is the rarer." So Mohammed al Basri began, "Know then, O Commander of the Faithful, that there lived once upon a time a wealthy man, who was a native of Al Yaman. But he emigrated from his native land and came to this city of Baghdad, whose sojourn so pleased him that he transported hither his family and possessions. Now he had 6 slave girls, like moons one and all, the first white, the second brown, the third fat, the fourth lean, the fifth yellow, and the 6th lamp black, and all 6 were comely of countenance and perfect in accomplishments, and skilled in the arts of singing and playing upon musical instruments. Now it so chanced that one day he sent for the girls and called for meat and wine, and they ate and drank and were mirthful and made merry. Then he filled the cup and, taking it in his hand, said to the blonde girl, "O new moon face, let us hear somewhat of thy pleasant songs." So she took the lute and, tuning it, made music thereon, with such sweet melody that the place danced with glee; after which she played a lively measure and sang these couplets: "I have a friend whose form is fixed within mine eyes, whose name deep buried in my very vitals lies. Whenas remembers him my mind all heart am I, and when on him my gaze is turned I am all eyes. My censor saith, 'Forswear, forget the love of him.' Whatso is not to be, how shall's be? My reply is. Quoth I, 'O censor mine, go forth from me, avaunt, and make not light of that on human heavy lies.'" Hereat their master rejoiced and, drinking off his cup, gave the damsels to drink; after which he said to the berry brown girl, "O brazier light and joy of the sprite, let us hear thy lovely voice, whereby all that hearken are ravished with delight." So she took the lute and thereon made harmony till the place was moved to glee. Then, captivating all hearts with her graceful swaying, she sang these couplets, "I swear by that fair face's life I'll love but thee, till death us part, nor other love but thine I'll see. O full moon, with thy loveliness mental adore, the loveliest of our earth beneath thy banner be. Thou, who surpassest all the fair in pleasantness, may Allah, Lord of worlds, be everywhere with thee." The master rejoiced and drank off his cup and gave the girls to drink, after which he filled again and, taking the goblet in his hand, signed to the fat girl and bade her sing and play a different motif. So she took the lute and, striking a grief-dispelling measure, sang these couplets, "An thou but deign consent, O wish to heartified, I care not wrath and rage to all mankind betide. And if thou show that fairest face which gives me life, I reck not an diminished heads the kings go hide. I seek thy favours only from this versal world, O thou in whom all beauty, cloth firm fixed abide." The man rejoiced and, emptying his cup, gave the girls to drink. Then he signed to the thin girl and said to her, "O Houri of Paradise, feed thou our ears with sweet words and sounds." So she took the lute and, tuning it, preluded and sang these 2 couplets, "Say me, on Allah's path hast death not dealt to me, turning from me, while I to thee turn patiently? Say me, is there no judge of love to judge us twain, and do me justice wronged, mine enemy, by thee?" Their lord rejoiced and, emptying the cup, gave the girls to drink. Then, filling another, he signed to the yellow girl and said to her, "O sun of the day, let us hear some nice verses." So she took the lute and, preluding after the goodliest fashion, sang these couplets, "I have a lover, and when drawing him, he draws on me a sword blade glancing grim. Allah avenge some little of his wrongs, who holds my heart, yet wrecks o'erbearing whim. Oft though I say, 'Renounce him, heart,' yet heart will to none other turn excepting him. He is my wish and will of all men, but Fate's envious hand to me's aye grudging him." The master rejoiced and drank and gave the girls to drink. Then he filled the cup and taking it in hand signed to the black girl, saying, "O pupil of the eye, let us have a taste of thy quality, though it be but 2 words." So she took the lute and tuning it and tightening the strings, preluded in various modes, then returned to the first and sang to a lively air these couplets: "Ho ye mine eyes, let prodigal tears go free, this ecstasy would see my being unbe. All ecstasies I dree for sake of friend, I fondle, maugre envier's jealousy. Censors forbid me from his rosy cheek, yet e'er inclines my heart to rosery. Cups of pure wine time was, went circuiting in joy, what time the lute sang melody, while kept his troth the friend who madded me, yet made me rising star of bliss to see. But, with time, turned he not by sin of mine, then such a turn can aught more bitter be? Upon his cheek there grows and glows a rose, nay 2, whereof grant Allah one to me. An were prostration by our law allowed to aught but Allah, at his feet I had bowed." Thereupon rose the 6 girls and, kissing the ground before their lord, said to him, "Do thou justice between us, O our lord." So he looked at their beauty and loveliness and the contrast of their colours and praised Almighty Allah and glorified Him. Then said he, "There is none of you but hath learnt the Koran by heart and mastered the musical art and is versed in the chronicles of yore and the doings of peoples which have gone before. So it is my desire that each one of you rise and, pointing finger at her opposite, praise herself and dispraise her co-concubine. That is to say, let the blonde point to the brunette, the plump to the slenderer, and the yellow to the black girl. After which the rivals, each in her turn, shall do the like with the former, and be this illustrated with citations from Holy Writ, and somewhat of anecdotes, and verse, so as to show forth your fine breeding and elegance of your pleading." And they answered him, "We hear and we obey." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 335th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the handmaids answered the man of Al Yaman, "We hear and we obey." Accordingly, the blonde rose first and, pointing at the black girl, said to her, "Out on thee, blackamoor! It is told by tradition that whiteness saith, 'I am the shining light, I am the rising moon of the 14th night. My hue is patent and my brow is resplendent, and of my beauty quoth the poet, "White girl with softly rounded polished cheeks, as if a pearl concealed by beauty's boon, her stature Alif like, her smile like Mim, and o'er her eyes 2 brows that bend like Nun. 'Tis as her glance were arrow, and her brows bows ever bent to shoot death dart eftsoon. If cheek and shape thou view, there shalt thou find rose, myrtle, basil, and narcissus wone. Men wont in gardens plant and set the branch. How many garths thy stature branch cloth own? So my colour is like the hale and healthy day, and the newly culled orange spray, and the star of sparkling ray. And indeed, quoth Almighty Allah in His precious book to His Prophet Moses, on whom be praise, "Put thy hand into thy bosom, it shall come forth white without hurt." And again He saith, "But they whose faces shall become white shall be in the mercy of Allah, therein shall they remain for ever. My colour is a sign, a miracle, and my loveliness supreme, and my beauty a term extreme. It is on the like of me that raiment showeth fair and fine, and to the like of me that hearts incline. Moreover, in whiteness are many excellences. For instance, the snow falleth white from heaven, and it is traditional that the beautifulest of all colors is white. The Moslems also glory in white turbans. But I should be tedious were I to tell all that may be told in praise of white. Little and enough is better than too much of unfilling stuff. So now I will begin with thy dispraise, O black, O color of ink and blacksmith's dust, thou whose face is like the raven which bringeth about the parting of lovers. Verily, the poet saith in praise of white and blame of black, seest not that pearls are prized for milky hue, but with the dirham buy we coals in load? And while white faces enter paradise, black faces crowd Gehenna's black abode. And indeed it is told in certain histories, related on the authority of devout men, that Noah, on whom be peace, was sleeping one day, with his sons Cham and Shem seated at his head, when a wind sprang up and, lifting his clothes, uncovered his nakedness, whereat Cham looked and laughed and did not cover him, but Shem arose and covered him. Presently their sire awoke and, learning what had been done by his sons, blessed Shem and cursed Cham. So Shem's face was whitened, and from him sprang the prophets and the orthodox caliphs and kings, whilst Cham's face was blackened, and he fled forth to the land of Abyssinia, and of his lineage came the blacks. All people are of one mind in affirming the lack of understanding of the blacks, even as saith the adage, how shall one find a black with a mind? Quoth her master, sit thee down, thou hast given us sufficient, and even excess. Thereupon he signed to the negress, who rose and, pointing her finger at the blonde, said, dost thou not know that in the Koran sent down to his Prophet and Apostle is transmitted the saying of God the Most High, by the night when it covereth all things with darkness, by the day when it shineth forth. If the night were not the more illustrious, verily Allah had not sworn by it, nor had given it precedence of the day. And indeed all men of wit and wisdom accept this. Knowest thou not that black is the ornament of youth, and that, when hoariness descendeth upon the head, delights pass away, and the hour of death draweth in sight? Were not black the most illustrious of things, Allah had not set it in the core of the heart and the pupil of the eye. And how excellent is the saying of the poet, I love not black girls but because they show youth's colour, tinct of eye and heart core's hue. Nor are in error who unlove the white, and hoary hairs and winding sheet eschew. And that said of another, black girls, not white, are they, all worthy love I see. Black girls wear dark brown lips, white's blotch of leprosy. And of a third, black girls in acts are white, and 'tis as though like eyes with purest shine and sheen they show. If I go daft for her, be not amazed. Black bile drives melancholic mad, we know. 'Tis as my colour were the noon of night, for all no moon it be, its splendours glow. Moreover, is the foregathering of lovers good but in the night? Let this quality and profit suffice thee. What protecteth lovers from spies and censors, like the blackness of night's darkness? And what causeth them to fear discovery, like the whiteness of the dawn's brightness? So, how many claims to honour are there not in blackness, and how excellent is the saying of the poet, I visit them, and night black lendeth aid to me, seconding love, but dawn white is mine enemy. And that of another, how many a night I've passed with the beloved of me, while gloom with dusky tresses veiled our desires. But when the mornlight showed, it caused me sad affright, and I to morning said, Who worship light are liars. And saith a third, He came to see me, hiding 'neath the skirt of night, hasting his steps as when did he in cautious plight. I rose and spread my cheek upon his path like rug, abject, and trailed my skirt to hide it from his sight. But rose the crescent moon and strave its best to show the world our loves like nail slice raying radiant light. Then what befell, befell, I need not aught describe, but think thy best, and ask me not of wrong or right. Meet not thy lovers save at night, for fear of slander. The sun's a tittle tattler, and the moon's a pander. And a fifth. I love not white girls blown with fat, who puff and pant. The maid for me is young brunette, embonpoint scant. I'd rather ride a colt that's darn upon the day of race, and set my friends upon the elephant. And a sixth. My lover came to me one night, and clips we both with fond embrace, and lay together till we saw the morning come with swiftest pace. Now I pray Allah and my Lord to reunite us of His grace, and make night last me long as he lies in the arms that tightly lace. Were I to set forth all the praises of blackness, my tale would be tedious. But little and enough is better than too much of unfulfilling stuff. As for thee, O blonde, thy colour is that of leprosy, and thine embrace is suffocation. And it is of report that hoar frost and icy cold are in Gehenna for the torment of the wicked. Again, of things black and excellent is ink, wherewith is written Allah's word. And were it not for black ambergris and black musk, there would be no perfumes to carry to kings. How many glories I may not mention dwell in blackness, and how well saith the poet, seest not that musk, the nut brown musk, e'er claims the highest price, whilst for a load of whitest lime none more than dirham bids. And while white speck upon the eye deforms the loveliest youth, black eyes discharge the sharpest shaft in lashes from their lids. Quoth her master, sit thee down, this much sufficeth. So she sat down and he signed to the fat girl, who rose, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 336th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the man of Al Yaman, the master of the handmaids, signed to the fat girl, who rose and, pointing her finger at the slim girl, bared her calves and wrists and uncovered her stomach, showing its dimples and the plump rondure of her navel. Then she donned a shift of fine stuff that exposed her whole body, and said, Praised be Allah who created me, for that He beautified my face and made me fat and fair of the fattest and fairest, and likened me to branches laden with fruit, and bestowed upon me abounding beauty and brightness. And praised be He no less, for that He hath given me the precedence and honoured me when He mentioneth me in His holy book. Quoth the Most High, and He brought a fatted calf, and He hath made me like unto a verdure full of peaches and pomegranates. In very sooth, even as the townsfolk long for fat birds, and eat of them and love not lean birds, so do the sons of Adam desire fat meat, and eat of it. How many vauntful attributes are there not in fatness, and how well saith the poet, Farewell thy love, for see, the Kafilah's on the move. O man, canst bear to say adieu and leave thy love? 'Tis as her going were to seek her neighbour's tent, the gait of fat fair maid, whom hearts shall all approve. Sawest thou ever one stand before a flesher's stall, but sought of him fat flesh? The wise say, Joyance is in three things, eating meat, and riding meat, and putting meat into meat. As for thee, O thin one, thy calves are like the shanks of sparrows, or the pokers of furnaces, and thou art a cruciform plank of a piece of flesh, poor and rank. There is naught in thee to gladden the heart, even as saith the poet, with Allah take I refuge from whatever driveth me to bed with one like foot rasp, or the roughest ropery. In every limb she hath a horn that butteth me whene'er I fain would rest. So morn and eve I wend me wearily. Quoth her master, Sit thee down, this much sufficeth. So she sat down and he signed to the slender girl, who rose as she were a willow wand, or a rattan frond, or a stalk of sweet basil, and said, Praised be Allah who created me and beautified me and made my embraces the end of all desire and likened me to the branch whereto all hearts incline. If I rise lightly; if I sit prettily. I am nimble-witted at a jest and merrier-souled than mirth itself. Never heard I one describe his mistress, saying, My beloved is the bigness of an elephant, or like a mountain long and broad; but rather, My lady hath a slender waist and a slim shape. Furthermore, a little food filleth me, and a little water quencheth my thirst. My sport is agile, and my habit active, for I am sprightlier than the sparrow, and lighter skipping than the starling. My favours are the longing of the lover and the delight of the desirer, for I am goodly of shape, sweet of smile and graceful as the bending willow wand or the rattan cane or the stalk of the basil plant, nor is there any can compare with me in loveliness. Even as saith one of me, Thy shape with willow branch I dare compare, and hold thy figure as my fortunes fair. I wake each morn distraught and follow thee, and from the rival's eye in fear I fare. It is for the like of me that amourists run mad, and that those who desire me wax distracted. If my lover would draw me to him, I am drawn to him; and if he would have me incline to him, I incline to him, and not against him. But now as for thee, O fat of body, thine eating is the feeding of an elephant, and neither much nor little filleth thee. When thou liest with a man who is lean, he hath no ease of thee, nor can he anyways take his pleasure of thee, for the bigness of thy belly holdeth him off from going in unto thee, and the fatness of thy thighs hindereth him from coming at thy slit. What goodness is there in thy grossness, and what courtesy or pleasantness in thy coarseness? Fat flesh is fit for naught but the flasher, nor is there one point therein that pleadeth for praise. If one joke with thee, thou art angry; if one sport with thee, thou art sulky; if thou sleep, thou snorest; if thou walk, thou lollest out thy tongue; if thou eat, thou art never filled. Thou art heavier than mountains, and fouler than corruption and crime. Thou hast in thee nor agility, nor benedicite, nor thinkest thou of aught save meat and sleep. When thou pissest, thou swishest; and if thou turd, thou gruntest like a bursten wine–skin, or an elephant transmogrified. If thou go to the water–closet, thou needest one to wash thy gap and pluck out the hairs which overgrow it. And this is the extreme of sluggishness and the sign outward and visible of stupidity. In short, there is no good thing about thee, and indeed the poet title of thee, heavy and swollen like a urine bladder blown, with hips and thighs like mountain propping piles of stone. Whenas she walks in western hemisphere, her tread makes the far eastern world with weight to moan and groan. Quoth her master, Sit thee down, this sufficeth. So she sat down and he signed to the yellow girl, who rose to her feet and praised Allah Almighty and magnified His name, calling down peace and blessing on Mohammed, the best of His creatures, after which she pointed her finger at the brunette and said to her, And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Section 31. Recording by Griffin.
Section 32 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton, Section 32. 337th Night to 339th Night. When it was the 337th Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the yellow girl stood up and praised Almighty Allah and magnified His name, after which she pointed her finger at the brown girl and said to her, I am the one praised in the Koran, and the Compassionate hath described my complexion and its excellence over all other hues in His manifest book, where Allah saith, A yellow, pure yellow, whose colour gladdeneth the beholders. Wherefore my colour is a sign and portent, and my grace is supreme, and my beauty a term extreme. For that my tint is the tint of a ducat, and the colour of the planets and moons, and the hue of ripe apples. My fashions is the fashion of the fair, and the dye of saffron outvieth all other dyes, so my semblance is wondrous, and my colour marvellous. I am soft of body, and of high price, comprising all qualities of beauty. My colour is essentially precious as virgin gold, and how many boasts and glories cloth it not unfold. Of the like of me quoth the poet, Her golden yellow is the sheeny sun's, and like gold sequins she delights the sight. Saffron small portion of her glance can show, nay, she outvies the moon when brightest bright. And I shall at once begin in thy dispraise, O berry brown girl. Thy tincture is that of the buffalo, and all souls shudder at thy sight. If thy colour be in any created thing, it is blamed; if it be in food, it is poisoned. For thy hue is the hue of the dung fly. It is a mark of ugliness even in dogs, and among the colours it is one which strikes with amazement and is of the signs of mourning. Never heard I of brown gold or brown pearls or brown gems. If thou enter the privy, thy colour changeth, and when thou comest out, thou addest ugliness to ugliness. Thou art a nondescript, neither black, that thou mayst be recognized, nor white, that thou mayst be described, and in thee there is no good quality, even as says the poet. The hue of dusty motes is hers, that dull brown hue of hers is mouldy like the dust and mud by Cossid's foot upthrown. I never look upon her brow e'en for eye twinkling's space, but in brown study fall I, and my thoughts take browner tone. Quoth her master, Sit thee down, this much sufficeth. So she sat down, and he signed to the brunette. Now she was a model of beauty and loveliness and symmetry and perfect grace, soft of skin, slim of shape, of stature rare, and coal black hair, with cheeks rosy pink, eyes black rimmed by nature's hand, face fair and eloquent tongue, moreover slender waisted and heavy hipped. So she rose and said, Praise be to Allah, who hath created me neither leper white, nor bile yellow, nor charcoal black, but hath made my colour to be beloved of men of wit and wisdom. For all the poets extol berry brown maids in every tongue, and exalt their colour over all other colours. To brown of hue, they say, praise is due, and Allah bless him who singeth, and in brunettes is mystery couldst thou but read it right. Thy sight would never dwell on others, be they red or white. Free-flowing conversation, amorous coquettishness, would teach Harut himself a mightier spell of magic might. And said another, Give me brunettes so limber, lissom, lithe of sway, brunettes tall, slender, straight, like Samhar's nut-brown lance, languid of eyelids and with silky down on either cheek, who fixed in lover's heart work to his life mischance. And yet another, now by my life, brown hue hath point of comeliness, leaves whiteness nowhere and high o'er the moon takes place, but an of whiteness ought it borrowed self to deck, 'twould change its graces and would pale for its disgrace. Not with his must I'm drunken, but his locks of musk are wine inebriating all of human race. His charms are jealous each of each, and all desire to be the down that creepeth up his lovely face. And again another, why not incline me to that show of silky down on cheeks of dark brunette like bamboo spiring brown? Whenas high rank in beauty poets sing, they say, brown ant like specklet worn by nenuphar in crown. And see I sundry lovers tear out others' eyne for the brown mole beneath that jetty pupil shown. Then why do censors blame me for one all a mole? Allah, I pray, demolish each molesting clown. My form is all grace, and my shape is built on heavy base. Kings desire my colour, which all adore, rich and poor. I am pleasant, active, handsome, elegant, soft of skin, and prized for price. Eke I am perfect in seemly bead, and breeding and eloquence. My aspect is comely, and my tongue witty. My temper is bright, and my play a pretty sight. As for thee, thou art like unto a mallow growing about the loop gate, in hue sallow and streaked yellow, and made all of sulphur. Aroint thee, O copper worth of jaundiced sorrow, O rust of brass pot, O face of owl in gloom, and fruit of the hell tree Zakkum, whose bedfellow for heartbreak is buried in the tomb. And there is no good thing in thee, even as saith the poet of the like of thee. Yellowness, tincturing her though nowise sick or sorrow, straightens my hapless heart and makes my head sore ache. And thou repent not, soul, I'll punish thee with kissing her lower face that shall mine every grinder break. And when she ended her lines, quoth her master, sit thee down, this much sufficeth.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 338th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the yellow girl ended her recitation, quoth her master, sit thee down, this much sufficeth. Then he made peace between them and clad them all in sumptuous robes of honour and handselled them with precious jewels of land and sea. And never have I seen, O Commander of the Faithful, any when or anywhere aught fairer than these 6 damsels fair. Now when Al Ma'umun heard this story from Mohammed of Bassorah, he turned to him and said, O Mohammed, knowest thou the abiding place of these damsels and their master, and canst thou contrive to buy them of him for us? He answered, O Commander of the Faithful, indeed I have heard that their lord is wrapped up in them and cannot bear to be parted from them. Rejoined the Caliph, take thee 10,000 gold pieces for each girl, that is 60,000 for the whole purchase, and carry the coin to his house and buy them of him. So Mohammed of Bassorah took the money and betaking himself to the man of Al Yaman, acquainted him with the wish of the Prince of True Believers. He consented to part with them at that price to pleasure the Caliph, and dispatched them to Al Ma'amun, who assigned them an elegant abode and therein used to sit with them as cup companions, marvelling at their beauty and loveliness, at their varied colours and the excellence of their conversation. Thus matters stood for many a day, but after a while, when their former owner could no longer bear to be parted from them, he sent a letter to the Commander of the Faithful, complaining to him of his own ardent love-longing for them, and containing, amongst other contents, these couplets: Captured me six, all bright with youthful blee, then on all six be best salams from me. They are my hearing, seeing, very life, my meat, my drink, my joy, my jollity. I'll never forget the favours erst so charmed, whose loss hath turned my sleep to insomny. Alack, O longsome pining and O tears, would I had farewelled all humanity. Those eyes with bowed and well arched eyebrows dight, like bows have struck me with their archery. Now when the letter came to the hands of Al Maamun, he robed the six damsels in rich raiment and, giving them 70,000 dinars, sent them back to their lord, who joyed in them with exceeding joy, more especially for the monies they brought him, and abode with them in all the comfort and pleasance of life, till there came to them the Destroyer of delight and the Severer of societies. And men also recount the tale of Harun al Rashid and the damsel and Abunavas. The Caliph, Commander of the Faithful, Harun al Rashid, being one night exceedingly restless and thoughtful with sad thought, rose from his couch and walked about the byways of his palace, till he came to a chamber, over whose doorway hung a curtain. He raised that curtain and saw at the upper end of the room a bedstead, whereon lay something black, as it were a man asleep, with a wax taper on his right hand and another on his left. And as the Caliph stood wondering at the sight, behold, he remarked a flagon full of old wine, whose mouth was covered by the cup. The Caliph wondered even more at this, saying, "How came this black by such wine service?" Then, drawing near the bedstead, he found that it was a girl lying asleep there, curtained by her hair; so he uncovered her face and saw that it was like the moon, on the night of his fullness. So the Caliph filled himself a cup of wine and drank it to the roses of her cheeks, and feeling inclined to enjoy her, kissed a mole on her face; whereupon she started up from sleep and cried out, "O trusted of Allah, what may this be?" Replied he, "A guest who knocketh at thy door, hoping that thou wilt give him hospitality till the dawn." And she answered, "Even so, I will serve him with my hearing and my sight." So she brought forward the wine and they drank together, after which she took the lute and tuning the strings, preluded in 21 modes; then returning to the first, played a lively measure and sang these couplets, "The tongue of love from heart bespeaks my sprite, telling I love thee with love infinite. I have an eye bears witness to my pain, and fluttering heart sore hurt by parting plight. I cannot hide the love that harms my life, tears ever roll and growth of pine I sight. I knew not what love was ere loving thee, but alas, destiny to all is dight." And when her verses were ended, she said, "O Commander of the Faithful, I have been wronged."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 339th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the damsel cried, "O Commander of the Faithful, I have been wronged." Quoth he, "How so? And who hath wronged thee?" Quoth she, "Thy son bought me a while ago for 10,000 dirhams, meaning to give me to thee; but thy wife, the daughter of thine uncle, sent him the said price and bade him shut me up from thee in this chamber." Whereupon said the Caliph, "Ask a boon of me," and she, "I ask thee to lie with me to morrow night." Replied the Caliph, "Inshallah!" and leaving her, went away. Now as soon as it was morning, he repaired to his sitting room and called for Abunavas, but found him not and sent his chamberlain to ask after him. The chamberlain found him in a tavern, pawned and pledged for a score of 1,000 dirhams, which he had spent on a certain beardless youth, and questioned him of his case. So he told him what had betided him with the comely boy and how he had spent upon him 1,000 silver pieces, whereupon quoth the Chamberlain, "Show him to me, and if he be worth this, thou art excused." He answered, "Patience, and thou shalt see him presently." As they were talking together, up came the lad, clad in a white tunic, under which was another of red, and under this yet another black. Now when Abunavas saw him, he sighed a loud sigh and improvised these couplets, "He showed himself in shirt of white, with eyes and eyelids languor digit. Quoth I, 'Dost pass and greet me not, though were thy greeting a delight? Blessed he who clothed in rose thy cheeks, creates what wills he by his might.' Quoth he, 'Leave prate, for sure, my lord, of work is wondrous infinite. My garments, like my face and luck, all three are white on white on white.'" When the beardless one heard these words, he doffed the white tunic and appeared in the red; and when Abu Nowas saw him, he redoubled in expressions of admiration and repeated these couplets, "He showed in garb anemone red, a foeman friend entituled. Quoth I in marvel, 'Thou'rt full moon, whose weed shame rose, however red. Hath thy cheek stained it red, or hast dyed it in blood by lovers bled?' Quoth he, 'Sol gave me this for shirt, when hasting down the west to bed. So garb and wine and hue of cheek, all three are red on red on red.'" And when the verses came to an end, the beardless one doffed the red tunic and stood in the black; and when Abu Nowas saw him, he redoubled in attention to him and versified in these couplets, "He came in sable hued sack, and shone in dark men's heart to rack. Quoth I, 'Dost pass and greet me not, joying the hateful envious pack? Thy garments like thy locks and like my lot, three blacks on black on black.'" Seeing this state of things and understanding the case of Abu Nowas and his love longing, the Chamberlain returned to the Caliph and acquainted him therewith; so he bade him pouch 1,000 dirhams and go and take him out of pawn. Thereupon the Chamberlain returned to Abu Nowas and paying his score, carried him to the Caliph, who said, "Make me some verses containing the words, 'O trusted of Allah, what may this be?'" Answered he, "I hear and I obey, O Commander of the Faithful."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Section 33. Of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton, Section 33. 340th Night to 342nd Night. When it was the 340th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abu Nowas answered, I hear and I obey, O Commander of the Faithful, and forthwith he improvised these couplets. Long was my night for sleepless misery, weary of body and of thought never free. I rose and in my palace walked awhile, then wandered through the halls of Haramry, till chanced I on a blackness which I found a white girl hid in hair for napery. Here to her for a moon of brightest sheen, like willow wand and veiled in pudency. I quaffed a cup to her, then drew I near, and kissed the beauty spot on cheek had she. She woke a start, and in her sleep's amaze swayed as the swaying branch in rain we see. Then rose and said to me, O trusted one of Allah, O Amin, what may this be? Quoth I, a guest that cometh to thy tents and craves till morn thy hospitality. She answered, gladly I my lord will grace and honour such a guest with ear and eye. Cried the Caliph, Allah strike thee dead! It is as if thou hadst been present with us. Then he took him by the hand and carried him to the damsel, and when Abunavas saw her clad in a dress and veil of blue, he expressed abundant admiration and improvised these couplets. Say to the pretty one in veil of blue, by Allah, O my life, have ruth on dole! For when the fair entreats her lover foul, sighs rend his bosom and bespeak his soul. By charms of thee and whitest cheek I swear thee, pity a heart for love lost all control. Bend to him, be his stay 'gainst stress of love, nor aught accept what saith the ribald fool. Now when he ended his verse, the damsel set wine before the Caliph and taking the lute played a lively measure and sang these couplets. Wilt thou be just to others in thy love and do unright and put me off and take new friend in lieu? Had lovers Kazi unto whom I might complain of thee, he'd peradventure grant the due I sue. If thou forbid me pass your door, yet I afar will stand and viewing you, waft my salams to you. The Caliph bade her ply Abunavas with wine till he lost his right senses. Thereupon he gave him a full cup, and he drank a draught of it and held the cup in his hand till he slept. Then the Commander of the Faithful bade the girl take the cup from his grasp and hide it. So she took it and set it between her thighs. Moreover, he drew his scimitar and standing at the head of Abunavas, pricked him with the point, whereupon he awoke and saw the drawn sword and the Caliph standing over him. At this sight, the fumes of the wine fled from his head, and the Caliph said to him, Make me some verses and tell me therein what is become of thy cup, or I will cut off thy head. So he improvised these couplets. My tale indeed is tale unlief. 'Twas yonder fawn who played the thief. She stole my cup of wine before the sips and sups had dealt relief, and hid it in a certain place, my heart's desire and longing grief. I name it not for dread of him who hath of it command in chief. Quoth the Caliph, Allah strike thee dead! How knewest thou that? But we accept what thou sayst. Then he ordered him a dress of honour and 1,000 dinars, and he went away rejoicing. And among tales they tell is one of the man who stole the dish of gold wherein the dog ate. Sometimes erst there was a man who had accumulated debts, and his case was straitened upon him, so that he left his people and family and went forth in distraction. And he ceased not wandering on at random, till he came after a time to a city tall of walls and firm of foundations. He entered it in a state of despondency and despair, harried by hunger and worn with the weariness of his way. As he passed through one of the main streets, he saw a company of the great going along, so he followed them till they reached a house like to a royal palace. He entered with them, and they stayed not faring forwards till they came in presence of a person seated at the upper end of a saloon, a man of the most dignified and majestic aspect, surrounded by pages and eunuchs, as he were of the sons of the Wazirs. When he saw the visitors, he rose to greet them and received them with honour, but the poor man aforesaid was confounded at his own boldness when beholding—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 341st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the poor man aforesaid was confounded at his own boldness, when beholding the goodliness of the place, and the crowd of servants and attendants, so drawing back in perplexity and fear for his life, sat down apart in a place far off, where none should see him. Now it chanced that whilst he was sitting, behold, in came a man with 4 sporting dogs, whereon were various kinds of raw silk and brocade, and wearing round their necks collars of gold with chains of silver, and tied up each dog in a place set privy for him. After which he went out, and presently returned with 4 dishes of gold, full of rich meats, which he set severally before the dogs, one for each. Then he went away and left them, whilst the poor man began to eye the food for stress of hunger, and longed to go up to one of the dogs and eat with him, but fear of them withheld him. Presently one of the dogs looked at him, and Allah Almighty inspired the dog with the knowledge of his case; so he drew back from the platter and signed to the man, who came and ate till he was filled. Then he would have withdrawn, but the dog again signed to him to take for himself the dish and what food was left in it, and pushed it towards him with his forepaw. So the man took the dish and, leaving the house, went his way, and none followed him. Then he journeyed to another city, where he sold the dish, and buying with the price a stock in trade, returned to his own town. There he sold his goods and paid his debts, and he throve and became affluent and rose to perfect prosperity. He abode in his own land, but after some years had passed, he said to himself, "Needs must I repair to the city of the owner of the dish and carry him a fit and handsome present, and pay him the money value of that which his dog bestowed upon me." So he took the price of the dish and a suitable gift, and setting out, journeyed day and night till he came to that city. He entered it and sought the place where the man lived, but he found there naught save ruins, mouldering in roe and croak of crow, and house and home desolate, and all conditions in changed state. At this his heart and soul were troubled, and he repeated the saying of him who saith, "Void are the private rooms of treasury, as void were hearts of fear and piety. Changed is the Wady, nor are its gazelles, those fawns, nor sandals those I want to see." And of another, "In sleep came Su'adah's shade and wakened me, near dawn when comrades all a-sleeping lay. But waking found I that the shade was fled, and saw air empty and shrine far away." Now when the man saw these mouldering ruins and witnessed what the hand of time had manifestly done with the place, leaving but traces of the substantial things that erewhiles had been, a little reflection made it needless for him to inquire of the case; so he turned away. Presently, seeing a wretched man in a plight which made him shudder and feel goose skin, and which would have moved the very rock to rush, he said to him, "Ho thou! What have time and fortune done with the lord of this place? Where are his lovely faces, his shining full moons and splendid stars? And what is the cause of the ruin that is come upon his abode, so that nothing save the walls thereof remain?" Quoth the other, "He is the miserable thou seest mourning that which hath left him naked. But knowest thou not the words of the Apostle, whom Allah bless and keep, wherein is a lesson to him who will learn by it, and a warning to whoso will be warned thereby and guided in the right way? Verily, it is the way of Allah Almighty to raise up nothing of this world, except He cast it down again. If thou question of the cause of this accident, indeed it is no wonder, considering the chances and changes of fortune. I was the lord of this place, and I built it and founded it and owned it, and I was the proud possessor of its full moons lucent and its circumstance resplendent and its damsels radiant and its garniture magnificent. But time turned and did away from me wealth and servants and took from me what it had lent, not given, and brought upon me calamities which it held in store hidden. But there must needs be some reason for this thy question. So tell it me, and leave wondering." Thereupon the man who had waxed wealthy, being sore concerned, told him the whole story and added, "I have brought thee a present, such as souls desire, and the price of thy dish of gold which I took, for it was the cause of my affluence after poverty, and of the replenishment of my dwelling place after desolation, and of the dispersion of my trouble and straitness." But the man shook his head and, weeping and groaning and complaining of his lot, answered, "Ho thou, methinks thou art mad, for this is not the way of a man of sense. How should a dog of mine make generous gift to thee of a dish of gold, and I meanly take back the price of what a dog gave? This were indeed a strange thing. Were I in extremest unease and misery, by Allah, I would not accept of thee in aught, no, not the worth of a nail paring. So return whence thou camest in health and safety." Whereupon the merchant kissed his feet and, taking leave of him, returned whence he came, praising him and reciting this couplet, "Men and dogs together are all gone by, so peace be with all of them, dogs and men. And Allah is all knowing." Again, men tell the tale of the Sharper of Alexandria and the Chief of Police. There was once in the coast fortress of Alexandria a chief of police, Husam al-Din Hais, the sharp scimitar of the faith. Now one night, as he sat in his seat of office, behold, there came in to him a trooper wight who said, "Know, O my lord the chief, that I entered your city this night and alighted at such a Khan and slept there till a third part of the night was past, when I awoke and found my saddle bags sliced open and a purse of 1,000 gold pieces stolen from them." No sooner had he done speaking than the chief summoned his chief officials and bade them lay hands on all in the Khan and clap them in limbo till the morning. And on the morrow he caused bring the rods and whips used in punishment, and sending for the prisoners, was about to flog them till they confessed in the presence of the owner of the stolen money, when lo! a man broke through the crowd till he came up to the chief of police.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 342nd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the chief was about to flog them, when lo! a man broke through the crowd till he came up to the Chief of Police and the trooper and said, "Ho Emir, let these folk go, for they are wrongously accused. It was I who robbed this trooper, and see, here is the purse I stole from his saddle bags." So saying, he pulled out the purse from his sleeve and laid it before Husam al-Din, who said to the soldier, "Take thy money and pouch it. Thou now hast no ground of complaint against the people of the Khan." Thereupon these folk and all who were present fell to praising the thief and blessing him. But he said, "Ho Emir, the skill is not in that I came to thee in person and brought thee the purse. The cleverness was in taking it a second time from this trooper." Asked the chief, "And how didst thou do take it, O Sharper?" And the robber replied, "O Emir, I was standing in the Shroff's Bazar at Cairo, when I saw this soldier receive the gold in change and put it in yonder purse. So I followed him from by street to by street, but found no occasion of stealing it. Then he travelled from Cairo, and I followed him from town to town, plotting and planning by the way to rob him, but without avail, till he entered this city, and I dogged him to the Khan. I took up my lodging beside him and watched him till he fell asleep, and I heard him sleeping, when I went up to him softly, softly, and I slit open his saddle bags with this knife and took the purse in the way I am now taking it. So saying, he put out his hand and took the purse from before the chief of police and the trooper, both of whom, together with the folk, drew back, watching him and thinking he would show them how he took the purse from the saddle-bags. But behold, he suddenly broke into a run and threw himself into a pool of standing water hard by. So the chief of police shouted to his officers, "Stop, thief!" and many made after him. But before they could doff their clothes and descend the steps, he had made off, and they sought for him, but found him not, for that the by-streets and lanes of Alexandria all communicate. So they came back without bringing the purse, and the chief of police said to the trooper, "Thou hast no demand upon the folk, for thou fondest him who robbed thee and receivedst back thy money, but didst not keep it." So the trooper went away, having lost his money, whilst the folk were delivered from his hands and those of the chief of police. And all this was of the favour of Almighty Allah. And they also tell the tale of Al-Malik al-Nasir and the three chiefs of police. Once upon a time Al-Malik al-Nasir sent for the Walis, or chiefs of police of Cairo, Bulak and Fostat, and said to them, "I desire each of you to recount me the marvellousest thing that hath befallen him during his term of office."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 33. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 34 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 34. 343rd Night to 346th Night. When it was the 343rd Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth Al-Malik al-Nasir to the three Walis, I desire each of you to recount me the marvellousest thing that hath befallen him during his term of office." So they answered, "We hear and we obey." Then said the chief of the police of Cairo, "Know thou, O our lord the Sultan, the most wonderful thing that befell me during my term of office was on this wise." And he began the story of the chief of police of Cairo. There were in this city two men of good repute, fit to bear witness in matters of murder and wounds. But they were both secretly addicted to intrigues with low women and to wine-bibbing and to dissolute doings, nor could I succeed, do what I would, in bringing them to book. And I began to despair of success. So I charged the taverners and confectioners and fruiterers and candle chandlers and the keepers of brothels and bawdy houses to acquaint me of these two good men whenever they should anywhere be engaged in drinking or other debauchery, or together or apart; and ordered that if they both, or if either of them, bought at their shops aught for the purpose of wassail and carousel, the vendors should not conceal it from me. And they replied, "We hear and obey." Presently it chanced that one night a man came to me and said, "O my master, know that the two just men, the two witnesses, are in such a street, in such a house, engaged in abominable wickedness." So I disguised myself, I and my body servant, and ceased not trudging till I came to the house and knocked at the door, whereupon a slave girl came out and opened to me, saying, "Who art thou?" I entered without answering her and saw the two legal witnesses and the house master sitting and lewd women by their side, and before them great plenty of wine. When they saw me, they rose to receive me and made much of me, seating me in the place of honour and saying to me, "Welcome for an illustrious guest, and welcome for a pleasant cup companion." And on this wise they met me without showing a sign of alarm or trouble. Presently the master of the house arose from amongst us and went out and returned after a while with 300 dinars, when the men said to me, without the least fear, "Know, O our lord the Wali, it is in thy power to do even more than disgrace and punish us; but this will bring thee in return nothing but weariness. So we reck thou wouldst do better to take this much money and protect us. For Almighty Allah is named the Protector and loveth those of His servants who protect their Moslem neighbours. And thou shalt have thy reward in this world and due recompense in the world to come." So I said to myself, "I will take the money and protect them this once; but, if ever again I have them in my power, I will take my wreak of them, for, you see, the money had tempted me." Thereupon I took it and went away, thinking that no one would know it. But next day on a sudden one of the Kazi's messengers came to me and said to me, "O Wali, be good enough to answer the summons of the Kazi who wanteth thee." So I arose and accompanied him, knowing not the meaning of all this. And when I came into the judge's presence, I saw the two witnesses and the master of the house, who had given me the money, sitting by his side. Thereupon this man rose and sued me for 300 dinars, nor was it in my power to deny the debt, for he produced a written obligation, and his two companions, the legal witnesses, testified against me that I owed the amount. Their evidence satisfied the Kazi and he ordered me to pay the sum; nor did I leave the court till they had of me the 300 gold pieces. So I went away in the utmost wrath and shame, vowing mischief and vengeance against them and repenting that I had not punished them. Such then is the most remarkable event which befell me during my term of office. Thereupon rose the chief of the Bulak police and said, "As for me, O our lord the Sultan, the most marvelous thing that happened to me since I became Wali was as follows," and he began the story of the chief of the Bulak police. "I was once in debt to the full amount of 300,000 gold pieces, and being distressed thereby, I sold all that was behind me and what was before me, and all I hent in hand; but I could collect no more than 100,000 dinars."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 344th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wali of Bulak continued, So I sold all that was behind and before me, but could collect no more than 100,000 dinars, and remained in great perplexity. Now one night, as I sat at home in this state, behold, there came a knocking. So I said to one of my servants, "See who is at the door." He went out and returned, one of face, changed in countenance and with his side muscles a quivering. So I asked him, "What aileth thee?" And he answered, "There is a man at the door. He is half naked, clad in skins, with sword in hand and knife in girdle, and with him are a company of the same fashion, and he asketh for thee." So I took my sword and going out to see who these were, behold, I found them as the boy had reported and said to them, "What is your business?" They replied, "Of a truth we be thieves and have done fine work this night; so we appointed the swag to thy use, that thou mayst pay therewith the debts which sadden thee and deliver thee from thy distress." Quoth I, "Where is the plunder?" And they brought me a great chest full of vessels of gold and silver, which when I saw, I rejoiced and said to myself, "Herewith I will settle all claims upon me and there will remain as much again." So I took the money and going inside said in my mind, "It were ignoble to let them fare away empty handed." Whereupon I brought out the 100,000 dinars I had by me and gave it to them, thanking them for their kindness; And they pouched the monies and went their way under cover of the night, so that none might know of them. But when morning dawned, I examined the contents of the chest and found them copper and tin washed, with gold worth 500 dirhams at the most. And this was grievous to me, for I had lost what monies I had, and trouble was added to my trouble. Such, then, is the most remarkable event which befell me during my term of office. Then rose the chief of the police of Old Cairo and said, O our lord the Sultan, the most marvellous thing that happened to me since I became Wali was on this wise. And he began the story the chief of the Old Cairo police. I once hanged 10 thieves, each on his own gibbet, and especially charged the guards to watch them and hinder the folk from taking any one of them down. Next morning, when I came to look at them, I found 2 bodies hanging from one gallows, and said to the guards, Who did this, and where is the 10th gibbet? But they denied all knowledge of it, and I was about to beat them till they owned the truth, when they said, Know, O Emir, that we fell asleep last night, and when we awoke we found that some one had stolen one of the bodies, gibbet and all. So we were alarmed and feared thy wrath. But behold, up came a peasant fellow driving his ass, whereupon we laid hands on him and killed him and hanged his body upon this gallows, in the stead of the thief who had been stolen. Now when I heard this, I marvelled and asked them, What had he with him? And they answered, He had a pair of saddle bags on the ass. Quoth I, What was in them? Quoth they, We know not. So I said, Bring them hither. And when they brought them to me, I bade open them. Behold, therein was the body of a murdered man, cut in pieces. Now as soon as I saw this, I marvelled at the case and said in myself, Glory to God! The cause of the hanging of this peasant was none other but his crime against this murdered man. And thy Lord is not unjust towards his servants. And men also tell the tale of the thief and the shroff. A certain shroff, bearing a bag of gold pieces, once passed by a company of thieves, and one of these sharpers said to the others, I, and I only, have the power to steal yonder purse. So they asked, How wilt thou do it? And he answered, Look ye all, and followed the money changer till he entered his house, when he threw the bag on a shelf, and being affected with diabetes, went into the chapel of ease to do his wont, calling to the slave girl, Bring me an ewer of water. She took the ewer and followed him to the privy, leaving the door open, whereupon the thief entered and seizing the money bag, made off with it to his companions, to whom he told what had passed.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 345th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the thief took the money bag and made off with it to his companions, to whom he told what had passed. Said they, By Allah, thou hast played a clever trick! 'Tis not every one could do it. But presently the money changer will come out of the privy and missing the bag of money, he will beat the slave girl and torture her with grievous torture. 'Tis as though thou hast at present done nothing worthy of praise. So if thou be indeed a sharper, return and save the girl from being beaten and questioned. Quoth he, Inshallah! I will save both girl and purse. Then the prig went back to the Shroff's house and found him punishing the girl because of the purse. So he knocked at the door and the man said, Who is there? Cried the thief, I am the servant of thy neighbour in the exchange. Whereupon he came out to him and said, What is thy business? The thief replied, My master saluteth thee and saith to thee, Surely thou art deranged and thoroughly so, to cast the like of this bag of money down at the door of thy shop and go away and leave it. Had a stranger hit upon it, he had made off with it and, except my master had seen it and taken care of it, it had assuredly been lost to thee." So saying, he pulled out the purse and showed it to the Shroff, who on seeing it said, "That is my very purse," and put out his hand to take it. But the thief said, "By Allah, I will not give thee this same till thou write me a receipt declaring that thou hast received it, for indeed I fear my master will not believe that thou hast recovered the purse, unless I bring him thy writing to that effect, and sealed with thy signet seal." The money changer went in to write the paper required, and in the meantime the thief made off with the bag of money, and thus was the slave girl saved her beating. And men also tell a tale of the Chief of the Kuz police and the Sharper. It is related that Ala al Din, Chief of Police at Kuz, was sitting one night in his house, when behold, a personage of handsome appearance and dignified aspect came to the door, accompanied by a servant bearing a chest upon his head, and standing there said to one of the Wali's young men, "Go in and tell the Emir that I would have audience of him on some privy business." So the servant went in and told his master, who bade admit the visitor. When he entered, the Emir saw him to be a man of handsome semblance and portly presence; so he received him with honour and high distinction, seating him beside himself, and said to him, "What is thy wish?" Replied the stranger, "I am a highwayman and I am minded to repent at thy hands and turn to Almighty Allah. But I would have thee help me to this, for that I am in thy district and under thine inspection. Now I have here a chest wherein are matters worth some 40,000 dinars, and none hath so good a right to it as thou: so do thou take it and give me in exchange 1,000 dinars of thine own monies lawfully gotten, that I may have a little capital to aid me in my repentance, and save me from resorting to sin for my subsistence; and with Allah Almighty be thy reward." Speaking thus, he opened the chest and showed the Wali that it was full of trinkets and jewels and bullion and ring gems and pearls, whereat he was amazed and rejoiced with great joy. So he cried out to his treasurer, saying, "Bring hither a certain purse containing 1,000 dinars."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 346th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wali cried out to his treasurer, saying, "Bring hither a certain purse containing 1,000 dinars," and gave it to the highwayman, who took it and thanking him, went his way under cover of the night. Now when it was the morrow, the Emir sent for the chief of the goldsmiths and showed him the chest and what was therein. But the goldsmith found it nothing but tin and brass, and the jewels and bezel stones and pearls all of glass, whereat the Wali was sore chagrined and sent in quest of the highwayman, but none could come at him. And men also tell the tale of IBRAHIM bin al Mahdi and the merchant's sister. The Caliph Al Ma'amun once said to his uncle Ibrahim bin al Mahdi, "Tell us the most remarkable thing that thou hast ever seen." Answered he, "I hear and obey. O Commander of the Faithful, know that I rode out one day a pleasuring, and my ride brought me to a place where I smelt the reek of food; so my soul longed for it and I halted. O Prince of True Believers, perplexed and unable either to go on or to go in. Presently I raised my eyes and lo! I espied a lattice window and behind it a wrist, than which I never beheld aught lovelier. The sight turned my brain and I forgot the smell of the food and began to plan a plot how I should get access to the house. After a while I observed a tailor hard by and going up to him saluted him. He returned my salam and I asked him, "Whose house is that?" And he answered, "It belongeth to a merchant called such an one, son of such an one, who consorteth with none save merchants. As we were talking, behold, up came two men of comely aspect, with intelligent countenances, riding on horseback. And the tailor told me that they were the merchants' most intimate friends, and acquainted me with their names. So I urged my beast towards them and said to them, Be I your ransom? Abu Fulan awaiteth you. And I rode with them both to the gate, where I entered and they also. Now when the master of the house saw me with them, he doubted not but I was their friend. So he welcomed me and seated me in the highest stead. Then they brought the table of food and I said in myself, Allah hath granted me my desire of the food, and now there remain the hand and the wrist. After a while we removed for carousel to another room, which I found tricked out with all manner of rarities, and the host paid me particular attention, addressing his talk to me, for that he took me to be a guest of his guests; whilst in like manner these two made much of me, taking me for a friend of their friend the house master. Thus I was the object of politest attentions till we had drunk several cups of wine, and there came in to us a damsel, as she were a willow wand, of the utmost beauty and elegance, who took a lute and playing a lively measure, sang these couplets, Is it not strange one house us two contain, and still thou drawest not near or talk we twain? Only our eyes tell secrets of our souls, and broken hearts by lovers' fiery pain. Winks with the eyelids, signs the eyebrow knows, languishing looks and hands saluting fain. When I heard these words, my vitals were stirred, O Commander of the Faithful, and I was moved to delight for her excessive loveliness and the beauty of the verses she sang. And I envied her skill and said, There lacketh somewhat to thee, O damsel. Whereupon she threw the lute from her hand in anger and cried, Since when are ye wont to bring ill-mannered louts into your assemblies? Then I repented of what I had done, seeing the company vexed with me, and I said in my mind, My hopes are lost by me, and I weeted no way of escaping blame but to call for a lute, saying, I will show you what escaped her in the air she played. Quoth the folk, We hear and obey. So they brought me a lute, and I tuned the strings and sang these verses, This is thy friend perplexed for pain and pine, then amour down whose breast course drops of brine. He hath this hand to the compassionate raised, for winning wish, and that of hearts is lean. O thou who seest one love perishing, his death is caused by those hands and eyne. Whereupon the damsel sprang up and throwing herself at my feet, kissed them and said, It is thine to excuse, O my master. By Allah, I knew not thy quality nor heard I ever the like of this performance. And all began extolling me and making much of me, being beyond measure delighted. And at last they besought me to sing again. So I sang a merry air, whereupon they all became drunken with music and wine. Their wits left them and they were carried off to their homes, while I abode alone with the host and the girl. He drank some cups with me and then said, O my lord, my life hath been lived in vain for that I have not known the like of thee till the present. Now by Allah, tell me who thou art, that I may ken who is the cup companion whom Allah has bestowed on me this night. At first I returned him evasive answers and would not tell him my name; but he conjured me till I told him who I was, whereupon he sprang to his feet.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 34. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 35 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jean Del Frio. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton, Section 35, 347th Night to 350th Night. When it was the 347th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ibrahim, son of Al-Mahdi, continued. Now when the housemaster heard my name, he sprang to his feet and said, Indeed, I wondered that such gifts should belong to any but the like of thee, and fortune hath done me a good turn for which I cannot thank her too much. But happily this is a dream, for how could I hope that one of the caliphate house should visit my humble home and carouse with me this night? I conjured him to be seated, so he sat down and began to question me as to the cause of my visit in the most courteous terms. So I told him the whole affair, first and last, hiding naught, and said to him, Now as to the food I have had my will, but of the hand and wrist I have still to win my wish. Quoth he, Thou shalt have thy desire of the hand and wrist also, inshallah. Then said he to the slave girl, Ho, such an one, bid such an one come down. And he called his slave girls down, one by one, and showed them to me. But I saw not my mistress among them. And he said, O my lord, there is none left save my mother and sister, but, by Allah, I must needs have them also down and show them to thee. So I marveled at his courtesy and large-heartedness, and said, May I be thy sacrifice. Begin with the sister. And he answered, With joy and good will. So she came down, and he showed me her hand, and behold, she was the owner of the hand and wrist. Quoth I, Allah make me thy ransom. This is the damsel whose hand and wrist I saw at the lattice. Then he sent his servants without stay or delay for witnesses, and bringing out 2 myriads of gold pieces, said to the witnesses, This our lord and master, Ibrahim, son of Al-Mahdi, paternal uncle of the commander of the faithful, seeketh in marriage my sister, such an one, and I call you to witness that I give her in wedlock to him, and that he hath settled upon her 10,000 dinars. And he said to me, I give thee my sister in marriage, at the portion aforesaid. I consent, answered I, and am herewith content. Whereupon he gave one of the bags to her, and the other to the witnesses, and said to me, O our lord, I desire to adorn a chamber for thee, where thou mayst sleep with thy wife. But I was abashed at his generosity, and was ashamed to lie with her in his house. So I said, Equip her and send her to my place. And by thy being, O commander of the faithful, he sent me with her such an equipage that my house, for all its greatness, was too strait to hold it. And I begot on her this boy that standeth in thy presence. Then Al-Ma'mun marveled at the man's generosity, and said, Gifted of Allah is he, never heard I of his like. And he bade Ibrahim bin Al-Mahdi bring him to court, that he might see him. He brought him, and the caliph conversed with him, and his wit and good breeding so pleased him, that he made him one of his chief officers. And Allah is the giver, the bestower. Men also relate the tale of the woman whose hands were cut off for giving alms to the poor. A certain king once made proclamation to the people of his realm, saying, If any of you give alms of aught, I will verily and assuredly cut off his hand. Wherefore all the people abstained from almsdeed, and none could give anything to anyone. Now it chanced that one day a beggar accosted a certain woman, and indeed hunger was sore upon him, and said to her, Give me an alms. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was 348th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that, quoth the beggar to the woman, Give me an alms, however small. But she answered him, How can I give thee aught, when the king cutteth off the hands of all who give alms? Then he said, I conjure thee by Allah Almighty, give me an alms. So when he adjured her by the holy name of Allah, she had ruth on him, and gave him 2 scones. The king heard of this, whereupon he called her before him, and cut off her hands. After which she returned to her house. Now it chanced after a while that the king said to his mother, I have a mind to take a wife, so do thou marry me to a fair woman. Quoth she, There is among our female slaves one who is unsurpassed in beauty, but she hath a grievous blemish. The king asked, What is that? And his mother answered, She hath had both her hands cut off. Said he, Let me see her. So she brought her to him, and he was ravished by her, and married her, and went in unto her, and begat upon her a son. Now this was the woman who had given 2 scones as an alms to the asker, and whose hands had been cut off therefore. And when the king married her, her fellow wives envied her, and wrote to the common husband that she was an unchaste, having just given birth to the boy. So he wrote to his mother, bidding her carry the woman into the desert, and leave her there. The old queen obeyed his commandment, and abandoned the woman and her son in the desert. Whereupon she fell to weeping for that which had befallen her, and wailing with exceeding sore wail. As she went along, she came to a river, and knelt down to drink, being overcome with excess of thirst, for fatigue of walking, and for grief. But as she bent her head, the child which was at her neck fell into the water. Then she sat weeping bitter tears for her child, and as she wept, behold, came up 2 men, who said to her, What maketh thee weep? Quoth she, I had a child at my neck, and he hath fallen into the water. They asked, Wilt thou that we bring him out to thee? And she answered, Yes. So they prayed to Almighty Allah, and the child came forth of the water to her, safe and sound. Then they said, Wilt thou that Allah restore thee thy hands as they were? Yes, replied she. Whereupon they prayed to Allah, extolled and exalted be He. And her hands were restored to her, goodlier than before. Then said they, Knowest thou who we are? And she replied, Allah is all-knowing. And they said, We are thy 2 scones of bread, which thou gayest in alms to the asker, and which were the cause of the cutting off of thy hands. So praise thou Allah Almighty, for that He hath restored to thee thy hands and thy child. Then she praised Almighty Allah, and glorified Him. And men relate a tale of the devout Israelites. There was once a devout man of the children of Israel, whose family span cotton thread. And he used every day to sell the yarn and buy fresh cotton, and with the profit he laid in daily bread for his household. One morning he went out and sold the day's yarn as wont, when there met him one of his brethren, who complained to him of need. So he gave him the price of the thread, and returned empty-handed to his family, who said to him, Where is the cotton and the food? Quoth he, Such an one met me, and complained to me of want. Whereupon I gave him the price of the yarn. And they said, How shall we do? We have nothing to sell. Now they had a cracked trencher and a jar. So he took them to the bazaar, but none would buy them of him. However, presently, as he stood in the market, there passed by a man with a fish. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 349th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the man took the trencher and jar to the bazaar, but none would buy them of him. However, there presently passed by a man with a fish, which was so stinking and so swollen that none would buy it of him. And he said to the Jew, Wilt thou sell me thine unsaleable ware for mine? Yes, answered the Jew, and giving him the wooden trencher and jar, took the fish, and carried it home to his family, who said, What shall we do with this fish? Quoth he, We will broil it and eat it, till it please Allah to provide bread for us. So they took it, and ripping open its belly, found therein a great pearl, and told the head of the household, who said, See ye if it be pierced. If so, it belongeth to someone of the folk. If not, 'tis a provision of Allah for us. So they examined it, and found it unpierced. Now when it was the morrow, the Jew carried it to one of his brethren, which was an expert in jewels. And the man asked, O such an one, whence hadst thou this pearl? Whereto the Jew answered, It was a gift of Almighty Allah to us. And the other said, It is worth 1,000 dirhams, and I will give thee that. But take it to such an one, for he hath more money and skill than I. So the Jew took it to the jeweler, who said, It is worth 70,000 dirhams, and no more. Then he paid him that sum, and the Jew hired 2 porters to carry the money to his house. As he came to his door, a beggar accosted him, saying, Give me that of which Allah hath given thee. Quoth the Jew to the asker, But yesterday we were even as thou. Take thee half this money. So he made 2 parts of it, and each took his half. Then said the beggar, Take back thy money, and Allah bless and prosper thee in it. I am a messenger, whom thy Lord hath sent to try thee. Quoth the Jew, To Allah be the praise and the thanks, and abode in all delight of life, he and his household till death. And men recount this story of Abu Hassan al-Ziyadi and the Khurasan. Quoth Abu Hassan al-Ziyadi, I was once in straitened case, and so needy, that the grocer, the baker, and other tradesmen dunned and importuned me. And my misery became extreme, for I knew of no resource, nor what to do. Things being on this wise, there came to me one day certain of my servants, and said to me, At the door is a pilgrim wight, who seeketh admission to thee. Quoth I, Admit him. So he came in, and behold, he was a Khurasani. We exchanged salutations, and he said to me, Tell me, art thou Abu Hassan al-Ziyadi? And I replied, Yes, what is thy wish? Quoth he, I am a stranger, and am minded to make the pilgrimage. But I have with me a great sum of money, which is burdensome to bear. So I wish to deposit these 10,000 dirhams with thee whilst I make my pilgrimage, and return. If the caravan march back, and thou see me not, then know that I am dead, in which case the money is a gift from me to thee. But if I come back, it shall be mine. I answered, Be it as thou wilt, and thus please Allah Almighty. So he brought out a leather bag, and I said to the servant, Fetch the scales. And when he brought them, the man weighed out the money and handed it to me, after which he went his way. Then I called the purveyors and paid them my liabilities. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 350th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth Abu Hassan al-Ziyadi, I called the purveyors, and paid them my liabilities, and spent freely and amply, saying to myself, By the time he returns, Allah will have relieved me with one or other of the bounties he hath by him. However, on the very next day the servant came in to me and said, Thy friend the Khorasan man is at the door. Admit him, answered I. So he came in and said to me, I had purposed to make the pilgrimage, but the news hath reached me of the decease of my father, and I have resolved to return. So give me the monies I deposited with thee yesterday. When I heard this, I was troubled and perplexed beyond measure of perplexity known to man, and wotted not what reply to make him. For, if I denied it, he would put me on my oath, and I should be disgraced in the world to come, whilst, if I told him that I had spent the money, he would make an outcry and dishonor me before men. So I said to him, Allah give thee health. This my house is no stronghold nor site of safe custody for this money. When I received thy leather bag, I sent it to one with whom it now is. So do thou return to us tomorrow, and take thy money, inshallah. So he went away, and I passed the night in great concern, because of his return to me. Sleep visited me not, nor could I close my eyes. So I rose and bade the boy saddle me the she-mule. Answered he, O my lord, it is yet but the first third of the night, and indeed we have hardly had time to rest. I returned to my bed, but sleep was forbidden to me, and I ceased not to awaken the boy. And he to put me off, till break of day, when he saddled me the mule, and I mounted and rode out, not knowing whither to go. I threw the reins on the mule's shoulder and gave myself up to regrets and melancholy thoughts, whilst she fared on with me to the eastward of Baghdad. Presently, as I went along, behold, I saw a number of people approaching me, and turned aside into another path to avoid them. But seeing that I wore a turban in preacher fashion, they followed me, and hastening up to me, said, "Knowest thou the lodging of Abu Hassan al-Ziyadi?" "I am he," answered I. And they rejoined, "Obey the summons of the commander of the faithful." Then they carried me before al-Ma'mun, who said to me, "Who art thou?" Quoth I, "An associate of the Qazi Abu Yusuf, and a doctor of the law and traditions." Asked the Caliph, "By what surname art thou known?" And I answered, "Abu Hassan al-Ziyadi." Whereupon quoth he, "Expound to me thy case." So I recounted to him my case, and he wept sore, and said to me, "Out on thee! The apostle of Allah, whom Allah bless and assain, would not let me sleep this night because of thee. For in early darkness he appeared to me and said, 'Succor Abu Hassan al-Ziyadi.' Whereupon I awoke, and, knowing thee not, went to sleep again. But he came to me a second time and said to me, 'Woe to thee, succor Abu Hassan al-Ziyadi.' I awoke a second time, but knowing thee not, I went to sleep again. And he came to me a third time, and still I knew thee not, and went to sleep again. Then he came to me once more and said, 'Out on thee! Succor Abu Hassan al-Ziyadi.' After that I dared not sleep any more, but watched the rest of the night, and aroused my people, and sent them on all sides in quest of thee. Then he gave me 1 myriad of dirhams, saying, 'This is for the Khorasani,' and other 10,000, saying, 'Spend freely of this, and amend thy case therewith, and set thine affairs in order.' Moreover, he presented me with 30,000 dirhams, saying, 'Furnish thyself with this, and when the procession day is being kept, come thou to me, that I may invest thee with some office.' So I went forth from him with the money, and returned home, where I prayed the dawn prayer. And behold, presently came the Khorasani. So I carried him into the house, and brought out to him 1 myriad of dirhams, saying, 'Here is thy money.' Quoth he, 'It is not my very money. How cometh this?' So I told him the whole story, and he wept and said, 'By Allah, hadst thou told me the fact at first, I had not pressed thee. And now, by Allah, I will not accept aught of this money.'" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 36. 351st Night to 353rd Night. When it was the 351st Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth the Khorasani to al-Ziyadi, 'By Allah, hadst thou told me the fact at first, I had not pressed thee, and now by Allah I will not accept aught of this money, and thou art lawfully quit of it.' So saying, he went away, and I set my affairs in order and repaired on the procession day to Al-Ma'amun's gate, where I found him seated. When he saw me present myself, he called me to him and, bringing forth to me a paper from under his prayer carpet, said to me, 'This is a patent, conferring on thee the office of Kazi of the Western Division of Al-Medinah, the Holy City, from the Bab al-Salam to the furthest limit of the township. And I appoint thee such and such monthly allowances. So fear Allah, to whom be honor and glory, and be mindful of the solicitude of his apostle, whom may he bless and keep. on thine account." Then the folk marvelled at the Caliph's words and asked me their meaning, whereupon I told them the story from beginning to end, and it spread abroad amongst the people. And quoth he who telleth the tale, Abu Hasan al Ziyadi ceased not to be Kazi of Al Medinah, the Holy City, till he died in the days of Al Ma'amun, the mercy of Allah be on him. And among the tales men tell is one of the poor man and his friend in need. There was once a rich man who lost all he had and became destitute, whereupon his wife advised him to ask aid and assistance of one of his intimates. So he betook himself to a certain friend of his and acquainted him with his necessities, and he lent him 500 dinars to trade withal. Now in early life he had been a jeweller, so he took the gold and went to the jewel bazar, where he opened a shop to buy and sell. Presently, as he sat in his shop, 3 men accosted him and asked for his father, and when he told them that he was deceased, they said, "Say, did he leave issue?" Quoth the jeweller, "He left the slave who is before you." They asked, "And who knoweth thee for his son?" And he answered, "The people of the bazar." Whereupon they said, "Call them together here, that they may testify to us that thou art his very son." So he called them and they bore witness of this, whereupon the 3 men delivered to him a pair of saddle bags, containing 30,000 dinars, besides jewels and bullion of high value, saying, "This was deposited with us in trust by thy father." Then they went away, and presently there came to him a woman who sought of him certain of the jewels, worth 500 dinars, which she bought and paid him 3,000 for them. Upon this he arose and took 500 dinars and, carrying them to his friend who had lent him the money, said to him, "Take the 500 dinars I borrowed of thee, for Allah hath opened to me the gate of prosperity." Quoth the other, "Nay, I gave them to thee outright for the love of Allah; so do thou keep them. And take this paper, but read it not till thou be at home, and do according to that which is therein." So he took the money and the paper and returned home, where he opened the scroll and found therein inscribed these couplets, "Kinsmen of mine were those 3 men who came to thee, my sire and uncles twain and Salih bin Ali. So what for cash thou coldest to my mother 'twas, thou soldest it, and coin and gems were sent by me. Thus doing I desired not any harm to thee, but in my presence spare thee and thy modesty." And they also recount the story of the ruined man who became rich again through a dream. There lived once in Baghdad a wealthy man and made of money, who lost all his substance and became so destitute that he could earn his living only by hard labour. One night he lay down to sleep, dejected and heavy hearted, and saw in a dream a speaker who said to him, "Verily thy fortune is in Cairo; go thither and seek it." So he set out for Cairo, but when he arrived there, evening overtook him and he lay down to sleep in a mosque. Presently, by decree of Allah Almighty, a band of bandits entered the mosque and made their way thence into an adjoining house; but the owners, being aroused by the noise of the thieves, awoke and cried out, whereupon the Chief of Police came to their aid with his officers. The robbers made off, but the Wali entered the mosque and finding the man from Baghdad asleep there, laid hold of him and beat him with palm rods, so grievous a beating that he was well nigh dead. Then they cast him into jail, where he abode 3 days, after which the Chief of Police sent for him and asked him, "Whence art thou?" And he answered, "From Baghdad." Quoth the Wali, "And what brought thee to Cairo?" And quoth the Baghdadi, "I saw in a dream one who said to me, 'Thy fortune is in Cairo; go thither to it.' But when I came to Cairo, the fortune which he promised me proved to be the palm rods thou so generously gavest to me." The Wali laughed till he showed his wisdom teeth and said, "O man of little wit, thrice have I seen in a dream one who said to me, 'There is in Baghdad a house in such a district and of such a fashion, and its courtyard is laid out garden wise, at the lower end whereof is a jetting fountain, and under the same a great sum of money lieth buried. Go thither and take it.' Yet I went not. But thou, of the briefness of thy wit, hast journeyed from place to place on the faith of a dream, which was but an idle galimatias of sleep." Then he gave him money, saying, "Help thee back herewith to thine own country."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 352nd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wali gave the Baghdad man some silver, saying, "Help thee back herewith to thine own country." And he took the money and set out upon his homewards march. Now the house the Wali had described was the man's own house in Baghdad. So the wayfarer returned thither and, digging underneath the fountain in his garden, discovered a great treasure. And thus Allah gave him abundant fortune, and a marvellous coincidence occurred. And a story is also current of Caliph al-Mutawakkil and his concubine Mahbubah. There were in the palace of the Caliph al-Mutawakkil al-Allah 4,000 concubines, whereof 2,000 were Greeks and other 2,000 slave-born Arabians and Abyssinians, and Ubayd ibn Tahir had given him 200 white girls and a like number of Abyssinian and native girls. Among these slave-borns was a girl of Bassorah, hight Mahbubah the Beloved, who was of surpassing beauty and loveliness, elegance and voluptuous grace. Moreover, she played upon the lute and was skilled in singing and making verses, and wrote a beautiful hand; so that Al-Mutawakkil fell passionately in love with her and could not endure from her a single hour. But when she saw this affection, she presumed upon his favour to use him arrogantly, wherefore he waxed exceeding wroth with her and forsook her, forbidding the people of the palace to speak with her. She abode on this wise some days, but the Caliph still inclined to her, and he arose one morning and said to his courtiers, "I dreamt last night that I was reconciled to Mahbubah." They answered, "Would Allah this might be on wake!" And as they were talking, behold, in came one of the Caliph's maidservants and whispered him. So he rose from his throne and entered the Seraglio; for the whisperer had said, "Of a truth we heard singing and lute playing in Mahbubah's chamber, and we knew not what this meant." So he went straight to her apartment, where he heard her playing upon the lute and singing the following verses: "I wander through the palace, but I sight there not a soul, to whom I may complain or will change a word with me. It is as though I done so grievous rebel deed, wherefrom can no contrition ever avail to set me free. Have we no intercessor here to plead with King, who came in sleep to me and took me back to grace and amity? But when the break of day arose and showed itself again, then he departing sent me back to dream my privacy." Now when the Caliph heard her voice, he marvelled at the verse and yet more at the strange coincidence of their dreams and entered the chamber. As soon as she perceived him, she hastened to rise and throw herself at his feet and kissing them said, "By Allah, O my lord, this hap is what I dreamt last night, and when I awoke, I made the couplets thou hast heard." Replied Al-Mutawakkil, "By Allah, I also dreamt the like." Then they embraced and made friends, and he abode with her 7 days with their nights. Now Mahbubah had written upon her cheek in musk the Caliph's name, which was Ja'afar, and when he saw this, he improvised the following. One wrote upon her cheek with musk, his name was Ja'afar highs. My soul for hers who wrote upon her cheek the name I cite. If an her fingers have inscribed one line upon her cheek, full many a line in heart of mine those fingers did indite. O thou, whom Ja'afar soul of men possesseth for himself, Allah fill Ja'afar's stream full draught, the wine of thy delight. When Al-Mutawakkil died, his host of women forgot him, all save Mahbubah, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 353rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Al-Mutawakkil died, his host of women forgot him, all save Mahbubah, who ceased not to mourn for him, till she deceased and was buried by his side, the mercy of Allah be on them both. And men also tell the tale of Wardand the Butcher, his adventure with the lady and the bear. There lived once in Cairo, in the days of Caliph Al-Hakim bi Amrillah, a butcher named Wardan, who dealt in sheep's flesh, and there came to him every day a lady and gave him a dinar, whose weight was nigh 2½ Egyptian dinars, saying, Give me a lamb. So he took the money and gave her the lamb, which she delivered to a porter she had with her. And he put it in his crate and she went away with him to her own place. Next day she came in the forenoon, and this went on for a long time, the butcher gaining a dinar by her every day, till at last he began to be curious about her case and said to himself, This woman buyeth of me a ducat worth of meat every morning, paying ready money, and never misseth a single day. Verily, this is a strange thing. So he took an occasion of questioning the porter in her absence and asked him, Whither goest thou every day with yonder woman? And he answered, I know not what to make of her for surprise, inasmuch as every day after she hath taken the lamb of thee, she buyeth necessaries of the table, fresh and dried fruits and wax candles a dinar's worth, and taketh of a certain person, which is a Nazarene, 2 flagons of wine, worth another dinar. And then she leadeth me with the whole and I go with her to the Wazir's gardens, where she blindfoldeth me, so that I cannot see on what part of earth I set my feet. And taking me by the hand, she leadeth me I know not whither. Presently she saith, Set down here. And when I have done so, she giveth me an empty crate she hath ready and, taking my hand, leadeth me back to the Wazir's gardens, the place where she bound my eyes, and there removeth the bandage and giveth me 10 silver bits. Allah be her helper, quoth Wardan, but he redoubled in curiosity about her case. Disquietude increased upon him and he passed the night in exceeding restlessness. And quoth the butcher, Next morning she came to me of a custom and taking the lamb, for which she paid the dinar, delivered it to the porter and went away. So I gave my shop in charge to a lad and followed her without her seeing me.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 36. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 37 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 4, translated by Richard Burton. Section 37. 354th Night to 357th Night. When it was the 354th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Wardan the Butcher continued. So I gave my shop in charge to a lad and followed her without her seeing me; nor did I cease to keep her in sight, hiding behind her till she left Cairo and came to the Wazir's gardens. Then I hid myself whilst she bandaged the porter's eyes, and followed her again from place to place till she came to the mountain and stopped at a spot where there was a great stone. Here she made the porter set down his crate, and I waited whilst she conducted him back to the Wazir's gardens, after which she returned and, taking out the contents of the basket, instantly disappeared. Then I went up to that stone and, wrenching it up, entered the hole and found behind the stone an open trapdoor of brass and a flight of steps leading downwards. So I descended little by little till I came to a long corridor, brilliantly lighted, and followed it till I made a closed door, as it were the door of a saloon. I looked about the wall sides near the doorway till I discovered a recess with steps therein, then climbed up and found a little niche with a bull's eye giving upon a saloon. Thence I looked inside and saw the lady cut off the choicest parts of the lamb and, laying them in a saucepan, throw the rest to a great big bear, who ate it all to the last bite. Now when she had made an end of cooking, she ate her fill, after which she set on the fruits and confections and brought out the wine and fell to drinking a cup herself and giving the bear to drink in a basin of gold. And as soon as she was heated with wine, she put off her petticoat trousers and lay down on her back, whereupon the bear arose and came up to her and stroked her, whilst she gave him the best of what belongeth to the sons of Adam till he had made an end, when he sat down and rested. Presently he sprang upon her and rogered her again, and when he ended he again sat down to rest. And he ceased not so doing till he had futtered her 10 times, and they both fell to the ground in a fainting fit and lay without motion. Then quoth I to myself, now is my opportunity, and taking a knife I had with me, that would cut bones before flesh, went down to them and found them motionless, not a muscle of them moving for their hearts winking and swiving. So I put my knife to the bear's gullet and pressed upon it, till I finished him by severing his head from his body, and he gave a great snort like thunder, whereat the lady started up in alarm, and seeing the bear slain and me standing whittle in hand, she shrieked so loud a shriek that I thought the soul had left her body. Then she asked, "O Wardan, is this how thou requitest me my favours?" And I answered, "O enemy of thine own soul, is there a famine of men that thou must do this damnable thing?" She made no answer, but bent down over the bear and looked fondly upon him. Then finding his head divided from his body, said to me, "O Wardan, which of the 2 courses wouldst thou take? Either obey me in what I shall say and be the means of thine own safety"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 355th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth the lady, "O Wardan, which of the 2 courses wouldst thou take? Either obey me in what I shall say and be the means of thine own safety and competency to the end of thy days, or gainsay me and so cause thine own destruction." Answered I choose rather to hearken unto thee: say what thou wilt. Quoth she, "Then slay me, as thou hast slain this bear, and take thy need of this hoard and wend thy ways." Quoth I am better than this bear: so return thou to Allah Almighty and repent, and I will marry thee and we will live on this treasure the rest of our lives." She rejoined, "O Wardan, far be it from me! How shall I live after him? By Allah, an thou slay me not, I will assuredly do away thy life. So leave bandying words with me, or thou art a lost man. This is all I have to say to thee, and peace be with thee." Then said I I will kill thee, and thou shalt go to the curse of Allah." So saying, I caught her by the hair and cut her throat, and she went to the curse of Allah and of the angels and of all mankind. And after so doing I examined the place and found there gold and bezel stones and pearls, such as no one king could bring together. So I filled the porter's crate with as much as I could carry and covered it with the clothes I had on me. Then I shouldered it and going up out of the underground treasure chamber, fared homewards and ceased not faring on, till I came to the gate of Cairo, where behold, I fell in with 10 of the bodyguard of Al-Hakim bi Amrillah, followed by the Prince himself, who said to me, "Ho Wardan!" "At thy service, O King," replied I, when he asked, "Hast thou killed the bear and the lady?" And I answered, "Yes." Quoth he, "Set down the basket from thy head and fear not, for all the treasure thou hast with thee is thine, and none shall dispute it with thee." So I set down the crate before him, and he uncovered it and looked at it, then said to me, "Tell me their case, albe I know it, as if I had been present with you." So I told him all that had passed, and he said, "Thou hast spoken the truth," adding, "O Wardan, come now with me to the treasure." So I returned with him to the cavern, where he found the trapdoor closed and said to me, "O Wardan, lift it. None but thou can open the treasure, for it is enchanted in thy name and nature." Said I, "By Allah, I cannot open it." But he said, "Go up to it, trusting in the blessing of Allah." So I called upon the name of Almighty Allah and, advancing to the trapdoor, put my hand to it, whereupon it came up as it had been of the lightest. Then said the Caliph, "Go down and bring hither what is there, for none but one of thy name and semblance and nature hath gone down thither since the place was made, and the slaying of the bear and the woman was appointed to be at thy hand. This was chronicled with me, and I was awaiting its fulfilment." Accordingly, quoth Wardan, I went down and brought up all the treasure, whereupon the Caliph sent for beasts of burden and carried it away after giving me my crate, which was therein. So I bore it home and opened me a shop in the market. And saith he who telleth the tale, "This market is still extant and is known as Wardan's market." And I have heard recount another story of THE KING'S DAUGHTER AND THE APE. There was once a Sultan's daughter, whose heart was taken with love of a black slave. He abated her maidenhead, and she became passionately addicted to futtering, so that she could not do without it a single hour, and complained of her case to one of her body women, who told her that no thing poketh and stroketh more abundantly than the baboon. Now it so chanced one day that an ape leader passed under her lattice with a great ape; so she unveiled her face and looking upon the ape, signed to him with her eyes, whereupon he broke his bonds and chain and climbed up to the Princess, who hid him in a place with her, and night and day he abode there, eating and drinking and copulating. Her father heard of this and would have killed her.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 356th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Sultan heard of this work he would have slain his daughter; but she smoked his design and disguising herself in Mameluke's dress, mounted horse after loading a mule with gold and bullion and precious stuffs past all account. Then, carrying with her the ape, she fled to Cairo, where she took up her abode in one of the houses without the city and upon the verge of the Suez desert. Now every day she used to buy meat of a young man, a butcher, but she came not to him till after noonday; and then she was so yellow and disordered in face that he said in his mind, "There must indeed hang some mystery by this slave." Accordingly, quoth the butcher, one day when she came to me as usual, I went out after her secretly and ceased not to follow her from place to place, so as she saw me not, till she came to her lodging on the edge of her waste and entered. And I looked in upon her through a cranny and saw her as soon as she was at home kindle a fire and cook the meat, of which she ate enough and served up the rest to a baboon she had by her, and he did the same. Then she put off the slave's habit and donned the richest of women's apparel, and so I knew that she was a lady. After this she set on wine and drank and gave the ape to drink, and he stroked her nigh half a score times without drawing till she swooned away, when he spread over her a silken coverlet and returned to his place. Then I went down in the midst of the place and the ape, becoming aware of me, would have torn me in pieces; but I made haste to pull out my knife and slit his paunch and his bowels fell out. The noise aroused the young lady, who awoke terrified and trembling; and when she saw the ape in this case, she shrieked such a shriek that her soul well nigh fled her body. Then she fell down in a fainting fit. When she came to herself, she said to me, "What moved thee to do thus? Now Allah upon thee send me after him." But I spoke her fair for a while and pledged myself to stand in the ape's stead in the matter of much poking, till her trouble subsided and I took her to wife. But when I came to perform my promise, I proved a failure and I fell short in this matter and could not endure such hard labour. So I complained of my case and mentioned her exorbitant requirements to a certain old woman who engaged to manage the affair and said to me, "Needs must thou bring me a cooking pot full of virgin vinegar and a pound of the herb pellitory, called woundwort." So I brought her what she sought, and she laid the pellitory in the pot with the vinegar and set it on fire till it was thoroughly boiled. Then she bade me futter the girl, and I futtered her till she fainted away, when the old woman took her up, and she unconscious, and set her parts to the mouth of the cooking pot. The steam of the pot entered her slit, and there fell from it somewhat which I examined. And behold, it was two small worms, one black and the other yellow. Quoth the old woman, "The black was bred of the strokings of the negro and the yellow of stroking with the baboon. Now when she recovered from her swoon, she abode with me in all delight and solace of life, and sought not swiving as before, for Allah had done away from her this appetite, whereat I marvelled."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 357th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the young man continued, In truth Allah had done away from her this appetite, whereat I marvelled and acquainted her with the case. Thereupon I lived with her and she took the old woman to be to her in the stead of her mother. And, said he who told me the tale, the old woman and the young man and his wife abode in joy and cheer till there came to them the Destroyer of delights and the Sunderer of societies, and glory be to the Ever living One, who dieth not and in whose hands is dominion of the world visible and invisible. And another tale they tell is that of End of Section 37 and End of Arabian Nights Volume 4, read by Lars Rolander. Thank you so much for listening.